thank you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Hello and welcome back to the Netrunner Americas Continental Championship here of 2025 here in beautiful, sunny Montreal, Canada. But a dark storm is rolling in, and that dark storm is called the Top 16. I'm Patrick Sklar.
I'm John Verrill. Montreal's known for many things: bagels, smoked meat, poutine, but today we are known for running nets and possibly flatlining some folks. We are looking forward to seeing some excellent play today in our top cut.
That's right.
We had over 90 players yesterday in our standard, in our Swiss rounds. Now we're in the top 16. And here we have Jang and local Antoine facing off in the first round.
That's right. This is an Oko versus Muslihat. No, that can't be right. 1 second. This is a Sable versus Leo matchup. Wenjong on Leo. There's been a lot of Leos. Leo is one of the most popular IDs on the Corp side. Versus Sable, one of the most popular IDs on the runner side. I haven't actually been able to spectate in either of these matchups before, but I'm excited to see how this goes.
All right, we're getting the mulligans out of the way. We're ready to start.
That's right. Here we go.
Already an agenda sitting in hand for Wenjong.
Of course.
Looks like no, there's more than one. I think, no, there isn't. Oh, no, he may have mulliganed into.
All right.
There we go.
Ice install. Still on 5 credits. Antoine knows that Wenjong's... of course, both players know each other's deck lists completely. They've had 5 minutes to study each other's deck list before this round.
Now, the first few rounds are still timed. It's only the grand finals where the players are ready to take all the time that they need. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to be careful to make sure that they can try to play without making mistakes.
Right. Yeah, we're just establishing where that dice roll lands the mark.
That's an agenda right off the top.
Steal 2 points right off the top with the Project Ingatan and get a click back, of course. Now we're Bravado running HQ.
Oof. Antoine already with 2 points on his first click.
Yeah. Loading up that Bravado. Let's see what we get.
Oh my God. No.
All right. We are 4 points up for the runner. Antoine stealing 2 2-point agendas on basically the first 2 clicks, and he's got 3 more to go. Yeah. Another Bravado on. Wow.
A boomy.
And he's got the clicks left to avoid the core damage.
Yeah. Antoine is just thinking about what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It was a humanoid resources.
Still a good trash.
We're going to take it down.
We're getting flashbacks of Game 10 on stream from yesterday.
I was in the next room when I heard you and Eric pop off over that one. All right, and we've got a little bit of an econ going for Antoine. On top of the 2 bravados, Wenjong has got to be feeling a lot of pressure right now.
Wenjong not letting the streamers find out what's in his hand.
Now he's playing it close to the chest. Of course, this is a double elimination top cut, so if either player loses this, they will have another chance to claw their way back into the grand finals. But it's not going to be an easy climb.
Antoine already in the first turn with 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that the sort of thing that means that you can sit back, start trying to build your board state, or is Antoine just going to continue to be aggressive?
I think, having played Sable, I think we're going to see him continue to be aggressive. We're going to see him make some plays, some run events. And maybe he just wants to end this quickly. He feels like he's on top. He knows that Wenjong is like on the back foot, not a huge number of credits. And that's a regolith in that remote server, I believe.
All right. Moving in on that regolith.
Yep. Got to keep Leo down if we can. We're just clicking through the first subroutine or the core damage subroutine on that boomy.
All right. No more moon mining for you, Wenjong.
No more of those precious, precious moon rocks. And we are using the cash off the open market to install Class Act, which will give us a huge amount of draw later. And we're running HQ after that. That's a Mercia Ballard. That's a pretty essential piece for most Leo decks. Like, she herself can be trashed to end a run.
It's a border control that can move around.
It's basically a movable border control. And yet we ban Tributary. All right, so Antoine got a big chunk of cards from the Class Act. Now it's back to Wenjong. Man, I think I see a 3-pointer in HQ. Just gonna check the. Yeah. There's a send a message in HQ. There's another agenda in HQ. All right, so we've got to find a way to keep Antoine out of HQ without going bankrupt. That's the main thing. But it's back to Antoine's turn. And Antoine is incentivized to run on HQ. This could spell the end for Wenjong.
I mean, just end the game right here, right?
It certainly could. Like, that's what I'm thinking might happen.
A transfer of wealth to add insult to injury?
Transfer of, oh boy. We have seen Antoine draw a bunch of cards. There could easily be a transfer of wealth in there. Queen Getaway.
There it is.
Hermes, we're getawaying R&D.
Didn't quite.
Maybe we're
catch
worried
what the
about
card
whatever Wenjong might be able to res.
What would we be worried about here? We already know
The drafter would be frustrating.
Yeah, we already know that the drafter could be there just to ruin our day. MIC and Fly Swatter, a hammer wouldn't really hurt that much right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But we have seen Wenjong not res that ice before, so it might be one of the more expensive pieces.
I'd almost be willing to take the hammer hit if it means that Wenjong is going to get
for
zero
sure, yeah.
creds.
Mm-hmm.
And then, steal the agenda and win.
Yeah. What is Antoine really losing if a hammer is hit?
Putting something else behind that Boomy, knowing that that's porous ice, we're going to load it up.
Yeah. Okay, now that Boomy becomes much more interesting. Whatever that other ice is, that Boomy could end the run and then kind of multiply the value of that outermost ice.
Double Boomy.
Could be double Boomy. You never know. Double Boomy, though, is, of course, still porous, but we can maybe knock out that leech, do a core damage on the way in, and just hope we don't lose.
Antoine, rolling through, getting that filtered draw from Class Act. Andromeda helping from beyond the grave.
Yeah, we know there are hammers in the list because we have the deck list in front of us. We aren't. I don't think we're sharing the deck list publicly just yet, though.
No, Cobra will, but only at the end of the tournament.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
That might just be a sneaky Vovo or a Mitra.
Yeah, that's certainly. Just get a little bit of econ going, get a little bit of value out of that. Okay, we're just making some money. We're not running HQ.
Neat little stacks of 5 and 4.
Mm-hmm. I think we're just waiting maybe until we see a Sentry Breaker. Oh
no,
I
we
guess
are going on
poking
HQ.
This access could be the end of the game.
It's another Boomy.
We're just gonna lose the leech. Looks like we're taking a core damage.
Yep.
But we are going to get a quick back after this run.
But this could be the run that ends the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right here and now.
And what do we lose? Revolver. Okay, that's unfortunate, considering the number of...
Revolver might have helped against that Boomy.
Yeah, the number of frustrating sentries in this deck, in this list. Okay, how many cards are we going to access? Just the one.
Now, I wonder whether he's wondering about resing a Spin Doctor in order to... oh, no, he's ending the run.
End the run. This way, Antoine does not get a quick back and force to discard a card at the end of the round. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. Like, that's... You're very likely to lose or to be put so far behind. And we are just reinstalling over HQ and clicking for credits, and maybe that's the drafter. And a drafter could be tremendous. It might not save Wenjong.
Wenjong putting another piece of ice over that HQ, trying to protect as much as possible.
Yeah. If Wenjong has a drafter, he could install a Mercia and then use the Mercia to instantly end the run. But that's only going to stop Antoine for one turn.
Marks on R&D, which means get a free access.
Yeah, might as well. Get a quick back. Maybe steal.
Clean getaway, make some money too while we're at it.
I think we're seeing an ice.
Yep.
Might have been a
That was
draft
nice.
brawn.
It was a brawn or a drafter, I think.
It was hard to tell. I think it was an alt art of some kind, but I didn't get a good look at it.
But hey, that's just 3 free credits and information.
Yep. Basically quickless.
Putting a stone ship down.
Sure. Chesva, might as well. It's gonna be useful later. And passing the turn.
Didn't
back.
play the Chesway before the run on R&D.
No, yeah, you do want to play it earlier so you can spend those credits. You can get the value out of them.
All right, another install. So that might have been actually that sneaky Vovo or Mitra.
I do like a Mitra in my Leo decks for sure. It allows you to get those boomies back on the board and maybe refresh a used fly swatter, something that's no longer doing its job.
Wenjong's playing quite quickly.
Yeah.
So at least he's got a plan, even if that plan is don't lose off HQ.
Yeah, has he managed to rescue the send a message? I wonder.
All right, so we filtered through.
Yeah, we're thinking.
The twinning gets dropped.
And we're going to pinhole threading, which allows us to use the Chesva credits to power up twinning.
If, of course, we've got something that
Assuming that we touch something.
There's the Vovo.
There's the Vovo.
Called
Sorry,
it.
Sorry, Grandpa. This coffee's for you.
Get out of here, Grandpa. Now, are we going to use that twinning immediately? Just go straight into R&D.
I wonder.
Hermes?
All right, maybe not. I mean, there's a Hermes. Antoine guessing that Wenjong might be thinking about scoring something soon. Or knowing that there's still 1 to 2 more steals from Antoine.
There it is.
Okay, so we got a Luminal. That's going to change things.
Luminal's a very good score for Wenjong at this point in time, putting him up to 2 points.
It also semi-negates the Hermes effect. Like now he can rescue.
But now he's protecting R&D.
Now he's protecting R&D. Yeah.
And HQ and getting a credit back.
We are feeling a little bit more secure.
Wenjong stabilized a little bit, but there's still that 3-pointer in hand.
Yes. This is scary. But Antoine's playing it safe. He's not just making a run on HQ just because he can. I think he's waiting until he sees presumably another revolver. And we are filtering a draw. We're looking at what we put in our deck.
He's only running 1 revolver. So that revolver is gone.
Oh, dang. All right. Well, boomerang.
So it's boomerang.
It's going to be boomerang. And then hope it's not a hammer that you boomerang.
That was a rough loss of that
Yep.
revolver right there.
Yeah, we're not even running that lean of a Sable deck. This is a 46 card Sable deck.
Yeah, not lean means 1 extra card.
Yeah, I mean, I usually go to 48, 49. Hey, if my corp deck's 49, why not my runner? Sorry, Zaya.
Every time I am tempted to play deck lists with more than a minimum number of cards for runner, I smack myself in the face. I know I'm doing wrong.
You're sick.
Another draw. Not a Nuka draw, though. But then again, Antoine is sitting on 1 core damage.
Yeah, we've
They
got a
may
hand
not
size of
wanna-
4.
They may not want to risk having to ditch valuable cards.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think they're willing to discard cards at this stage. Airblades is interesting. Oh no, we're discarding those.
Discarding that. Airblade's not very useful in this.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I don't see anything in here that's really going to affect that. Interesting. Jang drawing up.
Wenjong still hasn't seen any of his spin doctors.
True. Those could have helped.
Money.
It-
Just
it-
get me money on that hedge fund.
and we're putting an upgrade. It's Mercia. We're just going to get a quick and easy free install. That's really nice. Okay.
Shutting down the centrals might mean that Wenjong can actually just stabilize this game.
It certainly looks like. I think this game is now feeling a lot more stable for Wenjong than it did even 2 turns ago. So we're filtering a draw, getting value to the class act.
Early class act, very useful,
Mhm.
but at the same time, doesn't need it to protect himself from death.
True.
And remember, Antoine knows this. They've seen the deck list. They know the cards in the opposite hand.
Yeah, that's right.
Or hand deck.
Yeah, so we're installing the Shibboleth, a card that was neutralized on the runner's first turn, but, you know, it's still a code gate breaker. We've still got Chesva.
Not a great code great breaker at the moment.
Yeah. But I guess we're going to get some cash out of archives. You know, it's basically free.
We need something on the table in order to pump up the twinning.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we might as well just use those Chesva cards. You're right.
Right.
Those are Montreal recurring tokens, by the way. You can see the Olympic Stadium on the backside of the recurring credits.
Very cool.
Oh, all right. There's the echelon. All right, we've got some century breaking capabilities here. After all.
So the echelon's an excellent find, and the Shibboleth is going to help with that too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Spin Doctor, Cat Shen Altard. Predictive planogram to just draw
planogram to
even
draw
more
up.
cards. We're looking to ditch that.
We are going to ditch it. Yeah, that's absolutely what's
Get
happening. Get that
this,
out of
send
here.
a message or
If I can't
vulnerability audit.
score it,
Out of
then
here. I don't
have to
remember
ditch
which one it was. I think it was a vulnerability.
The corpse ID is Leo. Leo Construction.
Antoine,
All right.
finding
on
archives as the
archives.
mark.
Well, there's some face downs.
Excellent for those run events.
Yeah. Force a spin shuffle.
Sitting on 5 cards in HQ.
Yeah. Presumably that 5-3 has been trashed to be shuffled away. What are we going to do? We're just refreshing those Chesva credits.
There are several Leos in our top 16.
Yeah, Leo was a very popular choice.
Snare Bears
Mhm.
bringing Leo.
They haven't changed the bite bears, have they?
I
I guess not.
mean, the alliteration would be there then.
Hmm.
Not a rhyme, but
No, they'll have to pick another new animal. I don't know any mammals that rhyme with bite.
might.
Sounds so small. Sounds so inoffensive. All right, we are going to pinhole threading again. Maybe we're going to check out. We're going to force first of all the Spin Doctor shuffle, and then we're going to check out what's in that server because we can. That is a pinhole threading that's doing a lot of work. So one face down and a Mercia.
But then again, using cards that you can't play anymore is still like a classic, right? Montreal has a testing group, Depth Dive.
Yeah, of course. That is true. We are devoted to the deep dive.
Bite Strikes. Yep.
Bite strikes, yeah. Not a mammal. Okay. We were talking specifically about mammals and you went for a bird, but that's cool. The shrike is nice. Big fan of the novel Hyperion, but I'm not allowed to talk about books. Snare Bears do not endorse slant rhymes. Thank you very much. That twinning has been gradually building up counters. We've got a couple deep digs into HQ or R&D coming up eventually. Okay, we've got a full rig. Code Gate Breaker not doing too well, but I don't think there's many code gates to really worry about. Like there's the Fly Swatter, and that's it, which means that the Shibboleth strength reduction doesn't even matter here.
Antoine's sitting on 7 credits. So could just dive into R&D.
You could just check it out. 7 credits and the Chesva, and we're going to get a quick back on whatever we do. Wenjong, meanwhile, resing and using the regolith.
Now we're not on finality.
No, we do have one more pinhole threading, which is interesting. I like this huge number of pinholes.
Bravado. That's a neon static bravado.
Bravado on R&D.
A drafter.
Drafter. Well, we can deal with
Echelon's going to eat that
Echelon
up.
At full strength for drafter.
We're going
gonna
to see three.
3 cards.
Oh, those 3 cards went by real fast.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Mitras as well. I'm excited
two
to see
Mitras.
those. And let's do a filter draw. Might as well. You know, I feel like we've got everything we absolutely need, but there could be another clean getaway, another Carpe Diem could be helpful here.
Jonas, we're looking at 2 3/2s. There's 1 Luminal and 1 Project in Catan. Otherwise, it's Send a Message, Vulnerability Audit, and Architect Deployment Test.
Right, this is a vulnerability audit deck.
Didn't see that didn't see that agenda for such a long time, and now all of a sudden it's back.
Now it's everywhere. I actually don't mind that agenda whatsoever. All right, let's see. So Wenjong is now in the green again, very much so. He's got a lot of cash. So does Antoine, for that matter.
Cash means nothing if you can't use it.
Oh, that's so true.
We're not about to start bothering Plural. Plural is in the top 16.
Mm-hmm.
Can worry about Cobra later. Judge is called.
I wonder if he did things in the wrong order with regards to when he determines his mark. I didn't quite see when that happened.
This judge break is brought to you by Agendas. You want them, we got them. You can't have
Yeah, please don't have them.
them. Cranked, we're not going to bother Plural until after the tournament. Just waiting on the ruling.
Yeah, very professional hand signals. Andre's not making any rude gestures. You know, that comes with training. That comes with a lot of experience as a judge. Sometimes you really want to do something terrible, but you know you're on camera. You know you're being watched. Hello, Germany.
All right, so that no free lunch is trashed. Mark HQ.
The mark is HQ. Looks like the no free lunch, we got no value from it. It was just a trash to like fix the game state.
Yeah.
But are we going to run HQ? We could.
At top tables, when a judge comes up, has to make a call on your side, you got to take a moment. You got to sit, take a breath. Don't let it rattle you. Losing a no free lunch is the equivalent of losing 3 credits off that card. But, oh, we've got a run happening. Oh, no, that's a sure gamble.
All right, we got excited. What we're thinking, though. Okay, we're going to Carpe Diem. That means an HQ run. Making some money.
It means seize the day.
That is correct. It does not mean HQ run. It means seize the day. It means message the fish.
MIC.
Right, that is the other code gate. I forgot about that. All right, we're thinking,
That's a rough thing to run into on a shibboleth.
yeah. So 4 real credits and using up the Chesva. But who knows? Maybe this is the winning run anyway.
And Wenjong's still sitting on 8.
It cost him almost half his credits. I'm not sure where that MIC is from. So it looks like, by the way, we used the chest for credits just to power up twinning. We did not end up breaking. No, that's not a scatter field. There have been a few scatter fields here at the Artist Colony, Lord of the Rings themed. Fun.
Wenjong's not playing Scatterfield.
No. Ooh, okay, we got the nice brawn. It's the Alicia Doily Altart brawn. Now we're going to see, are we going to be able to click through? We're thinking about it. Taking a look at archives. What else could be there? We know we haven't seen any Mitra Amons yet, so they could show up at any point. Not that Wenjong necessarily would Mitra in this case. I'm not sure what you could really bring out that would be better than 2 Bioroids.
Some Wenjong fans in chat. Dumping cash.
We're paying for it in cash. We're getting a counter on the Caripera. We're just going to pay 2 for that Boomy.
Boomy's no longer much of a threat.
No, but it's still border control. That took a lot of Antoine's credits, and of course we're using the Leo ability to keep them out.
The tokens on the right are from Print Artificer.
Yeah, they're mostly from the Print Artificer, his token set. Are the Chesva tokens with the Montreal Olympic Stadium, are those from 1070?
I think so.
Cool. And of course, Wenjong is using some great tokens. Yeah, the Print Artificer tokens are the ones that I use.
You can see even the box that they're contained in at the bottom of the screen.
That's right. You can see about half that box. It is a very nicely self-contained little package. Great for traveling. All right. We've got some thinking going on, both from the players and the streamers.
All right. So Bran
okay, so we've allowed the top subroutine on Bran to fire. And
There's
now
the
we're going to
Mitra.
Mitra to bring back a Boomy, which we res for free. Very cool. I mean, all this is doing is forcing out a Mitra, which is nice. You want to make sure that's gone. We are going to break for 2. Or we're going to think about breaking for 2. I think we're going to break for 2.
Antoine may be comfortable with losing a card in hand and going down another core.
I suppose so. Like, it's not like Wenjong has a lot of kill threat available to him. Or any.
Just the one.
Just avoiding program trash. We're going to take another core damage.
Antoine now up to 2 core. And is going to lose a class act.
Class act.
Not a bad hit.
Not terrible. There's probably more useful cards out there.
And
there
it
is a third agenda, though. So I guess Leo couldn't...
Let's see, an architect deployment test?
Yeah. So Wenjong couldn't or chose not to... I'm not sure if there was the same turn as the previous Boomy trash to end the run. But basically, couldn't keep Antoine out. Runner now at 6 points.
Antoine now at match.
But Wenjong has a big window here. Like, that might have been 2 points, but it wasn't the game winner. And Antoine's going to have a really hard time getting back into there.
But Antoine is also sitting on 3 twinning counters.
Yeah, a dig into R&D or HQ at this point would be probably devastating. And Wenchong only has 3 credits to his name as well. So you can probably get into R&D pretty simply. And just see 3 cards. Block R&D.
Class act.
Mm-hmm.
Clean getaway.
Clean getaway.
Archives, which is the mark.
Yep. So it's a quick list, 3 credits. We toss out a fly swatter. I'm not sure what the best way to signify a tag is, honestly. Like, I think the eye says you're being watched effectively enough.
So Jonas Wilson makes a good point. Wenjong needs to get 5 more points.
Yeah.
But there's only 9 minutes left in the round in order to do so. So he's going to have to start playing faster.
That's true. And Antoine is able to get their credits back up pretty quickly because they just have all these useful run events. I mean, I think we've gone through most of the clean getaways and bravados and so on, but that cash comes back quickly and quicklessly.
Now, both Patrick and I have played against Antoine several times.
It's true.
Not a slow roller.
No, not at all.
No.
Pretty quick and snappy local player, honestly. Tranquility home grid. Installing something new there, getting our cash back up.
HQ.
It's on HQ. Now
there is an agenda in HQ.
Yeah, and I'm sure Antoine is sure there is one. But that MIC is chunky.
The MIC is chunky and the shibboleth is not.
No, you have to be really sure you want to get in there. Of course, Chesva credits, we probably can. And once we get in there, we're going to see 3 cards.
Building up for a glory run with time on your side. There's another Chesva.
I think we're going into HQ with this. Yeah, the Print Artificer set also has its own recurring credit tokens. So we're using a couple different sources here. But I'm glad we're repping the Montreal Ken 70 tokens first.
Bravado.
Transfer of Wealth. That is the alt art from this event, commissioned from Adam S. Doyle for this event specifically.
Yep.
So we're going to take some cash, and we're going to get into HQ and see 3 cards. This feels like a solid run. We've got loads of money.
What click are we on? We're on 3. 3 or 4. We had a Chesva install. We had Transfer of Wealth. We had a draw from Class Act.
Yeah, we popped the MIC to end the run. I think this was the last click, and so nothing could happen. We're doing a humanoid resources, so we're getting our money back up.
This may be installing the agenda that we have in hand.
It's possible. But Antoine has 3 transfers in their deck, of course, so I'm sure they'd have drawn the other 2 by now. Like, we may just be waiting on like a multi transfer of wealth turn or something. And we're sprinting with the operation clause of the humanoid resources.
Wenjong's facing the clock at this point.
Yeah, that's true. He's got to make a lot of space just to get a draw here, and even then.
But with 2 Chesva on the table, credits are no longer really that much of a problem for Antoine.
No, Antoine can get in wherever they want, and they can multi-access wherever they want.
There's no scoring window except for the remote at this point. So
also, I think this is purely winners and losers at this point. Like, the top seed will win ties, right? At this stage in the game. Okay, cutting the deck. It's looking a bit thin.
So funnily enough, the Metropole font on Kirta is actually part of the original Fantasy Flight font.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
That's where it comes from.
I didn't know that.
Okay, we're going in R&D. This is the mark.
It is the mark. We're going to get a lot of value to this run.
You gotta hope that that's a Bioroid.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's
All right.
a brand, but that brand may be an expensive border control at this point.
Yeah, and those Chesvas will, I mean, it's still a Caripra. It still starts at 1 strength, but
that drafter is not a threat.
no, not at all. That's 2 credits. All right, so we're counting it up. We're just going to let things fire. We're just doing this another twinning token. Antoine smiling there.
I think at this point you keep the brand. No, total whiff.
Okay. Well, Antoine's got to be thinking, where are the agendas? They've got to be in HQ at this point.
That's Metropole Grid thinking.
Damn it, I've been infected. I spent too much time on Metropole Grid.
That is an Altart Hermes.
Yeah. That might be one of the run together Hermeses. Okay, 3.5 minutes left. Antoine solidly ahead.
There we go.
We are double advancing.
Wenjar just going like, ah.
Yep.
At this point, it's almost worth it just to go, even knowing that might not be a server that he can defend for that much longer, because otherwise he loses on time.
Yep, you can't just lose on time. Okay, we are doing a transfer, though. Going to take...
Oh, just a Boomy. And that Boomy is going to most likely...
No, I don't think he does, because he wants to leave other Bioroids available.
It's gone.
Oh, okay, there we go. Never mind. You ever start saying something you think is smart and then it immediately is wrong?
But it stops the transfer of wealth.
Yep.
Now we're going in.
Going in. Are we going to see 3 cards?
Was that a third transfer of wealth?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget you're tagged.
I don't know if Antoine cares.
I mean, you don't want to lose the twinning. Twinning is how you secure.
But at this point, just hit hard and
yeah. Although I
don't know if you can win in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. We do have a tag. 2. Last card. Is there another agenda in there?
Yeah,
there was. There's the
vulnerability audit. Antoine wins it cleanly.
Good for them.
9-2.
Yep. Well played by both players. Wenjong had to really fight back to get into this game, and it worked out for a while. And now we're just talking about other possibilities, like could I have gotten in there? Maybe, I'm not sure.
I know we got some Wenjong fans in chat. Don't worry, he's just moving to the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Antoine continues onwards in the winner's bracket.
That's correct. Wenjong will get another shot. If he can survive the loser's bracket, he can make it back to the finals. Antoine, though, will have an easier climb up Mount Royal this weekend.
We've seen it before.
I think we have, yeah. All right, this was a really exciting match. We just got a few more minutes until they set up the next round. So why don't we take a quick break, and we'll see who's up next to be on stream.
Stay tuned.
Bye, everybody.
We are back with no.
We are back.
We are. I don't hear me.
So we are back, and
We're back here at Netrunner Americas Continental Championships in Montreal. We are at, yep, there we go. We are at round 2.
we have Sam Keelback versus Wild. So we have Wild on what I believe is Kill Nebula, and Sam on Sable. It's Sable, right? It's not Sable.
It's Sable.
Yeah, so this is I think a matchup that people were planning to see plenty of today, but I think Nebula slightly underrepresented, right?
We actually had, I think there's 3 Nebula in the top 16 and only 7 at the tournament.
Yeah, and only 7 at the tournament, so it converted quite well, actually. Now, granted, Saka is one of those Nebulas. Wild also a very, very good player, so I know that Nebula was something that I was kind of down on coming into the tournament. I'm not sure that it's a idea I would have brought, but clearly the player's doing quite well. So I think that they're just now getting ready to play. They've drawn their openers, and I think they're ready for time to get called in the round to start. How's your day been going, by the way?
I mean, the first round, we had a 4-point first turn Sable. So Antoine just kind of slowly leaning on to Wenjong until that's the game.
Yeah, it's never good to give up 4 points on the first turn.
No.
That's usually where I go, oh, this game is going to be very hard.
Yeah, it was very it was unfortunate, but it's Netrunner.
It is Netrunner. We are playing a card game. There is some variance.
All right.
Yeah. Oh no, they both lost.
Oh, they
So
both lost.
We are in the lower bracket right now.
Lower
This
brackets.
is tournament life.
One of these players will go home.
Yes.
In fact, they will all eventually go home.
We will all be going home. Some of us champions. Or no, one of us champions. I guess for the folks, there's also a startup tournament going on as well. There's a cube draft, so there's other like side events and stuff that are going on as well. I mean, we'll go home champions.
Yes.
Champions of the stream.
Obviously. Our startup players are also playing for alt arts from a local artist, Laurent Duhamel, Petty Cash.
Yes. They're so good. They're great.
I'm so thrilled with the alts that we managed to get for this this weekend.
Would it make sense for me to pull them out on stream eventually? Well, we're getting
they see them in the carousel between rounds.
Oh, amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
All right, looks like we're almost ready to get started. A spin doctor right off the bat. Not a great start for a while.
So we don't.
Oh, except maybe we're just playing a YDL. Maybe
YDL
we're
is
just
a great
getting
play.
rich.
So, and then hopefully I think an ice going somewhere on a central on HQ. That's a perfect place for it. Great opener turn for Nebula.
So we're identifying our marks here. R&D.
R&D is the pick, the roll.
If only we could pick, right?
And a lovely cleaning. I mean, that is the best
Ideal start.
one opener.
Stays.
And sees a touch-ups on top. So Sam now kind of aware of some of the kill threat that is available to the Nebula very early on. And now 2 open market installs as well. And I think that Sam's now thinking about their last click. So this is a very econ heavy opener.
Yeah. Wild spent 12 influence on 3 end of the line. Just absolutely going all in on that kill.
And that is a click 1 and 2 touch-ups from Wild. So the naming, I think event was
Oh, that's 2 transfer of wealths. And well, one of them a clean getaway. Absolutely.
Yeah. The pinhole not particularly relevant in this matchup as it turns out. And getting the flip here. So I think that touch-ups was partially just to get the flip and get tempo and potentially set up a play for the next turn. And Sam still very, very happy with all that economy that they got on their very first turn. I actually don't think that they're too sad about losing that additional touch-up value there because it wasn't breakers, it wasn't tools that are going to get you in, it wasn't draw. It's another clean getaway drawn. Click 2 draw. Click 3 draw. Do you think click 4 draw?
I'm
5 cards in hand currently. So
if I'm Sam at this point, I start wondering about hammering early so that I can get out of the danger zone until we start seeing a lot of end of lines piling up in hand. Sam's deck doesn't actually have a way to interact with touch-ups or end of the line directly. There's no gourmands or no...
Did play the no free lunch though, which is a really great way of getting rid of some of the kill options that Nebula has available to it. And it's another touch-up.
Oof.
It's another touch-up. So already kind of knows what's in the hand. I think that Sam is hoping that this isn't a false lead. And scoring something that having a hard time seeing. What was the score?
That's a
there's
false
the
lead.
false lead.
Yeah.
There's a false lead scored for 1 point. Now, the 1 point not nearly as relevant as the ability itself.
No, we don't care about 1 point. We care about absolutely destroying someone.
We care about creating forks for the runner.
Yeah.
So installing a Nuka. The doctor is here.
Doctor is here. We punch the doctor.
You didn't even have to pay for the doctor.
Wild is not on Mindscaping.
Wild is not on Mindscaping. It's 3 end of the line and
Samaxamoon and a government subsidy.
2 Samaxamoons, 1 government subsidy. I think the Samaxamoons are great choices. They're fairly expensive for curve gear to break, relatively speaking. And they're really a pain in the butt for non-criminals. So Sam just kind of taking a little bit of time here.
I believe the mark rolled was HQ.
Yes.
Don't particularly want to go and play with Mesnechesvo.
Yeah, we do kind of know that I believe that touch-ups requires the card to be advanceable.
Yes.
So we know that that piece of ice is Mesnechesvo. This is an open deck list format, so Sam is able to look at the deck list and say, okay, Mesnechesvo is the only piece of advanceable ice in the deck. So we definitely know that's a Mesnechesvo.
So touch-ups must be a card you can advance.
Yes. And so Sam here is making a really cool play that I think is very interesting. I like it, just forcing Wild to res the Mesnechesvo by boomering it, seeing a card on HQ and flipping.
Yeah.
Knowing that he's going to lose the 3 credits there.
Kurapira makes a appearance.
Kurapira and Echelon. And then I think...
So we think that's mostly for the Echelon. Honestly.
Yeah, I think so. So you do need to break the Samax at some point.
Yeah, the Samaxamoon is a thing, but there isn't a ton of ice in this deck.
Yeah.
2 Doomscroll, 2 Mesni,
and
3 Mesni, or sorry, 2 Doomscroll, 3 Mesnis, 2 Serevnas, and 2 Samaxamoons.
And generally speaking, the face check that you want to avoid the most is the unsmiling Serevna. The Doomscroll being a tag and 1 net damage is a lot less punishing of a face check, so you kind of want to have the Echelon at 2 strength.
I mean, I don't want to tag. Do you want to tag?
You don't want to tag, but you can think of it as a 2 clicks for the run, 2 credits and 1 card from hand, which is a reasonable cost to pay.
No.
Versus 2 net damage, a tag, and letting the corp draw 2.
Yeah.
That's a huge swing in tempo for just $1 more. But it's easier to break once it's set up. So Doomscroll a little bit more taxing, Serevna a little bit better of a face check, and that is in fact a Doomscroll. And Sam's like, what are you gonna do?
Yep.
And so Sam opting to take kind of that face check punishment instead of using the Echelon to break.
That's a transfer of wealth.
And that's a hold on top.
Oh no.
Now, notably, I believe that Wild here is exactly on 4 credits. So Wild is taking the time to think about if they're going to activate this or not. Because, and we get a view of the hand.
There's a couple of next big things up there.
So this is two next big things, a Behold, an Oppo, and I believe I saw an end of line in hand. So if Wild were to activate this, Wild would not actually be able to make use of the Oppo credits, so opts to keep the credits.
Yep. I would. At this point, the tags aren't going to do you much good.
Yeah, I think that if Sam was a little poorer, then Wild here could choose to try to make some sort of play happen with the false lead, but just can't put it together. Not worth the tempo hit at this time.
No.
Especially without being able to bounce back. And I think that Sam is probably intuiting a lot from Wild choosing not to pay for the Behold.
Yeah. And also, Sam choosing not to trash.
Yes, so Sam choosing not to trash is entirely because he didn't want to turn on Oppo. Turning on Oppo would allow Nebula to get a flip back.
Yeah.
Play an operation, and it would only cost 1 credit to do that. So Sam, it looks like installing Class Act, drawing up.
Not a protective class act this time around, though.
Not a protective Class Act. I think that Sam is reading into that Wild doesn't have much going for him in his hand, needs to draw into things. So saying, I can just go credit, play Class Act, and take a turn off.
Wild just has to wait for Sam to make a mistake. Maybe hit another Behold once Wild can take advantage, because that false lead is right there and it is juicy. That no free lunch is going to have to find its way off the table, though, if Wild's going to.
Yeah, so I think that the false lead here is one of the, touch up to end of the line, kill Nebula is kind of like a 2-part game plan. Step 1 is score out false lead.
Let's gamble.
And then that turns on the rest of your game plan.
Shibboleth hits the table. Useful for the echelon at this point.
Yes.
Clean getaway.
Very useful for the echelon. This is a clean getaway on what I presume would be the mark.
That's a successful run. Or indeed,
Successful run.
hitting, I think that was a Messney. Yes, that is the 2-player training mat.
So the no free lunch actually kind of helps counteract some of the false lead pressure here.
Yeah.
In a big way. So I think Sam is feeling fairly comfortable right now in this board state.
While creating a new remote, possibly it's just a second Spin Doctor.
Could be a second Spin Doctor.
Might be a Regolith.
Nebula does love to put on table Beholds as well. And I think that we know that Wild has 2 Beholds in hand. Had 2 Beholds in hand.
I mean, we saw Saka with 2 Beholds on the table.
Yeah.
Winning a clutch game yesterday.
Yeah. I was actually talking to Saka after that game. And Saka let me know that, we don't have audio. And sorry, I think we should talk about what's going on here.
So Spin Doctor just put a touch-ups back in.
So this is just
didn't cash the other card.
Yes. So Saka went 2 table Beholds, and both of the players, we don't have audio. They were actually bantering back and forth about knowing the other card was the Behold.
Right.
And they had some of that banter and mind gaming of it before Rudino went and checked the Behold. We went and checked, and it was in fact the second Behold. That's actually some of my favorite parts of Netrunner. Is that in-person experience.
Predictive planogram.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it for the cash.
The cash and the flip. So I think after that Spin Doctor turn, Wild's feeling a little bit more comfortable here in his position.
Yeah. That Messney's doing a very good job of keeping HQ relatively safe, so we can hold on to it. Although at this point, HQ is just holding death.
It was. I'm curious how many next big things maybe even made it into the bin. If Wild's just holding on to them. Because we do have the Shibboleth installed. Sam can choose to run HQ and flip. It's just going to take a little bit of time. A little bit of time, a little bit of economy. Now, Sam is also on a 1x leech as well. So if Sam finds a leech, then HQ runs, before threat 4 actually become very efficient for Sam.
Yeah.
Leech or Shezva, I guess I should say.
Now, if you're Sam at this point, does this make you bold, aggressive, or are you just realizing at this point that there's a lot less that Wild can do?
So with the second no free lunch installed here, you actually have now been able to fully negate false lead plays. Like a single false lead play can get fully negated by a no free lunch. And what that means is that Sam is in, I would say, a very controlling position. All three breakers, the ability to touch any card that he wants, he just has to, excuse me, they have to pay for it. Wild knowing that, so Wild's now running out another piece of ice.
Yeah. Wild, I think at this point, realizing that it's becoming increasingly unlikely that he's going to be able to kill Sam. Not without some pretty solid trickery on his part.
Yes. And I think that, so we often think of Nebula as a remoteless deck, right? You just fast advance things from hand and you try to kill them. And
It's a new class act.
one of the avenues that I think players should lean into is knowing when to make a remote.
Yeah.
This is, I think, a very heads-up play from Wild.
Sam's also pretty lucky, only running 2 no free lunches, and yet both of them on the table.
And that is another false lead scored.
Ah.
So bringing Wild up to 2 points, but of course the points are not the relevant part here. So now I think that we can think of this game state very similarly to a single false lead scored out, no free lunch installed.
Yep. Because if we have a full strength oppo fire, we can get rid of 2 of them with the no free lunches, but both false leads can just pop and you're stuck with 2 tags.
Exactly. So that is, I said no free lunch, and
yeah,
because the card is titled no free lunch, I should say 0 copies of no free lunch installed.
Yeah.
But yes, two false leads scored is very restrictive. One of the interesting interactions that people should know about false lead is that to drop clicks, to actually steal the runner's clicks, they need to have they need to have at least 2 clicks remaining. So if you run first click, you have 3 clicks remaining.
Yeah.
If they pop a single false lead, they are not able to pop the second false lead because you only have 1 click remaining.
That's correct. A bravado hits the table. Where are we running?
So this is a run, I think, on Archives, it looks like here, which I'm going to assume is the mark, but this might also be for kind of a leech buck. And
Spin doctor.
Bonus. Yep, so that's a spin. So I think that signals that maybe one of the next big things was, in fact, binned. And I think that at this point, what we have in the game is a very thinky game. Both players are going to have to kind of evaluate exactly what they think their reach is, what they think their risk is.
This has become a fencing match.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, round 10, we had a brawl. We just had big haymaker swings at each other.
Yeah.
This, very fine, delicate.
Yes. And notably, Nebula is not flipped. So, you know, Nebula's kill options are, you know, very expansive when they are basically a 4-click corp. So I think that we are, you know, this game feels like it's on the knife's edge at this point, and you know, we're at 2-0 in terms of the agenda score. But I think that this game could go, ooh,
Next big thing.
So
Sam's now up to 3 points.
Wild had the next big thing in the bin, had the spin doctor, chose not to spin it back, presumably because Wild thinks that they have a line with Oppo to potentially either drag out the no free lunches and force them to be popped, or just straight up a kill angle. Now, Sam does have a stone chip installed, which double no free lunch single stone chip installed. I
It's
think
about as
Wild.
protected as you can get.
I think Wild has his work cut out for him.
Yeah. Because that stone chip is also the one of in the deck.
Finding those exact copies is really important, and then a
Transfer
transfer of wealth. And now this is what I was saying about the number of clicks mattering. I'm gonna assume that Sam is doing this. I think they're pointing at the threat 4 tax on Shibboleth.
Mm-hmm.
For clarification, Shibboleth is still at strength 3. I
An
believe
elite
that Sam
counter.
is doing this with 1 click left. That is my assumption, so that way it's not, so that they don't end the
It's
turn
a
tag
big HQ touch-ups.
touch-ups. And then clearing the tag. Yeah, so that was one click left. So with 2 clicks remaining, playing the transfer of wealth, so that way a false lead cannot be popped to keep you with the tag.
We're popping that next big thing. Filter your draw, Wild.
So the players talking a little bit about game state, asking, I think, how many cards in hand. Chuckling back and forth.
I have fondness for next big thing. That's one of the cards that I got to spoil in spoiler season. So
Oh, amazing.
yeah,
I
that
mean,
and touch-ups.
the art is fantastic. I mean, you must know this since you saw the high-res art.
Yeah.
Ryu is like pictured.
Yeah, it's
in it.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Great art, great card. Hate to see it when you're across.
I actually had to score out. I was forced to score out the next big thing.
Who scores out next big thing?
Exactly. But I actually did win that game that I was playing. I won that game, and
It's because you're safer.
sure. I think I played well, but we were just playing for fun and talking about how to make the Kill Nebula deck, like how to play it like as optimally as possible and stuff. So
That is a net 6 yodel.
I think the turn there looked
Or
like
net 5.
it was
And there's the Oppo.
that's Oppo research. So
All right. Sam, you've got 4 tags.
have
What are you
4
gonna do about
tags.
it?
You saw the touch-ups in hand. And you have 2 no free lunches. You have a stone chip. And so we'll see if Wild has an action here first. Wild could choose to just say, I'm going to sack both false leads and end your turn before it even starts.
Yep.
I think if that happens, then Sam is very likely to pop the stone chip and may actually not choose to pop the NFLs until the corp takes their first click.
Yep.
I think Wild.
2 out of the lines. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
just
over.
Just showing that Wild had the touch-ups end of line play, and that's enough to beat everything.
Yep.
Well played from Wild. I think also well played from Sam.
Yeah.
It turns out that having both false leads scored out makes things very difficult, and having what I think we actually already saw 2 touch-ups played, so I think that was either
Yeah.
the third copy or a copy that got spinned back. So having
Yeah, we spun back at touch-ups.
we spun back at touch-ups.
Yeah.
I think that Wild was in a rough position with their hand state kind of earlier on in the game when there was like next big thing,
Yeah.
and a couple other pieces, but found a really good way of navigating out of that position. So very well played. But sometimes you just say, okay, you got to have it.
Yeah.
And it turns out that, Wild had it 2 times in a row to score out the false leads. And that is unfortunately Sam Keelback out of the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, Sam had every bit of their protection on the table.
Yeah.
2
Yep.
no free lunch, 1 stone chip chart room. That's what they've got to protect against just this. But you can't beat 2 false leads, touch-ups, and 2 end of the lines.
Yeah, exactly. I think having the kill pieces in hand is like the question that gets asked. And it turns out, okay, had the Oppo, was able to feed the next big thing, and then had touch-ups, end of line is 10 cards from hand.
Yeah.
I think technically you have to name the cards with touch-ups, but If you have it, you have it.
Yeah.
So
Well, either way, an interesting end, but unfortunately an end to Sam's climb up at Continentals.
yeah, yeah. So I'm sad to see them go so early.
Yeah.
They did very well. I think ending third in Swiss on the day, but two like early losses, and it's a double limb format. That's what
Yep.
happens. So yeah.
But hey, that means we've got still a ton more Netrunner coming up for us. We're going to see if we can find somebody to drag on camera so that we can give you some more content while we're waiting for them to end. But stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And we are back. I have Steve here with me, currently 1-1 in the top cut to talk about the tournament and how it's going. How are you doing, Steve?
I'm doing all right.
Awesome.
Yeah. Don't really know how.
Tell me about how your tournament's been going so far.
It actually went way better than expected.
Awesome.
I think my only loss yesterday was to a Leo deck that
Okay.
just completely shut me out.
Yeah.
Just because it kept resing fly swatters on my botuluses. And
That will happen.
Mitra to Boomy from Archives to trash another botulus. And
Yeah.
it was brutal, and I just couldn't find a way to get in.
Yeah, so you're on Bless Sebless Seb, aka I believe I'm gonna
It's
assume
the deck list of the week, literally.
the deck list of the week. There you go.
Yeah.
So Hoshiko,
Yeah.
Seb into Hoshiko, yeah.
Yeah,
Which
basically.
I think is like Audrey, right? Primarily Audrey
Yeah.
and Botuluses. So
Audrey Botulus.
turns out that Fly Swatter is a really good against that deck.
Yeah, and it turns
Very,
out
very good.
like when you don't draw a crew and waits to recur crew, the deck kind of
Yeah.
has problems.
The
So-
number of times in which I have been searching for crew, I have an Audrey, I have a counter, I'm playing Seb,
Mhm.
and I transfer, and then there's a Fly Swatter in HQ. I cannot tell you the number of times that has happened to me this weekend.
Yeah, I mean that didn't happen too much because there was only one matchup in the Swiss for me where I had to deal with this fly swatter. Only losing once meant that I got to ID for the last 2 rounds. So
That's good. That's very good. So you said the tournament is going better than expected. What
Way
were your
better than
expectations?
yeah,
What were your expectations coming?
hopefully getting top half.
I mean,
I
you did meet that expectation.
Yeah, it's really weird. I always come to events like this, or well, I did, but like I always used to come to events like this, and I would just be hoping to do well,
Mm-hmm.
with the expectation that like I had decent preparation. I know my decks inside out, and like, I generally understand where the meta's at.
Yeah.
But I don't really expect to like win as much as I do. You know what I mean? Like I kind of expect to go like maybe 6-4, 7-3, and maybe 7-3 can get there, but maybe not breakers or
Right.
anything.
Right.
And I don't know, somehow it just works out. I got really, really lucky yesterday to be able to get to draw.
Mm-hmm.
The last 3 games I played were absolute nail biters.
Yeah.
Super thrilling. As much as I don't like the decks that are involved,
Sure.
the games themselves were like really intense.
games?
Yeah.
Or, like, would you call it like good games of Netrunner, or like? Okay, so there's like the value judgment thing, right? Of like,
One of them was 2 of them were really good games of Netrunner.
Okay.
And one of them was a game that I think I was like less than 5% to win.
oh wow,
Yeah.
wow, and you pulled it out.
Somehow.
Good on you. Good on you.
Yeah.
So I think that it is a testament to like skill, right? When you yes, you may have gotten lucky because you might have had 5% odds, but the entire thing is that you play to your outs,
Right.
right? And when you're able to consistently do that, then you're able to take wins that you wouldn't
Yeah,
otherwise.
that's what I tell myself to let myself like not put myself down. But
Well, fine. You just got luck. No, I'm just
I
like,
mean, yeah.
look, everyone I think has variance in the game. We all accept it. Like we're playing a card game. We're playing a card game where there's natural variance built into the game, but and sometimes agendas just get touched, and that's what happens.
Yeah, or in this case, agendas just didn't get touched.
Agendas just didn't get touched.
Yeah, I actually the last 2 rounds I played in the Swiss were actually like great stories.
Okay,
'Cause,
tell me about them.
The first one of the last 2 rounds, well, not the last 2 rounds I played today, Swiss, right? The first one I was playing a Yuko against a Sable deck.
Okay.
And that Sable deck got their econ early. They managed to trash all the key assets, had all the pinholes at the right times. I was stuck on not being able to do anything. Ayuko fired like 2-3 times all game.
Yes, and this is the
Period.
oppo
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah
So barely didn't manage to
yep
didn't get to do anything. But I did get to score a 5-3 early. I got to score
that's something. Fuji.
Fuji. Yeah, I got to score Fuji early.
Yep.
And then, or no, it wasn't a Fuji. It was a see how they run, and then I scored the Fuji.
I'm okay. So you were just like on 5 points.
So I was just on 5 points.
Nice.
My opponent had taken a longevity serum from me.
Mhm.
They'd gotten a regenesis from me.
Okay.
And at one point, I had put a regenesis in a server that
Mhm.
I felt okay about them not wanting to run into.
Okay.
But they had Hermes in play, and I had put Sting in the bin because I had nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Like nothing better to put in there, and no real way to make any recursion happen because he trashed most of it. I wasn't drawing any of it, and I think there was like one like really high in R&D on the very last turn, but of course I was not drawing. So he went and ran R&D or archives.
Yep.
Found the Sting for the 4th point.
Yep.
This is like minutes before time was called.
Okay.
Gets to 4 points.
Yep.
He's been digging R&D with the twinning the entire game.
Yep.
Hasn't seen anything. I've got like no agendas in hand at all as well. 0 protection on HQ.
Mm-hmm.
He bounces one of my 2 face down R&D ice, which I was probably never going to res into 2 Chesvies.
Fair.
And like continues to like just get more cards back because it was a Sting and then start digging. And I drew a Mindscaping for the turn. Play Mindscaping. See a card. I don't remember what it was. Next card was Fuji. I put an end of the line back on top. Because Oppos were not helping me that much. They were slowing him down, but like I was never landing the end of the line. But I needed something that wasn't going to be an agenda on top.
Yep.
And then I ended the turn with a Regenesis in the server, 3 cards in hand. One's a Fuji, the others don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And an R&D that's totally ready for him to go twinning on with like 10 cards left and 4 agendas in it.
Yep. Yep.
He goes and twinnings.
Yep.
Top card I know is
in the
is a
line.
whiff.
So he sees 2 fresh cards.
Next card, Spin Doctor, trash.
Yep.
Next card, Sting. And by the way, when I ended my turn,
Yeah.
time was called.
I see where this is going.
Yeah. So he has the Sting.
Mm-hmm.
Bounces one of the R&D ice that I just replaced.
Diluting HQ.
Dilutes HQ.
Force trigger, not a May trigger.
Yeah. I've been acting the entire time like HQ has nothing in it.
Yep. Yep.
Right? And it hasn't had anything in it. There's been nothing in HQ.
Right.
Absolutely nothing. So I'm doing my best to make sure he's not running there, but like it's open. It's wide open. If he'd gone there first thing,
Then
I'm
you
lose.
lose.
It's lost.
Yep.
It's over. His Hermes bounces ice.
That's very funny.
And then he runs HQ. And misses the one
And
misses the one at 4.
sees 3, right?
Sees 0 because he had run R&D.
Sees 3 cards, right? With twinning. Oh no, just
saw
see
3
one.
cards with twinning.
Yes.
And he had 1 counter left on twinning. He went R&D again, saw 2 cards, the card under, not an agenda.
Okay.
Went in HQ, missed the 1 and 4, lost the game.
Yep. Yeah.
There were, and by all rights, I should have lost. Because I passed my turn like 5 seconds before time called, I got to score out the 6th point to win 6-5.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
But that was a lost game. If there was no time around,
I
that
get what
game
you're
is I'm lost.
That is where tournaments do differ. Like tournament play differs because you know, it would be lovely if we could just play out games and have everything be perfect, but ultimately logistics are incredibly like relevant to our lives, right? And to play, like we can't have games go on forever because you would have people sitting around waiting, and like tournament structures everywhere matter, and how they handle matter. And that means that yes, there's variance in the game, but also like one of the tournament skills is playing to time, and that's something that like I'm under practiced in, right? And I didn't play for in COS, and I probably lost 2, maybe 3 games on Corp that I could have won if I just played to time.
Yeah, like I had looked over at the clock, saw 10 seconds left, and I just went, I'm passing the turn as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And I might not have made the best plays necessarily to win the game because of that.
Yeah.
But it turned out that my opponent just happened to hyperfixate on R&D enough
Yeah.
that I managed to sneak out of that with a win.
Yeah.
And then the next round was also silly because my opponent had a 1-4 to win the game in that game.
Yep.
At the very, very end. And then in the next game, I'm playing against a false lead Ayuko deck.
Mm-hmm. False lead Ayuko deck is interesting.
False lead Ayuko kill deck.
Yep.
You know, all the normal Ayuko kill stuff, but with false lead agendas
Instead of
in there.
Regenesis, right? That's the
Probably
usual
instead of
thing.
Regenesis.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
imagine.
their list.
I'm not familiar with their game yet.
Yeah, but they managed to score 2 false leads on me.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were up
Right.
on 3
So it
points.
looks like we're gonna go to the next round very soon.
yeah.
But thanks for coming and hanging out.
Sure.
I'm gonna let you go and get ready for the next round because you still got more games to play.
Hopefully I get more stories to tell.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do. Good luck with the rest of your games,
you.
and we'll be back in a few. Don't go anywhere. And we're back.
Welcome back. I'm Eric Hayden,
I'm Safer.
and this is round 3 of the top cut of American Continentals.
Yeah. And we have a phenomenal matchup on our hands here. Both players are 1-1. So playing for their tournament lives here again. Loser goes home. On Corp, we have Jang, unofficial title, the People's Champion. And Emily, unofficial title, the People's Champion. Emily, I think, is a fascinating player. Showed up to this tournament. I believe it's their first tournament.
First tournament.
Yes, I believe so. And I believe Andre said that they that her goal was to just win a single game.
A single game. And here she is.
Having won a single game in top cut, and I believe the last round dropped her game to Saka. So
Yeah, and I was watching
pretty
that.
good performance so far.
Yes. Getting the single ping with Saka as your opponent is fully respectable. Also, already has 7 points. Gonna win. Automatic win. No. Sorry, producer.
You
Not,
know, unofficially, this is the game for the title of People's Champion. So a lot on the line here for Wenjang.
that is funny. So we have Leo, which we've seen a fair amount of. I don't know if Wenjang's Leo has any particular spice.
There is
we have the deck
spice in it. There is some spice. So there's a Mitra Amon.
It's not our deck list?
This is not the one. There's a Mitra Amon in it. This one is Emily's, and this one is. We're gonna find it.
Just 1 second.
Definitely have some very interesting deck lists. I think
That's good.
Wenjang known for some innovative and creative deck building, and the LEO list is, in my opinion, no different.
And Wenjang's run has been lat this entire tournament, and I believe
That is correct.
last round played against a purple deck.
Yes.
I walked by and saw a purple deck with a lot of ice stacked up and somehow pulled out a win there. So
Anacam Lat, nonetheless. Not just
Anacam lat.
Anacam Lat.
I love an Anacam deck. So Emily's deck is, let's talk about the influence bend. So it's a Moosely Hot.
I believe that Wenjang's list.
I have it over here somewhere. But for right now, right, we have some very exciting influence. We have Charm Offensive, a single Charm Offensive,
Yup.
and 2 finalities, 2 burners, and a buy-in bands. And otherwise, we have a single reprise,
An Estabrado.
Estabrado.
Mhm.
So what is the Charm Offensive tech? Is there something, is it just for a discard? We have
So-
no other ice trashing abilities.
I'm going to assume that it's there as a piece to help kind of with asset matchups and even some like glacier matchups.
Yes.
Or like an LEO matchup is actually going to be quite relevant. So we're off to a
Yeah.
great start from Wenjang here of a hedge fund install, and a click one bravado shown. Well, not click one. Bravado shown.
Moosely Hot
for
reveal.
Moosely Hot, yeah.
All right, click one here. Emily's got this great card holder. I think is an awesome idea. Stops you
Yeah.
fidgeting from cards and revealing things you don't need to. So sure gamble, click one. Classic start on both sides. Getting 4 credits out of the gate, always good.
I think that Emily's off to a great start here. You show bravado, you play your hedge fund, and now has options looking down this LEO list. And
We just bravado.
I think that just bravadoing here is great. Force the corp to spend some money, get some information, and draft.
It's a
her.
clean getaway, probably archives, we assume.
It assume so.
Yeah.
Looks like taking the money here, so that is in fact probably clean getaway on archives. But yeah, I like just early poking and pressuring and just saying like, hey, I'm going to make you spend your money.
Yeah.
And I think that we actually see seamless double agenda in hand from Wenjang.
Third click here, maybe playing around an MIC. Third click here might be a good time to do a face check. You're not worried about a drafter really, although the hedge fund coming back to hand would be a little ugly.
Hedge fund coming back to hand is not great, but this is probably the single best time to face check a drafter.
Click for credit.
So we have money.
Install Reza Spin Doctor. So this might be signifying a little flood. We're not quite sure.
Well, we know.
Install.
We
I
know
haven't
we
seen the
saw
hand.
We saw 2 agendas in hand.
Yeah.
And a seamless. So I think that this is a very quick push out from Wenjang.
Yep. We see no reveal on the Moosely Hot.
let's see what Emily chooses to do here. Where if she's going to apply any pressure, we know she has the bravado in hand, so she could just let it rip on a server. Both players talking a little bit.
Okay.
We see a doll
So in Matryoshka.
and Emily communicating some things.
Hosting.
Okay.
So now we can actually use the Matryoshka.
Yeah, now this bravado becomes basically good anywhere. And I'm going to take a quick look through Wenjong's list. I don't see any. Oh, nope. There are 2 copies
Transfer
of Hammer.
of wealth. We're transferring. And we res a Boomy.
That is a boomy. So Elio has a unique ability to blank this transfer of wealth. If Wenjong chooses to, can use the Elio ability to trash the boomy and stop the run event.
So we're using the hosted Matryoshka to break the Boomy. And we have a successful transfer of wealth.
Transfer of wealth connects. I think to not use the Elio ability here. It sees the seamless launch. We know that there is one agenda in hand. So.
Unfortunately, now can't break with Matryoshka on the remote at this point, so we can't go pursue that even with a bunch of money.
True.
So this may be an early score.
I see. So Emily is looking off to the side, looking at the corporation deck list because of this is an open deck format. So I think she's probably looking at it and saying, okay, what do I think is in that is in that remote? What am I scared of?
Yep. See the score. So advanced, seamless. This is an whatever architects maybe.
I believe it's an architect deployment.
It is. Yep. Great early score.
Great early score, but Wenjong does go down to 0 credits to make that score happen.
This does res I. So I think, are we patching R&D? I wonder. There's one other agenda in hand, right?
There is one other agenda in hand, but you do have your boomy resed there. So HQ,
right,
relatively speaking, is the least incentivized server to run.
Right. Yeah. So the R&D, just protecting it so you can get something to tax there. Seems reasonable.
To be honest, I think I might put this on the remote.
Yeah.
But Wenjong can also signal here a little bit. Hey, I think the points are the hammer. The hammer
on R&D
comes out. That's great.
That's a big tax.
That's great. So 2 copies of Hammer in the list, and I really, really like this adaptation from Wenjong here, kind of predicting that dolls would show up frequently, and this is the matchup for the Hammer.
I think this makes a lot. That ice in particular makes a lot of sense on R&D. You don't really want it on the remote.
Yep.
It doesn't keep anyone out if it needs to. So it's just a real heavy tax on R&D.
Yeah, and so with this ADT going on R&D here, Wenjong, even though is on 0 credits, does in fact have a resed ice on both centrals.
Yep, and knows the next 4 cards coming, and you can see them tapped sideways on the top of the deck as a mnemonic to help you remember, okay, I know what these are. It does at least sometimes remind your opponent. In this case, it doesn't give anything away because they don't know the cards, but if they are known to everybody, then sometimes that's a way for them to say, oh, I don't actually remember, and not make a misplay there. But here, 2 clicks.
So I think that's a draw. I think Emily's got to be looking at the bravado in hand and saying, well, you don't have any credits here, so.
So draw probably because the top was known and wanted to see one more.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that was like draw, and then see them at the same time.
Yeah.
Normally you'd want to see what the first card drawn was, but Emily had seen that as a Moosely Hot reveal prior. So bravado.
So bravado HQ here. I think this is great. Play it.
Ooh.
Steals the send a message.
Stealing a send message. Very, very good.
It's big. And that is an MIC resed on R&D. So
R&D is very protected.
R&D is big. We have 2 beefy, chunky ice.
Yep. Send a message is an agenda that, on steal or score lets you res a piece of ice for free. It lets the corp res ice. Which is an important piece in a lot of these Leo decks that just want to have very few agendas. We saw a bunch yesterday running vulnerability audits, so you can have effectively 7 agendas in the deck.
Yeah, and Wenjong is on 8 here. So Wenjong with the 2 architect deployment tests, 2 send a message, 2 vulnerability audits.
And then I see a sure gamble on top of the bravado. Was that two sure gambles following up the bravado?
I think Emily only had 1 click left, so I think it would be a single.
Yes, it was the single. Oh,
Wenjong just went 3 credits past her.
Oh, yeah, that was quick. Okay. And now we are unclicking. Emily's unclicking the clicks. So first click was turned to blue. Some folks
First
flip
click
them all
draw.
back up. Some people toggle back and forth. Yeah.
First click draw, and Emily's thinking about the second click here.
Chesva, excellent. HQ pressure right now
Mhm.
is real. It does seem like, given the decision of resing the hammer or placement the hammer, that there may not be any more agendas in HQ at this point, but it doesn't hurt to go poke with the Chesva when we're not worried about a measured response or anything like
Yeah.
that.
I really like this play because you are still getting information and getting accesses here, which I think is worth the
And getting money from the bravado.
how much? I think it's a single credit without the it would, I think, be naturally 3 to break,
Seeing another hammer.
seeing another hammer, and that is great information to have.
Yep. We expect that to probably get put on HQ pretty soon, as soon as it is reasonable to rest.
Yeah, another 1 hammer on R&D, 1 hammer on HQ for dolls is going to be really tricky. And in Emily's list, I think that we're looking at, I'm not seeing a way for her to avoid the hammers.
Right. And so just that top text, right, during an encounter with these size, runners cannot break more than one of its printed subroutines except using killers. The Matryoshkas are AI breakers. They are not killers. So they fall short of that and can't deal with they can only deal with one of the subroutines, and they are nasty subs.
And it turns out that Emily is opted to not run any killers in her list.
Right.
She has a single Fractor, probably for some Moon, but no killers. So those hammers are going to be incredibly difficult for Emily to navigate throughout this.
Yeah, and the Fractor's Marjana, which is a pretty ugly, like inefficient breaker, right? But it
You got to
does
do
the
what
job.
you got to do.
Yeah,
Exactly. You got to do what you got to do.
2. Is another third bravado.
HQ and Wenjong on 4 credits, so not concerned about a hammer res here.
Suspect it's a hammer. It can't be, right? That's 6 credits to res, only on 4.
And if there's no res here, this bravado's just making another buck. That ice
Right.
res made you another credit.
Right. If there's an agenda in hand, do you think that we pop the boomy? Do you think that Wenjong pops the boomy for Leo?
That's a great question. I need to know how many cards. If there are 3, I would say no, because unfortunately
It's not the game yet.
Well, you weren't able to res the ice. You do
Right.
this. The runner still has 2 clicks. They just run back.
just
twice.
run back.
You run
Exactly.
back twice.
Okay, there's a Brawn. That is a World Alt Art Brawn.
Yeah.
Emily familiarizing herself with that art there. Alt arts are an interesting thing for a newer player to kind of to deal with, and that one looks very different from the base art.
Yeah. And notably, Emily choosing to keep the tag from that transfer of wealth for a while. I think when she was looking in the list, seeing like, okay, what happens if I am tagged? And
Nothing.
the answer is predictive planogram.
Oh, there is a predictive.
There's
There's 2
predictive
predictives.
planogram, but
Fair enough.
all things considered, not a particularly high.
Yeah,
bar.
no greasing the palms. So it's draw and money, and that's great for Wenjong.
Yeah.
I think he'd be very happy to play that card right now if he top decks into it.
Yeah, I mean, Wenjong would be very happy for a predictive planogram, gaining 3 credits and drawing 3 cards here. Popping the Spin Doctor, I think Emily just made a run, forced that out.
So let's say that is the hammer and it becomes viable to res it.
Yeah.
Is Emily's strategy now then just camp the remote?
I think so. And what happens is if you ever are able to successfully touch another agenda in 6 points, you can then build up and eventually just say, yeah, I'm going to sack these dolls. That's totally fine. I think Emily can also go with the strategy of holding on to dolls, not installing them, because she only has committed 2 dolls to this.
Right.
So she can make a run, let Hammer trash it, and then in the future, install a fresh set of dolls.
What is the console? Do we have a console? Is this a consoleless list?
It could very well be.
Docklands Pass, Swift.
Oh, Swift.
So if we get the Swift down, we can also install a second set of dolls to protect them from Hammer, reprise, revealing the reprise.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is an interaction I'm not familiar with. If you have 2 set of dolls out, can you break 2 subs on Hammer with the separate pairs of dolls? You'd have to boost both to strength and then
Yes.
break one sub with both of
Yeah,
them.
you boost them separately.
Yeah,
They're
so
independent
that
entities.
does work. Oh, man, it's-
I believe so.
it shows you
I'm
how
no
much
judge.
I've played dolls.
Yeah, they're fun. They've gained a lot of popularity, especially in Mostly Hot,
Mhm.
because they're free draw. It's 6 free draw.
6 free draw, and actually they kind of work a little bit like Bankar.
We're playing Carpe Diem, so we're going to identify a mark here.
And which mark are you hoping to hit here?
Like HQ? Nah. Oof. I think maybe we just don't run. I think this is
Yeah,
just
I
running
think
money.
I think we're not running. I don't think we're
HQ
running.
is scary enough because your dolls are potentially, you can break the doll, the subroutine that kills your
You can.
dolls. But then what are the other 2 subs on that? Once that fires, it's give a tag.
Take a
and-
tag and
It's all
install it as
hardware.
which means you can just kind of run through.
Yeah, that's dead. That's a blank sub right now.
Yes. But you know what? I neglected to think about it.
Yeah, so you can
Neglected.
take the tag.
So you can
There are
take the tag,
2 tags now.
2 tags.
I think maybe that was I might have let that slip by in conversation, but that might have been a hammer tag, or was it a second transfer?
So it was 1 transfer, and then she is running R&D, and that is a steal. And we're getting up to 5 points here.
Architect. So is that the last 2-pointer? No, there's a luminal on the list, and
There's a
and a
luminal.
project Ingatan.
There's no 1-pointers. That's the key thing. So any agenda you touch is game at this point.
It is. That's right. Any
Single agenda that
2
Emily is able to
vulnerabilities.
touch. There are 5 left total in play. So Emily's game plan is now just let me and there's
Reprise.
reprise.
reprising, bouncing.
Reprise also
Hammer?
makes a run. So you
It does.
could bounce the resed hammer, force Wenjong to pay for it again in the future.
Oh, I love the reprise play. It is a singleton in the list, right?
It is a single
Singleton
correct.
at the best possible time.
Yeah.
Bopping the MIC.
So bopping the MIC.
Again, it is a blank. Everything else is a blank beside the tag, right? You can just break the single subroutine
Mhm.
that matters here about trashing programs.
And then making the run on R&D here.
Flip. We
And that
see
is
the
a send a
game.
message.
Oh my
goodness.
Oh, wow. What a game. That was
Well then.
incredible. The reprise for the win is so solid. I am so excited to have seen that happen.
Just touch points.
Just touch points.
Just touch points. That's how you win games.
wow.
You just touch the cards.
These are fantastic games. Congratulations to Emily.
Congratulations to Emily.
Now this was Wenjong's knocked out, removed from the tournament.
Wenjong
Sadly.
sadly, unfortunately, goes home.
What a fantastic play to both players here. A little back foot for Wenjong on some very good accesses, good
Yes.
and lucky accesses, right? Luck always comes into
Luck
to
always
play.
comes into play. And I think this is the reason why we've seen some players opt into the 7 agenda list. Just because sometimes you're checking your pulse.
Yeah, it's a little high.
Oh, hi. Intense.
I just timed it. Wow. What a game.
That is wild. So that is a very quick, I think, what would typically be a glacier game that would go on for a while.
Right. Leo really needs to set up, and I think Emily did a great job of applying pressure, seeing all 3 bravados early on.
Yes.
Getting that economy, getting the Matryoshkas,
Yes.
2 of them installed hosted pretty early is basically key to success in that deck, and keeping Wenjong on the back foot with money.
Yeah, and reprise is a card that can be very swingy, like it can, but it also can completely blow open games, and that's kind of what happened there. I would say that even if Emily doesn't, get another agenda right off of the top of that,
Wenjong's still in a really, really tough spot.
Exactly.
How do you push an agenda in that situation?
How do you push an agenda? You're on 6 credits. Your MIC just got bounced. You're able to walk through a hammer by just taking a tag effectively and paying paying a single credit off using the Shezva bucks to get to strength and breaking a single. So it's okay, Emily can kind of still apply pressure and kind of keep things going and had that economy to just pressure kind of any server. So
Living the dream. That's awesome.
congratulations to Emily, first tournament, expecting 1 win. Goal was 1 win in the entire tournament. Now gets 2 wins in Top Cut.
Into round 4. The
Into round
tournament
4.
will end by 9, potentially 8 rounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's still a long way to go, especially for folks in the losers brackets. They're fighting for their their lives the whole time
They
through.
are.
But we have seen some amazing underdog stories come out of brackets like this.
Yeah.
It's really tough to pick someone to root for in these situations unless you have a close personal friend,
I mean,
because everybody,
I wanna
you're
root for
sort of
all
rooting
of
for everybody.
I'm 100% rooting
Yeah.
for everyone in this matchup. I mean, look, I'm happy to see Wenjong win this match. Wenjong, the unofficial People's Champion. Emily, I'm happy to see her win this match because she's brand new to like the tournament scene, and it's so exciting.
It's
to
such a
see
great
these
story.
Players come in with like fresh takes on things. Like, would I have put this list together, this Mushli Hot list together? I wouldn't have, but it's so exciting to see
Yep.
the deck choices and see them pay out and see like the different play styles come up.
The reprise. Mwah.
The
Chef's
reprise
kiss.
play.
So
Yeah.
good. This is why we play Netrunner for moments like that.
Yeah.
For me, it is anyway. With that said, I think maybe we'll try and get a conversation going with Emily, see if she wants to come chat
Yeah.
about the game and about the deck choices and her experiences in Netrunner so far. That'd be really, really
Yeah,
fun
that
to
sounds
see.
like a fun time.
So we'll be back in just a little bit, and
Stay
we'll
tuned.
check back in.
And we are back, and I'm here with Emily. Hi, Emily. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So, my understanding is that this is one of your like first big tournaments. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. Because I'm from Ottawa and we don't have that many big events there.
Yeah. Okay.
So I played in like the circuit breakers that we have. I was actually sick for a regional.
Oh no.
And this is I played 2 circuit breakers in this.
Okay, awesome. And I think like Andre mentioned that your expectations going to this tournament were like a little bit different than where you've ended up. Is that right?
Yeah. My goal was win one game.
One
Just
game. One game. So I think that's really funny. You said like win one game, right? You've now won more than one game in Top Cut.
Yeah.
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 So how does that feel?
Surprising.
Okay.
But good, I guess. I'm thrilled. I'm just happy to be here, really.
How long have you been playing the game? How did you like find out about Netrunner? And
I've been playing for about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years.
awesome.
My partner wanted to try the game. We play a lot of 2-player games between us, so it just seems like a good choice because they come from a Magic the Gathering background as a kid. And we knew there was a local scene, so we figured, okay, we'll build some decks. And they ran like a tiny little startup event on Friday night, so we went. It was fun. We've been been playing quite casually. Like we go to Mondays occasionally, but yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So you got into the game like what, a year or two ago, you said?
Yeah.
Like what's that had just come out?
I honestly don't know. And that's one of the things I really like. My card recognition is so bad. I'm constantly Googling, like when we got the deck list, it's okay, what does this ice do and can it kill me? Like, I don't know what's from what set, and I don't know what everything means based off the name.
So what were the ice? Because I think that you were talking to Jang a little bit about the ice in his list. Like what was the ice that kind of like you were like talking about the most?
So I looked at it and saw that Hammer was there.
Yeah.
And because I'm running the Matryoshka, I realized that scared me. But midway through the game, I realized so long as I don't play a resource or anything, and he doesn't have an end of the line or anything really scary, it's just the predictive planograms. So I can just float the tags. And I can just break the one subroutine to keep my Matryoshka, and everything else is fine. So I realized it's not actually as bad as I thought it was going to be. But yeah, that was the one I was worried about because I'm like, I can't do anything for that. Like,
yeah, I think
happen.
we were looking at the game and like in my head, like we remember what cards like do, not the actual text on cards. So I was like, oh man, these hammers are going to be so hard to get through. I saw that you floated the tag from the transfer and you never cleared that.
No.
Right. So it was like, it seemed like it was your game plan like kind of the entire time.
Well, because after the transfer, I kind of looked at it and went, he can predict a planogram if he wants. Like
you're like,
that's fine.
I'll give you the predictives. I'm going to take the tags all
Because at
day.
the time I didn't have a lot of money. So it's just, okay.
So you could break the single subroutine that would trash the dolls.
Yeah. And
just walk through the hammers.
So, and that cost 3. And with the Chesba, that's
1. Yeah. So that was great to see. And I think, you also saw the hammer, like the second copy of Hammer, I think.
In hand.
In hand. So you're like, okay, you have 2 hammers.
Yeah.
And we were sitting here being like, okay, if you get both hammers on the centrals and both of them reds, it's going to be really hard for you to like get through.
Until I find more dolls. But
until you find more dolls. But you just made it work.
Yeah.
That was great.
To be honest, like I got very lucky getting the 2 off top of R&D, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the game always comes down to, there's always variance in the game. Right. And once you hit that like send a message, we're like, okay, you're on 5 points. That's big. But I think even though you sniped the last agenda, the game winning agenda, it seemed to me like you were in a pretty commanding position. Did it feel like that?
I felt good about it, which was surprising to me going in because I played against a Leo yesterday and I could not get into anything for the life of me. It was last ditch effort after last ditch effort until finally they scored out. So going into this matchup, I was just not really expecting much. What was I gonna say? But yeah, it worked out, and I did have a finality in my hand there at the end. So once I got the first agenda, I was considering doing it because he had the 1 Byraid Res. I didn't want to waste my finality. So I was hoping that I could get him to use it on something smaller, like I don't know, a jailbreak or something.
Right.
But didn't need to.
It just didn't need to. And the reprise just was like.
The only one, I think I only have one reprise in there.
You only have one reprise.
And it hasn't really mattered up until now, but that was nice.
Yeah, it was very fun to see. So your deck list is it has some like really interesting choices in it. So like I don't think that we've seen like a charm offensive much out of criminal.
Yeah. So the reason I didn't really expect to do well coming into this tournament is I didn't get to try either of these decks before Friday morning when I was playing the Built to Last in the
Goated.
tournament.
Goated.
So we tried a bunch of stuff and nothing was working. And then Wednesday night when we were packing to come, just found a couple deck lists online, made a couple changes we hoped would work, and then didn't have any time to test them up until the tournament started. So we had looked at it and I wanted the 2 burners and the 2 finalities because that seemed good. Essentially having some sort of like Hail Mary to try to get it out at the end. Wanted to keep the Baya bands. So it was literally just going through all the run events and seeing what's to influence.
Right.
And Charm Offensive seemed neat. And I think I've only used it once this weekend. I think I used it to trash a Bladderwort.
Yeah.
But
So in the Leo matchup, I was thinking about it as like, if Leo ends up trashing an ice to an effect, then you actually get to threaten Charm Offensive to then trash the other
which I
red
was
Fire
hoping
Red
I would get to
copy.
do because I
Yeah.
was hoping I could get rid of one of those expensive Bioroids and have it actually pay off to have that in the deck.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Didn't come up.
Well, we'll see if it comes up in the future round.
Yeah. And that was actually one of the things he asked me. He asked me, is that a run event? Because then he'd get to know if I drew it.
That's true. That is very true. Yeah, it's a run event. It's definitely a,
Yes.
it's a run event, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Okay, well, I don't know. Do you have any other like thoughts on like the rest of the day? Like, I think that we have a lunch break coming up after round 3. You said you're from Ottawa.
Yes.
Right. Have you been to Montreal before?
I have. I've been here a couple times. My cousin lives here. He's letting me stay with him, which just makes it
that's-
a very easy
I mean,
trip.
if you can travel for Netrunner and stay with someone,
Yes.
a loved one, that is phenomenal.
He's got a cat too. It's great.
Okay. Let's talk about the cat. What kind of cat?
The cat's name is Nigel. He's huge. He head bonks you with force and demands cuddles at 4 a.m.
That's okay. The 4 you had me up until
Not
the 4 a.m.
great,
You had me
but,
up until the 4 a.m.
Very cute.
Very. Does he headbutt you like at 4 a.m.? You're like, come on.
A
what are you
bit,
doing?
yeah.
Why are you awake? Why aren't you awake?
That's when he wants to cuddle. So
Yeah, but that's
4 a.m.
Just imagine like the cat's perspective. You're coming up to this person who's just not moving. Like from the cat is like, you might be dead. I'm just gonna head bunk you. Excuse me.
Yeah. Very
All
cute
right.
cat behavior.
It's very peak, and Nigel is a great name for a cat. All right. Well, I think that we're gonna go and take our lunch break and let Emily like rest up. And looking forward to seeing your performance through the rest of the top cut. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we're either gonna go to break or we might come back and talk to another person for a little bit. We'll see.
you for volunteering your time to the Zambian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
here in Montreal for the Netrunner Americas Continental Championships. Lunch is only 12 minutes left. Now, we're going to take a look at the kind of breakdown that we've been seeing in the game so far, from our Swiss to our top cut. And this is special thanks, of course, to makerseye.com.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maker's Eye, for making this possible.
Now, something interesting that I wanted to point out right away. If we look at the runner representation, over 50% of the field, Crim.
There, yeah. First
Sa-
of all, there's that. And then you look at Sable, there's more Sable than there is of either other runner faction.
That's right. 34% of the field on Sable alone.
Incredible.
Now, if we go to the cut, though, Criminals overperformed
Mm-hmm.
very slightly. It would seem, though, that Criminal ate into a little bit of Shaper's performance. Shaper still represented a little less than a quarter of the field, but there's only two in the top, or one in the top cut. Is that correct?
No, there's two in the top cut.
There's two in the top cut. So where is that?
8 segments to...
Oh, it thinks the top cut is 8.
Hmm.
Ah, I see.
So we're going to pretend. We're going to make up some numbers then. But if we look at the top 8, then the numbers are very interesting.
Yeah.
And, we can extrapolate from here to the rest of the event.
But still, what we're looking at here in the top 8 and also the top 16, Shaper's underperforming, even though they came in with about a quarter of the field.
Yep.
Anarch's right about where we would have expected them.
Yeah. And Essa and Hosh both pretty active. I expected to see more Seb kind of making his way, but didn't really convert. But I'm happy to see still a variety of Anarchs. We got Hosh and Essa making the top cut, and a little bit of everyone being represented, even Topan and Phoenix.
I mean, I love that Topan showed up.
Mm-hmm.
There we had, unfortunately,
Not a high win rate for
not a high
Topan.
win rate for Topan, only 20%.
He'll get them next time.
Now, the other thing that we have to point out, Laura on Dewi came one out of the top 16.
That's true. Yeah. Came in 17th place, right on the wrong side of the bubble. But I don't know. Well, we already got to see one great Laura game on stream yesterday, and I was really happy to see that great Dewi play. I think it got people really excited. But yeah, we missed out on our chance to see Dewi in the top cut. Maybe next time, though. Like, that Dewi was a force to be reckoned with. And clearly it's capable of getting to that top level. It's just, sometimes a matter of strength of schedule and things like that.
Now, if we look at the corp representation, what we see here, obviously some popularity among 3 of the factions. And
as it should be.
As it should be. And the surprise being that HB was the most popular faction of the tournament.
Yep.
But if we look at the cut, we see about the same representation,
Pretty similar.
except every single NBA ends up Nebula.
Of course.
Every single Jinteki ends up Oko.
Mm-hmm.
Every single, but this is in the top 8, remember.
Yeah.
But it's just Nebula for...
Is there a way on Maker's Eye we can just see a list of the top 16 and their picked IDs? Maybe that can help us out a little bit better. I know I do enjoy the pie chart visualization, but we want accuracy.
If we want accuracy, we're just going to have to go straight into Cobra itself.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the standings. So, if we're looking at the Swiss rounds, we have 3 Nebula. There were only 17 in the entire
So
tournament.
Nebula converted.
Or sorry, there were 7, not 17. There were 7.
Yeah. Okay. So
Nebula.
Nebula had a great conversion rate. Out of like almost 100 people, nearly half the Nebulas made it into the top 16.
Yep. I think that's correct. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, we had 7 Nebulas. 3 make the top cut. Now, some of that is obviously because excellent players looking to find ways to do that. Often testing groups will test similar decks.
Yep.
But Nebula manages to overperform. If we look, though, at the standings, we can also see that in terms of corps, Leo 1, 2. There's a precision design in there as well. 3 Leo, 1 precision design. So
Yeah, we're going to see that precision design shortly.
yeah, so Leo making a splash here at the top 16. We'll see whether they're able to convert. At the moment, we haven't been seeing a lot of Leo wins.
No, but it is interesting that they made it this far. Like you're saying, like that there is a testing group that is focusing on Leo as the corp of choice. I think there are multiple flavors of Leo in the top cut as well. I know Wenjong has made some idiosyncratic choices with his own Leo.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Although Wenjong is no longer in the tournament.
of course.
What do you mean, of course not?
I was simply agreeing with you. I have nothing against Wenjong. I'm a fan of Wenjong.
Now, when we look to Jinteki, of course, lots of Jinteki representation here with...
Yeah, I see Restoring Humanity. There's a Hyo... No, sorry, I was looking at the wrong sheet.
There's 5 Oko
Uh-huh.
in the top 16. That's it. No other Jinteki manages to crack.
No.
In fact, if we're looking for the next level of Jinteki down, we're going
got
to
Restoring
see
Humanity.
Restoring Humanity at 31.
Yeah.
Which is not bad.
No, it's not bad. I expected to see some people trying some Atea tricks, but that didn't really pan out either.
No. And finally, if we look over at Wayland, we have a built to last, and we have 2 ops.
Okay. And the built to last, yeah, it is the number 7 seed, Emali.
Yep.
Cool.
Who is currently in the losers bracket, but still alive.
Still challenging. Yeah, still up there.
So what does that tell us here? Obviously, we've got 2 IDs that are incredibly performative for their own factions. Oko,
Nebula.
and Nebula. We're probably going to be seeing something touching the SBT.
Here we go. We're going to get your conspiracy theories, your wild flights of fancy.
No, my conspiracy theories is that Eric is secretly out to kill me and has poisoned my food.
That's not so much a conspiracy theory because it was really only one person doing this, and you need a number of people to have it be a conspiracy.
But what we are seeing though is that we've got 2 factions that are crowding out all the other ID by just having Oko and Nebula be so popular.
Yeah.
So we're looking at possibly seeing some changes in the tournament structure for that. Both of these decks, not necessarily overwhelming in terms of their win rates, but definitely overwhelming the play choices that players have.
You'd like to see other IDs within factions kind of rise up, other archetypes within factions rise up sometimes. We're not really seeing it, but I can't help but feel this is still not the worst situation we've seen as far as diversity goes. We still have a diversity of factions in the top cut, and I can't really complain about that. Yeah, I wish the numbers were a bit more even between them, but everyone is represented, and I've seen some metas where that's really never the case.
Yeah. Every meta is going to have something that's performing just a little bit better, but we want to make sure that we give more IDs a chance.
Yeah.
As Dan B said, I didn't feel like bringing Atea into an egg tech meta, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now, if we look at the runner side, we are looking at, of course, blue supremacy here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8 Nushas. So 8 Sables.
2 Zayas and 1 Muslihat.
Yep. So obviously quite a bit of representation on Corp. Sable, the obvious choice. Info Bounty doesn't look like they took too many.
It did not really hit Sable too hard, interestingly enough.
A little bit.
I mean, the funny thing is, like, I've seen more Sable since that ban list than I have before it.
Yeah. But I think people are playing Crim into what they expect. They expect to see Oko. They expect to see Nebula.
Yeah.
Chesve is an excellent card against that Nebula matchup. Now, we are also looking at Anarchs. We've got Essa and Hoshiko, 2 Essas and 1 Hoshiko. And that's it.
All right, look at that. That's cool. Essa, the dominant Anarch in the top cut. That's pretty cool.
I mean, they've been pretty strong at
Essa's
making sure
strong.
that the sabotage is taking
Very
place.
disruptive. Like, if you're expecting a lot of combo plays, and like Nebula does want to hang on to some pretty crucial operations, but Essa is just trashing those constantly, or forcing the corp to trash them themselves.
Yeah.
And
Essa is also
very
really
disruptive.
good at top tournament play because once fatigue sets in, Sabotage is just constantly telling the corp, make a tough decision and make it now.
That's a fair point.
So that's going to, I think we're going to see some more advantages for ESSA going forward. I'm not sure if any are still in. We'll have to check.
I'm not sure. We'll have to check.
We'll check the standings. And there are 2 lats. And that's it for Shaper.
That's it for Shaper. Okay.
Although, Dewi, again.
Dewi almost made it in.
Almost.
So we can count Dewi as being the second best Shaper, technically.
Second best Shaper.
Although, there were quite a few Magdalens in the overall, of course.
Now, if we look at the, who is no longer in, there is still an ESSA, still in the top 8.
Yeah.
There's still 1 lat.
There's a chance for any runner faction to take this.
That's right. So we're still seeing a little bit of diversity in the top 8 here, but still overwhelmingly criminal. Now, when it comes to who has already been eliminated, 3 of the Leos. So all of the Leos that we have.
So all the Leos? Well,
every Leo has been eliminated from the top 8.
Precision Design holding on strong as the top HB ID. It looks like the Ops have been eliminated, but there's still a B2L in there.
Yep. So it's Oko, B2L, Precision Design, and Nebula.
Cool.
So 1 Nebula has fallen, but that means that there's still 2 left in place, including one being piloted by Saka. So at this point, we're still not necessarily sure which faction is going to come out on top. But yeah, the Leo haters validated. I don't know about validated, but you can still enjoy it.
I can't believe there are Leo haters. I feel like there's so many more things that people find so much more egregious than Leo.
I mean, some people have really tough memories of border control. And Leo basically says, would you like all border control?
Who doesn't miss border control? We all miss border control. Obviously, I understand that my opinions do not reflect the opinions of NSG or anyone within the community, except for myself. I recognize this. I have to do that spiel that I also have on my Blue Sky profile.
Danby doing a fantastic job of coming here and just being a great ambassador for the game and giving people a lot of fun games. So thanks for stopping by here in Montreal. We were very happy to have you here.
Yeah, it was great to see you. Hope to see you again soon.
All right. We've taken a look at the top. We've taken a look at how the conversion is. The next round is going to be starting soon. We'll be right back with round 4 of America's Continentals.
Talk to y'all soon.
by the good folks at NBN and DreamNet, our subscribers can reinvent their very existence, microtransacting their way to a better tomorrow. Your freedom, your choice, your digital life.
Welcome back to the top 16, or should I say top 8
Top 8.
of the Netrunner North America's Continental Championships in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And this time we're going to see Saka versus Seb K.
I'm very excited to see this matchup. Do these players know each other personally?
I believe so. I believe they're both part of the Lord of the Bling team at Crown of Servers, at the very least. They are both wearing disco ball necklaces.
And all had blings in their deck, I believe.
And they all had the copies of Bling in their runner deck.
And won the tournament on blings.
They did. Yeah, they did. They were
What a
forced to
flex.
come up with some pretty cool decks. Honestly, I respect those decks quite a bit. We never actually saw the Anarch version of that on stream, funny enough.
So we're doing mulligans right now,
I believe so.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
And we see deck lists there on the table. We see Saka's kill Neb, making it very clear
I
what
wonder
the
that's
goal
all
is.
about.
Exactly. I think we've seen this on stream already.
Mm-hmm.
And this was just checking what was my
Yeah,
first few draws
what would that have been? Yeah,
Right.
sure.
for
Was this a
heuristics
good
in the
idea?
future, right?
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
And taking them up. So Saka on Corp, taking the mulligan.
Yeah.
And did Sebastian keep?
I think we're about to see if Seb keeps. That's what the K stands for, of course.
Seb keeps, as a rule.
Yeah. Looks like we're mulliganing. Okay, so both these players are also winners so far. Neither of them has dropped a game, which means that this is not going to eliminate either of them, but we will send one of them down to the Shadow Realm, from which they must battle many other players to make it back to the grand finals.
And actually, everyone in that realm becomes, the inverse, bizarre version of themselves.
Yes, that's exactly true. You speak backwards or in opposite language. It kind of depends what exact universe rules you're following.
It's a creepy place.
It is. It's terrifying.
Okay, so we're seeing the mulligans, and then we should be basically off to the races because I believe that the time has started in the round.
Yeah, and we've already had a chance to. I think we're about to exchange deck lists as well.
Here's deck lists.
Okay, let's see.
Saka,
Saka. Oh,
taking
wow.
a careful
Okay.
read.
Yep. Okay.
Just
Giving it a thorough
respecting.
read. Just tossing it over his shoulder.
Saka doesn't need that.
No, he should have crumpled it up first.
All right, so mandatory draw.
Mm-hmm.
Predictive planogram turning on the Nebula ID
We're going to be activating Nebula.
for draw. Predicted for draw. Click one.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty interesting. We just want options. And
So
are we
this-
going to start icing centrals right away? Probably.
We get
Or
some money. Draw into
That's
YDL.
why you draw first, because you're doing YDL right away.
That's the world champ touch right there.
Damn right.
And just playing an asset, leaving open centrals.
Yeah, we get an extra credit because of Nebula. We've sold tickets to the big show.
This is like a bold opening. What is this? A behold on the table? Is this a regolith? Why you don't really.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wouldn't expect to maintain a server. I mean, it could just be a spin doctor, of course.
Could be
We're-
spin.
Anyway, we're checking for the mark. It's going to land on archives.
We do actually have access to the deck lists.
We do. Why didn't I move this thing out of the way while you move the deck list in front of me?
These two. So
Just some table setting, folks. Okay, yeah, we are taking advantage of an open HQ to just transfer some wealth.
yep. And flipping the ID in the process, very important.
Yeah, there's another Your Digital Life on the way. There's a lot more money to be made.
This is the Sable alt art.
Yes, that's correct. I think
Right.
this is the Sable
Yeah.
alt art from Worlds 2022.
Right. There is a
Or
similar
2023.
similar vibe Zaya alt art, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't
Yes,
mistaken on
yeah,
what
the
that was.
Zaya one was from Toronto 2022. On one side is like the meat space version of the runner. The other side is their digital avatar.
Right. And a
Yeah,
second transfer?
let's just do a couple transfers. Let's just make sure.
Okay, down to 5 credits.
The thing is, this will force Seb to be left with at least one tag.
But on 5 credits, are we worried about that? 3 cards, 4 cards in hand? So it can't be fatal if there's what is the threat? Is it an end of the line?
It's an end of the line, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 3 end of the line. So there's a good chance Saka has drawn one of these. But yeah, so long as we leave cards in hand, it's not that bad.
Right.
And then if Saka plays one end of the line, then really that's just helping Seb K remove the other tag.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah. That's just being a good neighbor. All right, we're back to Nebula.
Suppose we also could have seen a class act install at the end of that turn to draw up to. I don't know if we've seen a draw that turn, but either. Well, I guess 8 in that case.
Yeah, and it would make sense to draw up pretty high because like touch ups into end of the line is totally viable as a way to reduce hand size from 5 to 3.
Oh, that could have been a kill.
And then do the 4 damage. But in this case, I guess we were just counting on that not happening, despite it being very
touch ups in the
3 touch ups, 3 end of the line. Yeah, it was likely, but I guess Seb K was playing the odds.
So is this a false lead on the table?
It was a false lead on the heckin' table.
Oh my!
And now,
oh my goodness,
the game done changed because the false lead is scored.
That is heckin' indeed. Rolling mark.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it just rolled right to its spot on archives. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from archives up to HQs, essentially.
I prefer to give 1, 2 to HQ.
Me too. That seems to be a bit of the standard.
But I think
Seb K totally turning things on its head. Bizarro Seb K.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't know which Seb K survived the Shadow Realm.
Carpe Diem.
You have to fight your
mark value.
Yeah, just check out what those cards are.
Oh,
okay.
Whoa, scoring it. Next big thing. The table false lead and the next big thing in archives does sort of either suggest that Saka is now on threat and wanted that to happen, or was quite flooded.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure what threat Saka is really working with here.
On 2 credits, not much.
On 2 credits, not much. That's for sure.
Wow.
But there's not there's not a measured response or anything on the table. And we've got the Cripra down to deal with the ice that doesn't exist yet.
Maybe Saka wanted
the Oppo.
There we go. So we did click 1, click the next big thing to maybe fix the hand. Can sort of see the cards. We see Behold.
I see a couple of Beholds. Are we deciding to keep the Behold?
I see a YDL, a Behold, a piece of ice. Not sure what ice. That doesn't look like a message has rolled. Is there?
Folks, you can't blink when you're watching this matchup. Things just happen.
Samatsu Moon in there?
There's Samatsu Moon.
2 of those.
2 of those.
I think that's what that was.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of a red tinge. Tint? Tinge? Is that a word?
Tinge is a word.
Good.
Oh. You heard that from the official source of words.
Right. There's Merriam-Webster, and then slightly above that is Patrick.
Yeah.
Spin Doctor. No, sorry. YDL discard. You see, I said I was good at identifying cards.
You did establish that earlier off camera, and here we are paying off that character trait of yours.
Crew appear on the board.
All right, we've got a 6. That's HQ.
Okay. See, I do also like the bizarre representation of 6 is a good thing. HQ is often the best mark. So it's
6 is the highest number. HQ is the highest floor.
I think I heard on the table mic Sebke say Yahtzee. Just I did not. This is a lie.
No, I don't think we should slander Seb K this way. You know, we'll save that for the losers bracket.
Yeah.
We can really roast those
Click
guys.
3 was Nuka. Nuka. I'm not sure how many cards in hand if we're looking at a discard here. Plenty, at the very least.
We're okay. Okay, yeah, we're just giving a cut.
Last click, I see a Mamie might pay
Mamie.
off.
That's pretty cool.
Running HQ just to flip and access a card here? Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
I mean,
Just
you get a
regular-
click back anyway.
That's true. And no threat of like a measured response payback. Oh, but there's
Ooh.
that threat of a hitting
Pretty
of a
late in
hole.
the turn to see a Behold.
Saka.
Saka without
can't-
enough credits to do
yeah,
anything.
can't
so
fire it.
You have to just trash it, right?
Right. I think trash because then there's no Oppo threat. You get 2 tags. You have to get rid of this here, I think. Yeah. That was a great time to find that. And
Oh wait, did Saka actually has the cash? I think we were hiding the 5
oh, there was a
credits
there was a 5. So no, just Saka decided.
Saka decided not to.
Several times I've missed the 5s on like a mat that's kind of yellow like that. 7 credits, not 2. Petty cash.
Sure.
Turning the ID on and then future. It's a 2-turn trigger gamble.
Yeah.
And
you cannot interrupt the quick gain that you'll get
Yeah.
as the flip side of Nebula.
If you stay flipped, then that value to score out a false lead is
False lead,
seem-
3-2s.
seems to be, well, yeah, or if you switch to pivot from kill to score, which
Mhm.
we've definitely seen from Saka today.
Yeah, it's possible. We've got embedded reporting and tomorrow's headline. Like, there's totally fast advanceable agendas here.
And if the false leads are out on the table,
Once there's 2 false leads, then
then the fast advance out the tomorrow's headline then just becomes false lead, end of the line next turn.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wicked.
Any kind of tag, really, once you have 2 false leads on the table.
So you sure gamble in hand, clicking the Nuka.
Got to drop. We're staying rich.
That's a clean getaway. There's the
There's the
Sure,
gamble.
gamble.
We're making a profit. We're making extra profit because of our friendly axolotl.
you do. Credit totals have to be pretty high for
Mhm.
the turns where you do just have to clear 4 tags.
Yeah.
But with a false lead scored, clearing 4 tags becomes a lot harder to do. And Hermes and another Nuka.
Yeah, the Hermes is interesting. I like that. Of course, we're already a few agendas deep, and we're just gonna
Fast advance at the
fast advance a false lead. So we have the 2 false leads. This game is now about
Didn't
not-
flip the ID. Seb could have
Seb
run the
didn't flip
HQ.
the ID. You're
Yeah.
totally right.
Yeah.
It's got to be burning. But Sebke's also at 3 points. It's possible that if he
HQ.
times things well, he could steal enough points in 2 clicks to
Right.
like not have to worry about that.
Yeah, 2 false leads
But the-
scored is the nightmare.
But because the moment you steal or trash anything, oppo and then 2 false leads means you're dead.
Right.
There's no
There
cho-
there
there's no
is
choice.
like, run first click.
Mm-hmm.
You have the 1 click, but then the following turn is the oppo. If the oppo comes by, right? And we're already on threat.
Yeah. I'm looking at Seb's deck. There are 2 no free lunches. Those could come in handy, of course.
That is key tech right now. Clicklessly removing tags is very, very important. And you can't get oppoed here if you don't interact, but also if you don't interact, then Saka just starts scoring agendas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Is there a functional difference you think between? There is, I guess, between 2 and 3 false leads scored. I think the third can be sort of like a value false lead to just make some of these tools like no free lunches be used
Yeah,
up.
I think that's about it. Like you could just really.
More
I mean, but
attrition.
you are like functionally like the 3rd false lead is a bit vestigial.
Yeah.
The 2 false leads, if you're not able to capitalize that into a win, okay, so we are running.
Clean getaway HQ.
This is kind of worrying. If he steals an agenda accidentally,
I think
that-
that's the goal, probably, right? Turning off the ID, or you just think it's turn off the ID, please don't touch an agenda.
and if he steals an agenda, he turns on oppo.
It's a behold. That's
That's
not
scary.
good. So do we have the credit totals? We do, because we
we do. Is Saka going to do this? He
Behold
has
for
13
4.
credits.
behold for 4, and you will be on 8 remaining, which is big enough for. It's not big enough for the big oppo. It doesn't matter. The tags are there. 2 tags are there.
Yeah, 2 tags are there. Now, Seb will have 1 click left to remove 1 of these tags. And
However,
Mhm.
if there's no petty cash in archives, and I don't believe there is,
I think we've used them.
then no, 8 credits is enough for 2 end of lines.
Yes. So
Right.
Seb has 1 click left with which he can clear 2 tags.
This is
But I think we haven't yet seen Saka's decision vis-a-vis.
this is a different style, but this is giving me Cable Carnage flashbacks from Worlds Barcelona 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Very different style, like
Yeah,
NEH.
we are paying for the behold finally. Seb is going to take. Sorry. I don't mean to put pressure on these players.
And do we trash the Oppo? I think at this point is the decision. I'm not sure how much.
If we trash the oppo, we reactivate the
the Oppo research,
the oppo.
I don't think that's the line at this point, just because of the money. 7 for a big Oppo would leave Saka on 2. I don't think that's very likely. This might be the time to trash it without being punished.
Could be.
I don't think that you can be terrible. Well, you still could be punished because the first 2 clicks could be money gaining.
If at any point you have more than 1 tag, then a double end of the line is on the table. If you have more than 1 tag when we get to an even number of clicks spent, then you're doomed.
Right. The even and odd number of clicks with false lead is a very interesting little mini game you have to play because the text on false lead says that if
We
the
are
runner
trashing.
has at least 2 clicks remaining, you remove 2. So you really
Yes.
want to do it on 4 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can't do it when the runner's just spent. Well, you can't do it when the runner spent 3 clicks. they have to have at least 2 clicks to remove for you to play it.
Because it's
So
3.
there's kind of this interesting counterplay, like, okay, when do I make my run?
You can
When
do it on 3, but then they're left with a click, and then they clear a tag, and then you can't do double end of the line. It's if they have at least 2 remaining, you can do it. So the real threat is if they have 2 and they're on 4, and you just take all their clicks.
Yeah.
Or if you do it on 2 with a single.
All right, so we managed to clear both tags. I think I missed that was even possible, but it seemed. It seemed like Saka did not actually activate the false leads, which is what allowed Seb K to clear both tags. So this was not going to be the kill turn.
Saka reminding Seb K about the bullets. Load your gun, please.
Yeah, but please load your gun. But Big Oppo is online, and if Saka lands that,
Sorry, so we did clear the tags. How do we clear?
well, we cleared the tags because Seb K still had multiple clicks left with which to do it. Saka chose not to use the false
Okay.
leads in order to just end the turn.
Right. Because it was only going to be 1 tag at that point.
It was only going to leave Seb K with 1 tag, which
Yeah.
is not lethal.
Right. The lethal end wasn't locked in.
But we are,
And it is a narrow weaving dance.
yeah, it is a weave. You have to be very careful at what click number you are doing anything.
Hedge fund. Install Oppo. Install, we flip,
Or
and
not?
then a click
Okay.
for credit. Yeah,
Okay.
click for credit. Because
So that was we safely trashed that behold. Got
Wow.
me feeling good about this, but
I'm not going to run through all of the maps, but it's possible that the Oppo was not in hand at that point.
yeah, chat saying he didn't have the solitaire kill in hand. You might as well let Seb K spend his resources clearing tags. Got a Carpe Diem. Just gonna
No,
make a quick run on.
I think Saka was a credit short of Big Oppo double into the line if he had the pieces.
Yeah.
It does require money, and that's a thing.
That's the thing they don't tell
It's
you.
easy to forget.
And we have no free lunch on the table. That's going to make the kill a little bit harder. And now there's still 2 false leads. I think that trumps 1 no free lunch. See how things go.
No free lunch on the table is very, very good for Seb K. We need to see the other ideally. But I mean, this deck is teched entirely, almost, well, not entirely, but a lot, very, very strongly against this match.
I think we just saw touch-ups.
We did.
A card that we have to assume is going to be held in
That's
hand
right.
until it's going to be lethal.
I've been doing all this like hypothetical in my mind just about double end of the line, but of course there is touch-ups end of the line.
Touch-ups end of the line is totally viable. It's one of the main kill threats that Kill Nebula has available to it.
A lot more likely to occur, honestly, than double.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's 3, I
Yeah,
suppose. They're kind of equally likely.
The thing about touch-ups is it can even remove steel skins. You're truly not safe. There's nothing.
Not that there's no steel skins in Sebsec, but yeah,
No,
exactly.
there is, but yeah,
exactly.
in theory. We're thinking.
Oh, there are 2 steel skins. I'm sorry. Yep, they're in the list. I'm not used to reading this format for influence spending. And
All right.
that could potentially make a double end of the line survivable. Yeah,
it
for
could.
sure. If they get hit in the right order.
I mean, the sort of counterplay to touch-ups is having a odd collection of cards in your hand. Like, the Corpus are doing a guess event. But if they guess wrong, then they don't get to remove enough cards from your hand to kill you.
Touch-ups also requires a card on the table to be advanceable. A lot of
that's true.
times in this case, Saka has Mess and Chesvo here over R&D or
There's
somewhere on the board.
3 Messneys. That could very easily be a Messney out there right now.
Hermes is going to be important in that instance to be bouncing face down ice.
Yeah, bounce back the advanceable stuff before they're rezzed
Right.
is an important tool here.
I gotta say, I was a little worried for Seb K just a moment or 2 ago, thinking that we were looking at the end, but I don't know that we're there quite yet. I think
No,
that
it
there's-
actually seems like Seb K's kind of bounced back, and we're kind of in control of this. There is no compilation, though, in the Sable deck.
Ooh.
Funny enough.
Yeah, coupling a touch up
No
sword in
real
line would be great.
disrupt. Yeah, for sure. Compilation is a great disruptive tool, but I guess if you're focusing on a Nebula, maybe you're just like building a whole bunch of Chesvas. You're not assuming you're going to have the spare MU for a fun combo killer like compilation.
It's really good utility in general, especially when you see things like a hostile architecture in an alco list or something, just being
For sure.
pick
Just
it
pick it up. I'm not trashing it.
right? Or like some of the Vestigial, 4 cost to trash cards that from FFG era.
Mm-hmm.
I used that word.
I noticed
'Cause
you
I liked
actually,
it.
You actually put some emphasis. If I were reading what your dialogue, that would have been in italics. When you said vestigial.
I did. I printed it in my head that way.
Yeah. The note to actor is like emphasize the word vestigial, like you're smart.
As if one were to be smart.
Uh-huh.
So I think we're on Seb's turn here, right? Or is this Saka having a strategy conference in his mind palace?
We're still on Seb's turn.
Okay.
I think we've only determined what the mark is, and we're going to start with a Nuka draw. Yeah, the single NFL does not do anything. 2 NFLs might, but like
2 NFLs.
Oppo into double false lead is probably the end of the game, and there's almost nothing you can do about that.
2 NFLs deals with a behold access very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a remaining behold unless the 2 that have been trashed get shuffled back in.
They could be. We've got it twinning, so we've got our multi-axis developing.
And headline as well,
Yeah,
as Chap points out.
but even the headline, like Sebke would have to go under 4 cards for the headline to be. Yeah.
Sure gamble, moneying up.
Mm-hmm.
Off of Mystic, always good. Charging the twinning here.
Love that.
At
We're
this
just
point,
building up to a big dig on one of these central servers. We're just going to flush at HQ at some point. Just see what options Saka has available to him so we can know what
There
to
we
do
go.
with. There's the Chesva, of course.
Yeah, I was saying Mystic is going to be the only way to charge it right now until a Chesva comes out, and there it comes. Not that you want to be making runs on centrals all that often.
No,
right now.
I think you're kind of waiting until Saka says you have to by flipping the ID. And until then, you're going to play it safe. You don't want to accidentally activate one of Saka's kill lines.
Right. Now,
yeah, I'm hoping that
can you-
Sebke can just like collect the steel skins and keep them in hand. Like that would be nice too.
Touch-Ups is a card also that does not have a trash cost. Unlike some of the more nasty threats.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have trash cost?
Touch-ups? No.
Okay, no,
IP
okay.
enforcement does.
IP enforcement is a card I was thinking of. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Spin Doctor. So on 3 points from Sub K
Mm-hmm.
and a twinning,
And
we sort of have to hope to do a big multi-access on, is it maybe HQ R&D in the same turn with
yeah,
enough? With,
and we want to do it on click 1 or click 3, so we have another click left before the false lead is activatable, in which to like secure a win if that is how we get there.
right? And so I do think that the no free lunch does come into play potentially in that turn. If we've built up, let's say 4 twinning counters, we can run click 1, steal some agendas. If you get a behold in there, you can use 2 no free lunches, clear the tags, spend a click safely, and then get to 3, and then on, yeah.
True, but if you
Sequence turn.
steal an agenda, once you steal an agenda, nothing's safe.
It's like a corn maze made of thorns. That's my, I was doing metaphors.
Yeah,
My metaphor game is not strong.
if I were reading this as text, that would be in bold. With a note to actor, read it like a spooky story.
Spooky.
Yeah, there's only 1 steel skin. I thought there were 2. I was reading this wrong.
Oh, is it 2 influence? And that's, okay.
1 steel skin, 2 influence. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Turns out
Still, at 5 cards in hand, 1 steel skin can save you.
the final boss is being able to read a deck list.
Damn it.
Yeah. Icing HQ,
Mm-hmm.
playing a government subsidy.
Yep. So we're going to flip the ID, and HQ is now protected.
Government subsidy. This is a card that I have such a tortured relationship with because I really, really hate seeing it in my opening hand because you can't play it for so
Yeah,
long.
of course. It's a dismal card to have in your opening hand. I
Yeah.
don't usually have 3 of in my decks if I have them at all. I also don't like being reminded that it takes money to make money.
Right. Saka's on a singleton copy, which is
Okay.
the right number, it feels like.
I think
right?
that's right.
Because money is definitely a huge part of how Saka does murder.
Yeah. Just like in the real world.
Takes money to make death.
You said it.
All right. So if you're a sub right now,
Mhm.
okay, running running archives. Running archives to pop the spin doctor to cause this eventual flood to happen.
I guess so. Yeah.
I think that
Maybe make it possible to dig deep into R&D. And notice that we didn't use Chesva to get a cheeky charge on the twinning, so maybe there's a plan for a later run this turn. I guess we're going to try R&D into HQ just to flip that ID back.
you think that you dig R&D now. If you score anything but
I think we
4
wait.
points.
I think we wait to dig. I think you have to be so sure you're going to win when you start to try to win.
Yeah. Suppose you know the deck list, so you're not worried about it like a cheeky Oracle think tank in the archives, right?
Also, I was wrong. One steel skin actually doesn't help if you're at 5. I was miscalculating. I was remembering
Yes.
another card that used to be called steel skin.
Yeah, you've made worse mistakes than that. Get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
That was pretty good. Like,
Yay, thank you.
That was really mean of me to just like completely negate any kind of reaction to that.
I appreciate that. Coming from you means a lot. Punching Nuka? No, I said punching Nuka because of John V. He did it to me. Clicking Nuka. I don't do violence against scientists.
You click Nuka, you punch the baby.
Okay.
Back from our symmetrical visit. That was just a
found the
table
behold.
behold.
Yep. Found the behold because
Gross.
maybe hunting another spin doctor.
Yeah.
2
Okay.
tags.
So 2 tags. We're going to remove one with NFL right now.
Right.
And we're going to clear the tag with our last click, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we weren't in danger of. We're on 3. We had 1 click left, so you couldn't false lead at that point. But if it was 1 click
No, but-
remaining, then
but
it had to be.
You don't want to start your next
Sorry.
turn with a
Yes.
tag. And I think we're just going to leave the behold on the table because now we don't have to bother trashing it.
No, you know
And
it's there.
trashing it would, of
It's-
course, activate.
It's the last one.
Yeah.
There's no reason to touch it again.
Mhm.
There's no ag threat or something, ag-esque threat that would
Mhm.
bop you over there unintentionally.
But now we go back to the start where we did not spend a Chesva to charge the twinning and get a free charge on that.
We do need to make sure that we don't pinhole threading against a tablespin doctor at this point, which could get popped and then be forced
And
to
then you're
touch.
forced to build.
right?
That would be very fun.
That would be quite an interaction.
Okay, we are
Touch-ups.
touch-upsing.
Touchings up. How do we do this plural?
Touching
as a verb?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, well,
We are touching up.
so I think that this turn is going to end with an oppo, and then we're going to double clear the runner's tags with false lead.
Yeah, this may be game.
Except nothing was
Is this
stolen.
game?
Nothing was stolen. So I nothing was stolen or trashed. So I'm
That's
not sure
right.
That's even valuable.
Yeah, we can't oppo.
It's just a value touch-ups to clear.
Yeah, there are 3 in hand, so maybe it's just I'm going to remove.
Yeah.
What do we remove?
I mean,
we don't know what-
I say value touch-ups, but it really is a scoring tool in Nebula.
We don't know what was named, unfortunately.
Mhm.
There's an air blades, a clean getaway, 2 bravados, and a sealskin.
I think if you're thinking about this, it must have been event.
Well, okay. Yeah, I suppose so.
Mhm.
Because otherwise you just say, "Oh, I whiffed it."
Mhm.
Yeah, it was event, and it was sealskin hunting the sealskin,
Mhm.
and then a second bravado.
Steel skin is still kind of useful because of Doom Scroll. Interestingly enough, that's a.
What did we advance?
What is he advancing? You need to advance to get the hand clear. Yeah.
And technically,
What
you
did
have
we-
to advance.
Yeah.
first.
Okay. So there you go. It was we were using
we had-
touch-ups as a
we-
fast advance tool that happened to also
I see.
knock 2
So,
cards out.
Yeah, not just value. In Nebula, notably, touch-ups is a fast mist. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
Install, touch-ups, advance. No. Oh, yes. Yeah, install, touch-ups, get
Install
a click
touch-ups
back.
advance. Yep. Get a
and
click back advance. Yep. All right.
I learned that this morning playing Startup with Nick. It was fun.
I was startup.
I like the format right now. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
I don't think I've played any startup in this particular format.
You can play.
People are happy with it.
You can play Trick Shot again.
And I do have those nice
And creative.
Toronto
I know.
alt-art trick shots.
I know. I traded them away because they're banned. I'm sorry. And I only play.
No, it's fine.
And
I
then
think it's beautiful that you are so unattached to material. things.
capricious. They call me capricious.
I don't think
They
that's, I think that was an incorrect usage of capricious.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Draw click 1. We have 10 minutes left in the round.
All right. Yep. It's 3-3. Sebke got that next big thing. There's two more in the list, and of course the embedded reportings and the tomorrow's headline. It's still totally possible.
The alarm. I think we're both.
Nope.
live.
Now we're muted.
Are we? I can hear ourselves. Are we live real quick? Okay. I think this happens sometimes. Chat, let us know if you can hear us.
Please let us know if you can hear us, and if you can't, let us know.
All right, we are charging the twinning.
Cool. We're still live.
Great.
Okay,
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we hear it. Good. It says muted. We need. That's an important check. And unfortunately, I caused my own attention to be lapsed. So I know we charged the twinning off of, I think, Mystic, potentially playing a sure gamble to do so.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it. Thanks, folks.
Yeah, appreciate that, chat.
Aksu,
Predictive.
what are you doing?
Yeah, stop it. Stop. And don't steal my joke. Okay. So predictive to turn the ID, or actually, I think the ID was still on, and we've gotten to click now.
Yeah. So now we can run R&D and kind of hope we don't get a... Please don't confuse the stream producer. You can hurl abuse at your casters all you want,
Yeah.
but the producer...
We can take it. I have taken it most of the weekend from Patrick, so
Mhm.
I'm used to it now.
Yeah.
My skin has been steeled.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the scarring
Mhm.
in place.
The scarring. So I'm sorry. We predictive, and then Saka is thinking on clicks 1, 2, 3.
Mhm.
Okay. We have 7 and roughly 7.5 minutes left in the round. Okay. Install.
Reinstalling and then
One more click.
locking archives as well, just to prevent any Sable shenanigans, I guess.
Discarding. Okay. So I suppose I missed a click there.
Yeah, we definitely want... I feel like we want a turn where we can multi-access twice on separate occasions with the
Yeah.
twinning.
You need 4 counters on the twinning.
Mhm.
There's 2 right now.
Thank you, Methir. I'll DM you the names of my enemies.
Am I in danger?
I don't even consider you.
I'm in danger. Okay. No, taking back the installs.
Okay.
Deciding to draw first,
Yeah, we'll allow it.
then install, because we did have the extra click.
Mhm.
Yeah. We
Installing slightly different cards.
are the Saka Collective.
I think we're discarding different cards over in archives. Yeah, there we go.
Seb K will get a Mystic credit here, and that is an important thing after finding Mark, because Mystic is the way to non-interactively charge the twinning.
Yep.
Mark is on HQ.
Scary.
3 points scored. We can't. Saka has no way of fast advancing out anything larger than a 2-pointer. But I feel like that might be the next step if Saka can stay on the healthy credit totals required
Mhm.
to start just saying, okay, well, if you're not going to interact, I have to just start proactively scoring 2-pointers.
Yeah, and just have to score 2 of them, and there's 4 more in the deck. Doesn't seem too hard.
There is
Take advantage of Sebke's hesitation here.
install the second no free lunch.
Cool.
Click 2. Would really like to see a playable event.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, a playable non-run event. I'm not sure exactly what's left in the list. Carpe Diem potentially. You could decline the run.
You could actually play the Steel Skin.
You would not want to play Pinhole.
Nope. That is true, as previously discussed.
Yeah, playing the Steel Skin.
You could clean Getaway and just jack out.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't get the money.
No.
But you could, right. You could
But
just play just for charging.
Mhm.
Okay. So we played a Bravado, and we might be looking at a jack out here.
Okay.
If
Bravado is a fine one to jack out with.
Seb jacks out, I think that would be why. Mesna Chesvo.
Messney. It wasn't advanced.
We have a Shibboleth on board.
Mm-hmm.
We are at threat 3, not threat 4, so it is still cheaper.
Shibboleth is
break?
still a decent card.
It is 1, 2, 3 credits to break, I think. Pump
1, 2,
1,
3,
break
4.
2. Yeah.
Because Shibboleth is still a 2/2 raise thing.
Oh, it's 2 to 2. Yeah.
Bringing up a Shibboleth for us here.
Yes, 2 to pump 2. Right.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Accessing some card. Oh, tomorrow's headline
Interesting.
on 5 points. We did
It's good,
access.
good to get that out of the hand. That is a huge tool that Saka had to kind of secure the win.
So
And I bet Subcase feeling pretty good about eliminating it, so long as we can clear that tag and then hopefully survive Oppo. And maybe the rest of the turn is just spent like deep digging into R&D.
right now
We've
running R&D for the win, because if you clear the tag, the Oppo threat is live.
Yep.
Because it would be 1 false lead, Oppo, false lead,
Mm-hmm.
end of the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, so we bounced the ice off of R&D. Now we're considering what to do,
Oh.
and are we going to clear the tag or are we going to run R&D? Deciding.
the heavy weight
What do we
of the
decide?
click.
Yeah, this is so heavy.
Okay, never
Why
mind.
give those 2-pound click trackers.
Okay, running R&D.
Okay, running R&D,
Gonna dig for 3.
look at 3 cards.
This could be the game. Access
There's no more
stays.
1-pointers.
That
There we
is
go.
the agenda.
That's
That is
gonna
the
be
game. Oh, wow.
GG Seb
So-
K. And there's another agenda coming up
Wow.
too.
Very well played to both players.
Revealing touch-ups, not an Oppo in hand actually, but 2 end of the line.
What a tenuous path to victory
Yep.
against this deck. And with Saka piloting. Oh my.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that was Saka never had many cards out there, but once 2 false leads were scored, the game got so tense and interesting, and it was a dance that Sebke had to play.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good example of how to play once you see multiple false leads in the score area. You've just got to deal with that.
Really a waltz.
Mhm.
The odd cadence really helps with the odd.
No,
the
I
odd false
completely
lead.
agree. It was, you'd hardly call it a salsa, and it certainly wasn't anything jazzy like a swing. But yeah, GG to both players. This is really fun to watch and really educational.
Yeah, like masterclass in Netrunner.
Yeah. We've got a few more minutes until the
Now-
end of the round.
Neither player got knocked out.
That's right.
These are the winners brackets. So Saka still
Saka
is in it.
took 1 loss, but Saka is still competing.
Saka's now going to submarine down to the losers bracket. The
That's right.
lower bracket, I'm sorry. We will have to remove the stigma of the losers bracket. It's the lower bracket.
You can if you want to. They know how I feel. So we're going to take a few minutes break, and then we'll be back with the next round at the America Continentals Championship for Netrunner.
Stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned, folks.
you
I can
soon.
speak. Bye.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Safer and I'm here with internet star Patrick J. Scalar.
Thank you, Safer.
You're welcome. So we have an interesting matchup on our hands. Nebula versus Sable.
That's right.
Yes.
We have Nebulous versus Sable again. We're going to see a different kind of matchup, though. I think this is going to see some cards that we didn't see in the Saka versus Seb K matchup. I'm looking forward to this one.
So I stepped into the stream a tiny bit to look at things midway through, and I saw 3 false leads scored, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and Seb K managed to weave the correct way of stealing and then like capitalizing on the steal, trying to dodge a Oppa research that never ended up being in Sokka's hand. Funny enough.
I see.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just don't have it.
Nope.
Well, that's funny that there was the triple false lead score, and we, you know, like
You usually think that's lethal. You usually think that's just like you can't escape that.
the third might as well be the same as the second. It almost feels like.
We were wondering about that. Like it does feel a bit extraneous.
Yeah, I think that there's probably some plays that you can set up where you can probably do something like install advanced, a next big thing. Wait for them to have 2 clicks. Okay, pop one of the 2 false leads to then score it out, and then just install advanced, another next big thing, pop both, score out.
Yeah.
The second next big thing be at 6 points. So technically there's things you can do with 3 false leads scored that you can't do with 2, but
And I think in the end, it also, barely cost anything. Like it was Sokka's hand was filling up with cards. Like you're just like,
exactly.
I'd rather I have it than he has it.
You have the
when it comes
the
down to
extra false lead in hand in theory to like make some sort of really aggressive play and still be able to like threaten, I can just skip your turn whenever I want.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. So looks like players have shuffled up. So what are the cards that you're seeing different that you think are going to change this?
I saw cards in the Nebula. Well, let me see. We got it right here. So cards like Regolith was a bit of a surprise. I guess there's just obviously it's very very similar deck.
Yeah.
But like there seems to be a willingness to have just a tiny bit of a server on the side there. That's what I was surprised by.
Yeah, I think that sometimes that comes out in the play and like what the game state looks like. I believe that Saka does also have a single Regolith mining license.
Oh, okay. Well, we missed that then.
I was really surprised to see it yesterday, but then the more I thought about it, the more I looked at it, it made a lot of sense.
Interesting.
So
in that case, I think what I'm looking forward to here is like seeing the different ways this same matchup will play out.
Yeah.
But both pairs of fantastic players, but I think we can kind of learn a lot from the different ways this goes. So right away, Wild icing up both centrals.
So that is a planogram, click 1, getting the flip, and double ice. Cool. Rangi Doge. I don't think we got a peek into. Did you see if Rangi Doge ended up keeping his hand?
I missed the mulligan.
Okay. So mark on HQ.
Mark on HQ. We do want to.
We see dolls in
that
hand.
If we can.
We see dolls in hand. And Rangi Doge, I think, is taking a look at Wild's list and kind of evaluating how he wants to kind of approach this game big picture right from the start. Have you had much of a chance to play this matchup, Sable into Neb?
No, I haven't. I played against Kill Nebula, but not as Sable, not as a good Sable. Anyway.
I mean, it's okay to play it as a bad Sable too.
True. Yeah.
All right.
No, but it is an intense matchup. I feel like there's a point at which I feel like I may as well have already lost.
Yeah.
Like if I don't already have an advantage of points by the time they get a false lead or 2. Here we go.
So it was click 1 credit, click 2 install Matryoshka, click 3
transfer of wealth.
Click 3 was play a doll onto it.
Right.
Click 4
host a doll.
Transfer of wealth.
Click 4 is transfer of wealth.
Click 4 is transfer of wealth.
So we're going to end with a tag.
We're going to end with a tag. I think what's really interesting here about this play that clearly Eden had like considered and thought about it ahead of time and then just decided that to actually like kind of let it rip is very much the call out. Like, I think that you have a doom scroll, so I need to have the 3 credits to break it. And you can't end your turn with like 2 tags. I think that, you're okay with that because
tag it. I think he had one more click left.
Because Mark was HQ.
Yeah.
Because Mark was HQ.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect.
I detect a poker player. Yes, that is correct.
Even when I worked in a casino cashing out poker players, I never learned how to cool chip tricks.
You worked in a casino.
Yeah, when I was up north, I worked at Diamond Tooth Gertie's gambling hall.
Oh. Okay, no, wait. We got Gertie's.
Diamond Tooth Gertie's gambling hall. They had can dances 3 times a night, and I worked in the bank. I wore a costume, and I cashed out the players at the end of the night. Audited the gaming tables.
I have so many questions, but
Unfortunately, we have to focus on the game.
right
I don't know why you're bothering asking.
All right, that's a second doom scroll on HQ.
Hey, you
here.
do like to see that. It makes the innermost doom scroll all the scarier.
Yes, because if you take a
tag on the first one, then the second one now has 3
it's 3
very
effective
active subs.
Yes. I also really like this like kind of deck building from Kilneb where you have both the Unsmiling Sarevnas and the Doom Scrolls.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some interesting sentries here.
Yeah.
For sure.
And Wild's List has 2 of each. So two Doom Scroll, 2 Unsmiling Sarevna, 3 Message Esphos,
Yep.
2 Maximums.
The Messnies, of course, acting as a that's an open market, by the way.
Yeah, so letting one of the Doom Scrolls fire, presumably breaking the other one, getting the flip, and accessing a card.
Getting the flip.
That is an
It's an
oppo.
oppo.
So a little bit of
That's
information.
fine. We didn't steal or trash anything, and we're not nearly at threat.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing up.
Draw, clear tag.
All right, back
You
to
turn
you.
with 2 credits.
Yeah, wish we had more.
Definitely wish we had more. I think something like a bravado would be really nice. And
We're up to 10 from Wild already.
Wild is, I think, great position here.
Yeah, Wild's
Kind of
doing pretty
drawing like different econ operations to get the flip back and saying, nope, I understand you got me, but you have me flipped, but you know what? I just am going to keep applying the pressure. And now that Rangi Doge has seen the oppo in hand, I think that he's looking at this and thinking, okay, I can't apply that much pressure anymore.
No, not yet.
How
You can't accidentally steal an agenda. You have to be very careful
Yeah.
about it. You've got to have cash.
Gotta have cash. Gonna do
And
some sit back.
we're gonna have cash. And also that stone ship is gonna do a lot of work.
Yeah, so
point.
I think the turn was draw, install open market, install stone chip.
Yep.
Mandatory draw from the corp. Click 1 draw. Click 2. Yeah. Click 2 draw.
Looking for
Looking for an
something to do.
operation to trigger.
we have Nebula flipped over. We want to take advantage of that somehow.
And no.
Unless we're just gonna install a
Clicking.
card. We're gonna install and we're gonna smile
Yeah.
across the table.
Yeah.
Knowingly.
We're gonna smirk, being like, I could have played an operation.
Yeah. You know I have beholds.
So I have an oppo in hand, but that's a terminal. I can't use the click after the terminal.
No, how could I?
Yeah. So click 1 draw, click 2 draw. Another doll.
All right.
I think I missed a click in there, but it might have been 3 clicks and another doll.
And the mark is on R&D, but we don't want to just poke randomly unless we have a plan how to recover whatever happens to us.
I think that being on 1 credit, you know, waiting for this open market to kind of tick off and get us back into higher credit totals, kind of what we're looking for here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But no false lead scored out, no double, triple false lead scored out at the moment.
Yeah, thankfully. But also no points at all on either side. So
2 table cards.
just filling the board. This is going wide.
And I think still no operation played. So we are flipped. We have, in theory, 4 clicks, but we are only able to make use of 3 of them.
So what do you think those cards are? Like, we think there's one agenda out there, but we're counting on Rangi being too cautious to run.
I do think at minimum one of them is a behold.
Yep. There's got to be. You wouldn't not put a behold.
I think that you could. You can try to play some mind games and try to basically play. You could say both of these are agendas.
Yeah.
One of them is a false lead, and just like say, well, you've seen the oppo in my hand, and I know that you're not in a position to really touch that many cards on
Totally.
low
Yeah.
credits.
The agendas are well protected by the oppo at this point.
Yeah.
Especially if one of those is like a next big thing. Then the oppo is fully operational.
Yeah. So I think, you know, I haven't seen Wild's play too much. I don't know how risk adverse as a player he is, but I think there's plenty of players that would choose to into like these riskier, more aggressive plays, and I think it's just partially play style and how quickly do you think the game needs to go? Do you think you can win in the long game?
One interesting card I saw in Rangi's hand is the Reprise, which I've been glad to see a couple times in the top cut already. That could be how you capitalize. If you're already got the points, but you need to make sure you win this turn, Reprise can really help you get there.
That is very true. Reprise can definitely blow the game open. So that's click one draw. I think we also saw Hermes, Cupulation,
Winning in there.
Winning.
Cupulation is going to be helpful.
Reprise. Yeah, that's a lot of cards that are very hard to play. Oh, except for the Queen Getaway.
Yeah, let's just
Queen Getaway Archive.
Credits.
Is Mark Archives? Yes, Mark is Archives.
That was kind of clickless.
So clickless Clean Getaway. We love to see it. And I do think that Rangi Doge here is kind of trying to read.
We are randomly choosing one of these servers to run.
It is a regolith.
Do we trash the regolith? No, but of course not, because again, we don't want to activate.
You don't want to turn on Oppo. Exactly. Which is one of the reasons why I think the one of regolith is a very interesting and like cool include. You don't just run it out. You
totally
time
tempting.
Play it. And then last click Hermes, you're just saying, well, you know, if you score out a false lead,
I get to dismantle part of your little tricks.
I get to flip the, I get to maybe bounce the R&D ice and get some accesses off of that.
Yeah, we love to see a Hermes before anyone scored any agendas too. Feels good.
So, I mean, the question for Wild here is, what's the punish? You stuck both of the cards that you had face down on the table. Rangi Doge on 4 cards in hand, which means if that's a tomorrow's headlines touch up.
Yeah, tomorrow's headline touch ups into end of the line is
actually it doesn't because we do have the stone chip.
Oh, true. Yeah, after the touch ups, we can stone chip to.
Yeah,
but in that case, maybe
we were in exactly 6, but yeah, Wild weighing his options here. I will also say that Wild's been on stream a couple times at this point, I think, throughout the tournament. It's a Spin Doctor. So you know what? This is great. I mean, so we now know what the 2 cards were. I think Wild's hand is maybe like a little bit gummed up, doesn't have anything proactive that he wants to do.
Yeah, he's been drawing.
And I love just doing the mind game of like, here's 2 face down cards. You think that one of them is going to be the hold. Is one of them a false lead?
No, they're both just.
This is a very low risk play, and we're going to be playing that mind game later.
Yeah, the mind game is still to come, which is a mind game in and of itself.
Yeah.
Making a bit of cash.
Click 2. Gov sub. Click. That is getting back a click. So still 3 clicks remaining.
I think we did do a hedge fund at some point as well. I'm not sure if we. And sure, we'll just res the regolith, take a bit of cash off that. You're not going to run it.
I mean, do you want to run and trash it when I have 19 credits, I believe? And a draw up to 5 on the runner side. I think that is a Shezva, if I'm not mistaken.
I do see a full art Chesva in there, and I see a twinning. Like, we've got a bit of the setup.
Yeah, we have ways of kind of building up a multi-access and trying to see a whole bunch of cards.
Yeah, ideally you get to a twinning that has 4 counters on it, so you can multi-access 2 different servers, and maybe that you get the win that way, and all in one fell swoop.
And that is another draw. I think we're very still low on economy here, and we definitely want to see cards that, the Shezva was drawn, but are you comfortable, playing 2 for the Shezva and then paying more credits to break the double ices that are there?
Yeah, it's hard
touching
to
a card. Do you hit a behold? Do you do you steal an agenda and then get full oppoed when they have 19 credits?
So much of the economy of this deck is based on risky plays that you don't want to be making right now. What's that we just played?
That is, I think, a Carpe Diem.
Okay. So we did twinning, Carpe Diem, Nuka.
Yep. So Carpe Diem pays for the twinning,
Mm-hmm.
install twinning, then install
Nuka is paid
a
for with the
Nuka
open market,
open
which
market.
triggers twinning.
And that is a public trail
And we're
played.
using the stone ship. Oh yeah, in response to the public trail. Okay.
Yes. So the public trail is played. Use the stone chip to go up in hand size.
But now that Rangi is tagged, so many of those delicious things he just installed are. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
We're just gonna take care of those threats.
Take care of both
now.
of
Thank you very
those.
much.
And I think really what this play is about is like the twinning is a big piece, and it's going to see a lot. It's a win condition.
The twinning is how Wild loses.
Yeah,
Very
but
much so.
but I think that Nuka also hurts a lot to lose here
Yeah.
because that's a lot of the
That's tempo he was counting on.
that we are counting on. Yeah,
He was counting on finding answers in his cards, but that's been denied to him right now.
and you still got to tag. You still got to.
And
You still have to
tag
clear
to
that,
clear.
as it turns out. The other big thing is popping the stone chip,
Mhm.
right? So the stone chip is one of the ways that, one of the key tools that you have to play around. So you really get 3 big critical pieces with that single public trail
Mm-hmm.
play. And let's see, so this deck is 1 stone chip. 1 stone chip, 1 no free lunch.
Hmm.
So if Ian ends
Not a
up,
lot of tech.
so if Rangi Doge ends up kind of winning this game, it will be very hard fought, I think.
Yeah, I think he's definitely behind right now. I'm worried. We do have the compilation, but so many of the crucial combo pieces. It looks like we're gonna hang on to this tag. Oh no, the tag was cleared.
Yeah,
Sorry
the
about
tag is being cleared. Running the regolith and taking it with
that.
the
Cupping it instead of trashing
compilation
it. Mhm.
does not count as a trash.
Yep.
And this is so compilation is one of the only ways for criminals to kind of take kill pieces out of Nebula's hand.
Yeah.
usually.
The unfortunate thing is that this Nebula is running 3 ofs of every combo piece. Like you can take one of them out. It's not necessarily going to really hamper the corp for long.
Yeah, the end of the lines are the biggest ones by far. Touch ups in a pinch is important, but
Yep.
usually the touch ups are important resources as well because they're one of the ways that you score out a false lead from hand.
Mhm. Yeah, true.
So sometimes you're forced to use touch ups early. I think we saw that on a game earlier in stream, like maybe yesterday, where there's 3 total touch ups played in like a 5-turn game or something like that. And so the end of lines are usually just sitting there and hand building up, and the question sometimes is, how many end of lines do you have?
Yeah. Compilation could also, as a last resort, pull off a petty cache from archives, maybe just denying that other way of fast advancing.
Yep. And that is a spin doctor. Wild, happy to see the spin, I think.
Yeah.
And 2 clicks left. YDL
Still
getting
2
a click
clicks left of
back.
this. Yep.
That's a lot of cards in hand. And I think we saw the next big thing in hand. But yeah, no false lead, no embedded reportings, just basically no ways of really progressing the game. But I think that is a comfortable spot for Wild to be in right now when you had that big play with knocking out the twinning inevitability.
Yeah.
If the twinning was online, if Rangi Doge was just drawing up and being able to kind of gain twinning counters passively, I think that this game looks a lot different.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Also, that public trail did get shuffled back in. So, any successful run could result in a tag and bag or tag and removal of resources.
Yes, and the public trail did get shuffled back in with the spin doctor,
Yeah,
by
that's
the way.
what I was
So the one of public trail is still in play. Rangi Doge thinking about the turn here,
Yep.
doing some drawing,
Yep.
looking up for some more answers.
I'm looking up. We've got a beautiful skylight here.
Yes, we do. And one thing I just actually noticed about this list is that this is on 2 twinning.
Yeah, there is a backup twinning.
There's a backup twinning. So Rangi Doge here, I think, maybe looking for some more dolls.
Yeah, now that HQ's been iced 3 times,
Yep.
you want a 4th doll.
Granted, if you manage to find you had the twinning. Oh, next big thing. So this was a run.
This was a run on archives just for the. You're getting the Sable value. You're seeing face down cards, but this activates Oppo in a big way.
Yep. So Rangi Doge looking at
Yeah, we see petty cash.
archives. Was it a naked run? It wasn't a clean getaway run or anything like that, right?
I think there was just face downs that he was checking.
Yeah.
Maybe he was trying to flush the spin doctor,
Mm-hmm.
but it was better to let him have the 5-3.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ian taking a think on this now that kind of Big Oppo's been turned online, and he's sitting on 7 credits.
Mm-hmm.
So again, Nebula here in this position has an advantage on resources, even without the false lead scored out. I think Wild is looking at like how are ways that I can kind of stick you with tags
Mm-hmm.
and make progress off of that. And I think it's really interesting to give up 3 points in this position, because usually when you give up 3 points, you have a false lead scored out and you
Yeah,
are kind
you're
of looking for a
about to
combo.
do something pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
But this is this is not a guaranteed win from here. Not at
Yeah.
all.
So
We are bouncing something with the Hermes, of course.
yep, Hermes bounce. On HQ, just thinking about which one to do there. And now
Got to think about this for a while.
some number of click actions left. I'm sure exactly what. Bravado.
Okay,
Bravado HQ.
cool. So we're going to end up with some money.
Maybe
Oh,
not.
we're thinking about the bravado.
Maybe not.
We're showing the bravado. I could bravado if I wanted to.
I think Bravado there. I think that is in fact the Neon Static alt art Bravado.
I believe it is.
That inspired by their phrasing.
Run with
Run
your
with your eyes closed, and I do believe that Rangi Doge had his eyes closed when he threw it down on the table.
Uh-huh.
So doing them.
But
justice.
if we run HQ,
Mhm.
we can pop the compilation to see extra cards. We know that Wild's been drawing, but
Yeah, there
not
was a draw
scoring.
there. Draw there. Play gamble.
Okay.
Yeah, and now we have way more credits to deal with a big oppo.
We can deal with a big oppo, and we don't mind seeing Wild spend 7 credits on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I guess neither player's going to be totally happy with it, but
Yeah, exactly. Meteor in chat calling out that the bravado play looked good as a way of potentially making some money, but the doom scrolls just cost so much on their own that realistically you don't actually net that much money off of it. Yeah, but you know what? Now with those 3 points, maybe you're okay with this trade.
yeah, maybe you are. I mean, it does give Rangi the chance to come back. If we can get that other twinning out, if we can load it up with counters, from 3 points we can win. From 0 points we cannot.
Yeah, when you have
There's the oppo.
there's the big oppo. I mean,
Mhm.
you know that there's going to be some line
Mhm.
that Wild has in mind when he has a spin doctor on the table. You run archives and you let them steal the next big thing.
Yep.
There's got to be some tools in Wild's hand that Wild is putting together and saying, yeah, this is worth it for me. Ian, now I know that this potentially looks like an easy decision where you're just clearing 4 tags.
Yeah, you want to just clear the 4 tags. Yeah, that's what we're going.
Yeah.
But he was thinking about this. Like,
I was thinking about it.
What can I do with this? The thing is, it makes HQ even harder to run in a roundabout way, since it activates that 3rd subroutine on each of the doom scrolls.
Yep.
What can you really do with 4 tags? Not a lot.
Yeah, so the end result that we land on here is, with the next big thing being clicked now,
Mhm.
I don't think have the clicks to fast advance anything from your hand. And Rangi Doge did not make a run on that turn, so not threatened really by much
Not
else.
threatened by anything.
Yeah, and you have 3 points, so it feels like that was a drain a bunch of credits kind of play, and really notably, Rangi Doge drew into the gamble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That
Rangi Doge
that
has
is
some
true.
hard
He
decisions to
didn't
make
know
there,
for sure that. Yeah.
and drew into some money in econ and was able to play that out so that he has a lot better bounce back right now. And looks like there might be some clarity. Okay. Players discussing board states, figuring stuff out. Roll a mark on HQ. Triple ice R&D.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these doom scrolls are certainly doing a good number of defense for HQ.
Yeah, really. Yeah, the double doom scroll is kind of tremendous here. Really giving Rangi pause.
Mm-hmm. No leech in the list.
No, it's
So
not.
those like three.
The
three strength
is such an awkward strength.
Yeah. 3 strength matters.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 to break each one. Now we do know that Rangi Doge has a bravado in hand, so
Yeah, so
normally
you're
we'd pay out 6. That's
kinda
the
trying to
cost
turn
of the
that
doom
into
scroll.
a profitable.
Yeah, so it'd be net 2 credits, and you get a flip. And both players are aware that this play is open.
Yeah, and there's the Chesva, gonna make that a little bit easier on him.
Chesva over
Chesva
time will
into
make this fire.
Oh, okay.
We have a transfer of wealth. Now,
Maybe we miscalculated. Oh
transfer
no! Oh, we are
wealth.
just taking
we're
net
taking the damage.
Wow,
We're taking the
okay.
damage. Taking the damage, probably avoiding the tags. I'm gonna assume
I
here.
have to assume, yeah.
So I think it's break, boost to strength.
We are
Taking one tag on the inner doom scroll, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And we are going
we're
to pop
seeing
the capitulation to see 3
A bunch
cards.
of cards here.
Let's see what happens here.
The ice on R&D to me reads as there's no agendas in HQ.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was trying to say.
That's true, but I'm going to say that Rangi Doge is a much better player reader than I am. And so I think it's so fascinating that this is the time to kind of pressure and pop your tools here.
Okay, we see an end of the line. That's very important to know.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what those other 2 cards are.
Yep.
We make a bunch of money off of the transfer of wealth, of course.
Yep.
Don't forget about that.
And then clear tags.
Oh, and then we clear
And
tags.
then we
of
clear
course.
the tags.
Okay. We did get a successful run, but nothing was stolen. I'm not sure how many cards Rangi has in hand.
Mm-hmm. Do we know if WoW drew the public trail back?
I don't know yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Hmm.
Okay.
Mark on R&D.
Mark on the triple iced R&D. But it's not worth running R&D unless you can get multi-access.
Triple dice HQ too now too.
I have no idea what that means.
Mhm.
All right, the 1 NFL.
So I think Rangi Doge's turn was just drawing up, seeing back, playing in NFL. Back over to Wild, flipped and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and going. Rangi Doge is just saying, "Hey, what can you do with it?
Uh-huh.
Install a card, pass back the turn, draw.
Drawing up. We've got Bravado still in hand. Got ways of making one of these runs profitable.
And I think, is that the Bravado? No, it's a clean getaway.
Mm-hmm.
Clean getaway, I think, on archives.
Sure. Get some cash. Force one of the spin doctors. Oh, that's interesting. We didn't use that spin doctor. We rezzed the other one to force the trash at the first.
Yeah, so I think it was check archives, and then I think that Wild here res the spin doctor to draw, knowing that he's flipped, and then is saying, hey, my turn is score out this false lead. And I think the false lead was just on the table.
Yeah, it looks like it was.
It was just, hey, I installing a card, and that card happened to be the false lead. So
One false lead in.
yeah, didn't even need to kind of play it out from hand there. Mm-hmm. All right, so turns back to Rangi Doge. I think Nebula needed to discard. Rolling mark.
Yeah. All right, we're back on archives with a bunch of face downs in there.
Yeah, with a bunch of face downs.
I don't think Wild's going to be feeding any more agendas anytime soon.
No, probably not. Granted, I think there's a very specific window here where potentially you could,
Mm-hmm.
but it does seem a little risky, especially knowing that there's a bravado in hand.
Yeah, I love that there's another compilation here.
So making that run on archives just to get information.
Yeah, we see a discarded end of the line, among other things.
Yes. So I think what that means that Wild has.
There we go. We're sealing the petty cache.
Excellent. So Cupulation can take any card that you're accessing and host it on it, which means that you can strand a petty cache that is in archives, remove it kind of from play so that you can't do any fast advance tricks.
Yeah, I like
With
that
it?
very much.
I like that a lot.
Of course, touch-ups is the other big fast advance trick, but we'll see how this goes. All right, we are loading up another open market over there.
But I will say that Nebula before was feeling pretty rich, and because of these ice installations advancing out. Okay, we have
There we go.
a touch-ups.
Is that going to be another false lead?
It is another false lead. The
Right.
game has become very interesting.
What we're going to name?
And there is the Hermes bounce that is going to happen here.
And we've got
And
two
what was
events in there.
named? Was it event was named? Oh, was it resource that was named? So I think resource might have been what was named here.
Amazing.
Either that, I mean, you're never naming hardware. So
No, because Rangi just installed the open market. Maybe Wild was thinking, oh, I
Yes.
don't want you to get your class act or something.
Class Act was one. A no free lunch was another potential one.
Mm-hmm.
And really, this was a
But there's
touch
only
ups
the
for
one
value.
free lunch, and Wild knows that.
And I think discarding the end of the line there maybe signals that you have two end of lines in hand
Yeah.
already.
You're like, I'm feeling good about the
Yeah.
number of end of the lines I possess.
Either that or you kept a single end of the lines and you kept two touch ups,
Mm-hmm.
maybe something like that.
Yeah.
And now we have the classic double false lead
Yeah, we got to this game state again.
game state. Yes.
It's a very different looking game this time.
And I do think that this is I mean one of the critiques, right, of
Mhm.
of the Nebula play experience, right, where you're like, I'm familiar with this game state.
Yep.
Yep.
Here we
We've
are.
been
We
here.
know how the game is played from here.
But it is transformative.
Yeah.
And that means that the game is very different now than it was before. The single no free lunch kind of negated most plays that could be done with a single false lead, and now that you have two false leads,
Mhm.
it
The single no free lunch not really a factor anymore,
pretty much not a
except
non-factor.
for like the public
Public
trail
trails,
or the
primary thing.
headline.
Yeah. I think technically it allows you to have some more flexibility about what clicks you can run.
Mm-hmm. Samak.
Samak.
Now, that's a bit awkward. We don't have a barrier breaker out there. We have to take 3 net damage, suffer 3 net damage.
Yeah. We have to
And
suffer.
we're not getting multi.
You can always bounce.
I bounce feels better than
Then take 3
yeah.
damage. Yeah. I think the question here is, one, do we have the Marjana that we can install and break the Samoxamoon so that we can start flipping Nebula?
love it.
Granted, now that Nebula has 2 false leads scored out, it almost is a lot less relevant to just flip them.
Yes,
Yeah.
like the fast advance is not the thing that Wild is trying to do anymore. Not at all.
Right.
Ronji's just got to find the twinning, got to charge it up, and try to steal as many cards as possible.
And that's Anuka.
We've only got 7.5 minutes left in this round though, and charging up a twinning 4 times takes time.
Remind me how long the rounds are. 40 minutes?
It's still 40 minutes.
It's
even
40
top
minutes,
time,
yeah.
until the finals themselves.
To me, it's wild because this does not feel like it's been 32 minutes.
It does not,
Like
no.
33. I'm like,
This has been moving
it's
fast. as far as I'm
fascinating to
concerned.
me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. We're at 8 credits. What does this mean?
We're at 8 credits. We're drawn with Nuka. We're looking for probably some sort of multi-axis, I think, because
Multi-axis, yeah.
we want to be
And the
touching
Marjana, ideally.
multiple cards at the same time
Mhm.
and trying to, because we're on 3 points. So this is one of the things I wasn't around
Something.
for. Oh, there's the Marjana.
We're just
No,
showing
there's
it.
not the
We're just
Marjana.
showing it. Hey, look.
There's not. Just kidding. Nope. So we do notably have what Shezva,
We've got-
a cupulation. Dolls cost 2 MU, so we do have 1 free MU.
Yeah, I thought we saw a second Shezva at some point.
Installed?
Maybe I was mistaken.
I missed it. Missed it if it was installed.
Criminal MU is tight. They've got so many useful cards, and in this meta, you want to be running multiple Chezvas.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, I think that's, Rangi Doge is not on Bleach, but is on 2 copulation, and I think that's the, just MU constrained.
Yeah, and this copulation's a bit awkward because normally when you trash the copulation, that card is negated. If you trash this copulation, the card that's hosted on it becomes fully active again in a frustrating way. Okay,
So
we
another
are
dolls.
all dolled up.
We
know
are
where to go.
all dolled up, and that is a pinhole. I actually really like this pinhole.
Pinhole's interesting. We get to use the Chezva credits for whatever we trash, of course.
And the other thing is that you don't have to, you don't actually have to like commit to anything with the pinhole. You just kind of have to show it.
Yeah, sometimes that'll force the corp to do some sort of action on its own.
Yep.
Cool.
And that's a planogram. And that was a tomorrow's headline that's been
That's
sitting
been
on the
there
board
for a
for
little
ages.
while.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So that's a single tag, but we have the no free lunch there. Yeah, very patient, very diligent play from Wild there to keep the tomorrow's headline on the table. And I think what's happening now is, so we're going to discard. This is a really, really interesting play. I actually wonder if Wild is saying, I can't let you just sit back and find a twinning and then charge it without interacting with me. I need to start presenting
I have to be showing
like,
you that I am going to be pushing the game
score
forward
out.
at all times.
Exactly.
All right, so we've got the Marjana. That is all of our MU, I believe.
Yep.
Now
That's
we are.
bravado.
Yeah, we haven't made a successful run. It's not going to be a huge
Mm-hmm.
deal for the Marjana.
Yeah, this is going to be Nebula Flip, sees 1, and that is petty cash, I believe.
Stays on top.
Yeah, so at this point with double false lead scored out, you can do stuff like install next big thing, advance.
Yeah.
Say, yeah, if you pass the turn, I'll be on 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
And if you steal it, well, you
I
have
will
exactly
oppo
one
and then
turn.
take away all your clicks.
Yeah, you would have 1 turn.
If you steal it, then you have to find the last point immediately.
Yes.
But
exactly.
with Rangi already on 3, like that's possible.
It's risky. Yeah, no, it's risky. I think that you would only take that line if you think that
You can defend your central.
that's a higher chance of you winning than just sitting back and saying, I still on 2 false leads. We're going to make the game go out a little bit longer. You know what? There's one other thing that I'm realizing here with the 4 to 3 points on agendas. Players might be starting to consider time. Wild may be.
Yeah, that might have been a time play. Like, hey, we've got 3 minutes left. I've just got to be 1 point ahead of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
We bounced off that Samak. We are just gonna we're just gonna poke HQ now.
Yeah. Running HQ. Seeing what's in the hand, seeing what options are available. Asking for the flip here.
We can grab one agenda, then we can probably win this game on time.
Maybe if you grab an agenda,
We're
you
gonna
are turning on
flush the whole thing, force the flip. Card number 1.
That's an end of line.
Kind of assume there were multiple in there.
That is a
An oppo.
oppo. That is a behold.
Gross, disgusting. You hate it.
So here's the
And
good
we
news.
don't see that last card.
We don't see the. Yes, we don't. So here's the good news. The good news is that we know what the corpse reaches.
Yeah.
Not entirely. But so there's one unknown card, but we know that they have a single end of line in hand. And that they discarded an end of line earlier.
True.
So the question here is the last card another edge of the line?
Like that's what I'm guessing, because that's what the discard tells me.
Mm-hmm. And I think that, you know, if it, then you're probably popping the false leads, unless that click was. I think there had to have been.
It looked like
at
it was
least 2
early enough
clicks
that we could
left.
clear the tags.
Yeah, I think there had to be at least enough 2 clicks left because that no free lunch is still there.
Yeah, like if you have 1 click left, you clear 1 tag, and then the no free lunches aren't that useful because you can't kill on just 1 tag
Without touch-ups.
without touch-ups.
Touch-ups you can.
I didn't see a touch-ups in there.
I didn't, but if it was exactly touch-ups and end of the line and that ice is matched with chest foe, then in theory,
yeah,
if the tag was floated, then you can just do that. So we're 1 minute left in the round.
Close to time.
I think both players are taking very quick turns here. Kind of aware of the time.
Yeah. Dr. Nuka, we're going to draw.
Dr. Nuka draw, looking for that.
Looking for anything, looking for a solution.
Second twinning, I'm going to guess.
Let's hope so. Because if we install twinning, then run.
Yeah.
Are
We've
we
seen both of the copullations
taking
in
3
list,
damage
right?
on the way in?
I think we are. Drew up
Are
a
we
little
breaking
bit.
the other one, or are we taking 3 net damage?
We took the net damage knowing that we don't care.
Yeah, you don't. At 30 seconds, you don't care. But just in case.
Well, we also, you know, it basically negates the Nuka. You drew into Nuka. You know the only card in your deck that matters here is twinning. You didn't find it. You can discard all the cards in your hand.
Yep.
Yeah. Your cards are HP at this point. I think, you know, Wild pointing at something, Ian looking a little. I read as disappointed there, knowing that time is basically going to get called here, and I think that means 1 more corp turn and 1 more runner turn.
Yeah.
So that
Of course,
tomorrow's
our
headline
timer might
doesn't
be
matter.
slightly off, so who knows? Yeah, I think time has been called.
So advancing what we do now know is a mess of a chest foe.
So
Probably taking a credit and shrug.
saying, pass back to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get top
I think
of R&D.
So we saw the top card of R&D already. We saw 3 cards of the 4 in hand. There are face downs in
There is a new
archives.
card on R&D.
There's a new card in R&D. I think that's
If that's anything.
if that's anything. So I mean, you have a Nuka. The corpse not getting another turn. You don't have to worry about it. Wait, yeah. Oh, this is weird. Who's top seed? If you pop false leads, this actually matters now. So if there is a tie,
Yeah, who is top seed?
great question. If there is a tie in points at the end of this turn, then
Top
the
seed is
higher
top.
seed wins. And I'm going to assume that it is Rangi. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
Frank is saying Wild is higher seed. I'm not sure. I don't have that right in front of me.
Wild was 6th and Rangi was 14. Okay.
Yeah, so Wild can pop 1 false lead to just shorten Ranji's turn and just
Yeah.
say, I win the tie.
Yep. So
You
basically,
hate to see it, but that's
so basically
eligible.
2 clicks left. Is what it is. So you're trying to find points, and if you find points, you just win on the spot. I mean, that means that you can't go draw, you know, find twinning.
Nope.
An active, you know, it's a C2. I think you're
Unless
literally
if
seeing
the
signals
twinning's not
here.
already in hand and it isn't, then this isn't going to happen. You need to just check top of R&D, I think.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it probably doesn't hurt to just check HQ2.
I don't know. I mean, we know almost all the cards in HQ.
Yeah. I mean,
And we're pretty sure we even know the
do we
card
think
we've
the
got.
very I mean, so the thing is that it's the mark. And at a certain point you just actually can go to 0 cards in hand. It does not matter. You can go to 0 credits because the corp's not getting another turn.
Yep.
You're not afraid of dying.
Yeah, you can put everything on this, I guess.
I think that in my quote unquote 2 clicks this turn with the HQ mark on HQ, if I understand the board state correctly and the rules of the tournament and time and everything correctly, I think it's run HQ, run archives, run R&D. So this might be a run on, no, asking how many face down cards are in archives.
We're thinking about this. Would there be anything in archives? I guess you might as well check. You have the opportunity
Probably
to check.
not, to be honest. But if you only have two clicks,
Yeah.
then you're.
Archives R&D.
I think
That's
there's
the way
no
to go.
reason to not. I think we've ruled out kind of all of the other kind of potential factors here. Ironically, if you touch one point, it's not good enough. So hitting the Mesvichesvo, using credits and Chesva bucks and a doll to break it. Ian, understanding, hey, the tags don't matter, the damage doesn't matter. You get to do that entire hand, right?
Losing
One
the
damage
entire
from the
rest of my
Doom Scroll, take a tag, take 3,
Okay.
and we're gonna see a card, and this is triggering Mark.
Yeah, so we still have 2 clicks after this. We might be able to do a whole lot with this turn in the end.
So seeing a card, that is an end of the line.
Of course. Well, there's like 6 of them in hand or something.
Yep. And you do have a no free lunch to pop here for 3 credits, which I think is part of the math.
That's such a great point. Yep.
So you have four
That is
credits.
3 insta credits. We are using
Oh, we use the
Nuka. We have
Nuka.
one more click after this.
Okay.
Do we have any multi-access run events? No, I don't think so.
Okay. So this is,
We're using this to run R&D with?
yeah, exactly. So you get $3 off the no free lunch. The Marjan, there has been a successful run that has been made. So the Marjana costs a little bit less. And that is a steal. That is
Wow.
a steal. That is game. Oh
5-4,
my
and
God.
that's game. We can
Ian takes it.
take the rest of the 2 clicks off.
Oh my God.
It had to be. You just
It had to be 2 points. It could
But you
not
had to
be a
do that
false lead.
exactly correct. Like he was doing the right plays. He went for the extra click. He drew up to go through this Matsmoon.
That is amazing.
That was tense.
Wow.
My heart was beating there.
Okay, so Rangi Doge moves on.
Yeah, this knocked Wild out of double elimination, but Wild did pretty well for himself the whole time. That was some great stuff.
That is wild. GG, well played to both players. That
Yeah, getting it off the top. That's great luck, but he also knew exactly where the luck was.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
such an important skill in Netrunner.
both players understood exactly what had to be done, and if you play that game out, does it end differently? Potentially, but people are just playing within the structure, playing what it is.
Absolutely.
And I think Ian's face said it all.
Yeah, Ian's face said
Oh,
nothing for
man.
40 minutes and then said it all at the end.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That was a good time.
Wow. Okay. So
Hey, Netrunner, that felt really different than our last game of Nebula versus Sable as well. That was very cool.
I'm assuming it did. I didn't actually see it.
Well, trust me, it did.
Okay. it was very different then. Oh, wow. Okay. So that means that Rangi Doge continues on. Wild is unfortunately out of the tournament. And I think that we are now down to 4 players left.
I think so now.
Is that
We
right?
need a couple more players.
Yeah.
We're
wonder-
gonna take a break.
I wonder if we can get reports. Should we give updates on the status of players? Sure. We'll take a couple minutes and we'll be right back.
Cool. Bye, everybody.
We're back here
We're
in
back.
Montreal, Quebec, Canada for the Netrunner Americas Continental Championships. And we are in the loser's bracket, but pretty high up.
Lower bracket.
Lower bracket. What am I saying?
No. I did the same thing earlier. We have Rangi Doge on the right, who is just coming back from the last win. We saw him recovering from all the adrenaline in the other room, and Hams on the left. I have not seen Hams. I don't think we've seen Hams in stream yet. Is that right? Yeah. So the first time so far this tournament, and Hams is going to be playing Essa, I believe, if running, or is Hams corping? Hams is corping? I could have that wrong. We see Alco. We see Alco on Ron. Yeah. Okay. So Hams is not corping. So we have.
Oh, they're sitting on the wrong sides.
That's okay. Yeah. We see Essa.
Yeah.
And looks like we might need to
Yeah, we'll adjust
our
here.
camera in a second.
Yeah, so we have Essa right into Oko. Can they crack the egg? Chase bracket. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I like that quite a bit. All right, we're going to see if we can just fix the camera here. Seems like it got knocked somewhat. But while we are waiting, just working through the mulligans now, the winner of this match still has one more win to go before making it into the grand finals.
It's a long journey to come up from that chase bracket.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
really, the pressure's got to be pretty immense as you're going through each game. Just going, oh, just one more. Just no way. It won't happen. It won't happen to happen. And it just keeps going.
Here's the thing. Which would you rather be? Because right now, waiting in the grand finals means that you get such a long break, which could be perfect. You could walk around, clear your head, go and grab something to eat. Really can be handy. But
I wouldn't want the break to get cold. I wouldn't want to get super cold.
you would get super cold. At the same time, these people have to play and play and play and play, always under the threat that one single loss was going to end you the game.
Right. It is funny to maybe to recommend or to compare Netrunner to like a physical activity where you're physically getting cold, but mentally getting cold does happen in this game. Like if you haven't played a few games, then
Would you just be grinding out some extra games while you're waiting?
I'd play one for fun, with a trusted opponent.
Right.
You know, if you know what side you're playing at that point, do you? I don't know how top cuts work.
When it's top cut, it is still dealing with either the balance.
So you would know what you've played more of. So you could probably
It kind of
closely.
doesn't matter because you'll
either
will
know-
have to play both.
Yeah. Right.
If,
So you probably just play one of each game or practice the first few turns or something. Yeah.
All right.
I've never been in the position, so I wouldn't know.
So we're ready and start.
So we see a Shestushka in the opening hand on Ham's side.
And it looks like an agenda sitting in hand. I'm not certain. We'll see what we can do to find out. Okay. So looks like they're waiting for the official round to start. Nope, we've got a mulligan happening here.
Okay.
Somebody,
And a keep on Essa?
yeah, it looks like you keep on Essa. Sorry?
Okay. Judge call so early?
Yeah, it looks like
Card text reminder.
somebody showing a card text, yeah. Shouldn't be allowed. The game's started already. Get out of there, Sam.
That's Andre.
All right.
Looks like we're just about ready to go after the mulligan. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Both players have their starting hands.
Hope
we
for the
see
best.
an agenda in the opening hand. Is that a see how they
Yeah.
run?
I think so.
Petty cash. flickers. We see an anemone,
Anemone.
Saisantan, those split-second images cycling through.
This is how you become a pro caster. You just have to be able to identify a card in 0.02 seconds.
It's image recognition is a really impressive thing about the human brain. It's one of our strongest qualities.
Yeah. All right, so they've reset the time. And we're off to the races.
Right.
Icing HQ. Remote install and a credit.
This is good respect for Shesuska.
Yeah.
Starting off with a sure gamble from Hams.
Ham's taking a look at that remote and
It's a
instantly
sting.
fed a sting.
Getting an Alco counter, taking a net damage.
And 1 point to Hams. Losing the other sure gamble. All you need now is 2 Fuji and game's over.
We're most of the way there, basically.
I mean, look.
Yeah.
Game's practically done.
Mandatory draw. Definitely, okay, drawing we're seeing, is that up a hole?
There's an end
No.
of the line, I think, in hand.
What is the big yellow?
What
What is that? It's Oppo Research.
Oppo
Which we
Research.
just threw in. So draw, Oppo.
Get tagged. 2 tags for Hams at this point.
That's Oppo Research alt art from Worlds this past year, 2024.
And you could just stay with cards in hand and hope that that Rangi Doge is just going to do an end of the line for tempo.
A value end of the
Yeah,
line.
and then just reset it. But
So click to draw, click to install for Mentor.
yeah, looks like it.
And then what?
And a credit.
Clear 2
and-
tags
okay,
and pass turn.
Yeah.
I like the fermenter and clearing. Like, yes, you're spending money, but you're
Yep.
also building your future money.
Let's get things started.
There's a card I'm having trouble identifying there. Install. So install an ice. And it was either a click for credit or a click to draw. The credits, we should note on the right-hand side that Rangi is shuffling as a poker chip
Yeah.
habit.
Those are
Are
just chip
not,
tricks.
they are not Rangi's credits. The actual credits are on the left-hand side. By the arm with the snare bear bracelet.
I mean, kind of awesome that you get your own bracelet.
Ham's face checking this new remote, and it's an anemone.
All right. So
Paying 3, going to 2, pitching something from hand.
gonna get a whole lot of value off this Oko.
Rangi ideally wants that to be a petty cash that got discarded. Charge the Oko. Going to do 2 net, and then a third after. 2 instances of net damage. Right, and there we go. 2 counters. So steel skin scarring on the single. No, on the
Shizuka
double. On the
taken
double.
out. Oof.
Right. And
Shuffle
now
up again.
There should be 1 more damage coming. And that is
The fire.
Like the fire. Yeah.
Light the fire, less useful in this particular game, but that cohort's guidance program is no more.
Right. 4 counters. Okay.
Great tempo so far for Oko. Nothing new here.
Ham's going like face first
Oh yeah.
into this deck. It's nice for Rangi that there.
Oh, there's
yeah,
an access on R&D.
that was a bladderwort.
Can't do anything about that right now. Credit and turn.
Mandatory draw. We might see a petty cash play here. No, not on 2 credits.
No.
But next turn, if there's a single click for a credit, or if I think probably more likely that looks like a bladderwort installed to me.
Yeah.
And click for 2.
Makes
No,
sense.
click for 2 doesn't say bladderwort because then you don't get the net damage.
Resing the bladderwort's still going to,
Oh, that's right.
take 1 out.
Res
so
1.
It's
and-
as long as it's 4 or less.
Right.
So
Yep. I always forget about the res cost of the bladderwort. That'll get you. All right, so Ham's ripping a finality
oh,
on an open R&D
We've
taking
seen
a core
great
damage.
success for finality recently, but that's going to be a sabotage as well.
So Essa is going to trigger here, and we'll see Sabotage 2. We hit a Steel Skin Scarring. Strike Fund. That's a Man in the Moon Strike Fund.
So we're
And drawing off the Essa.
thinking about, there we go. So the sabotage, one off the top, one from HQ. Let's see a bunch of cards.
1 stays. 2, we can't see these cards. They're both out of frame in both cameras. 3. Trash for 3 credits. It's a FUT.
Yeah, it's a FUT.
And 4. And we whiff.
Whiff on the finality at
Right.
the same time.
Now-
Got those 2 sabotage.
Right. And there's, we know that there's no spin on the table.
No.
So there might be up to 2 more agendas in there. What if you go and find the 2 Fujis?
I mean,
just call it the game.
just do it. Just swing and miss.
Finality has been ripping. Okay, we just credit and pitch a leech
Yeah, I think
because of the core damage.
there is a bladderwort.
Yep.
It's going to be another ping.
Ping for 1 that's a ghost
Tongue.
Okay. Just like taking chunks out of the runner.
Really aggressive play from Hams. At the same time, it hasn't paid off. Just
No.
the 1 sting, which is not really going to be enough.
Alco triggers here. You see 3 cards, you discard 1. It is an incredibly powerful draw engine. Not having to draw cards turns out makes you able to do a lot of shenanigans.
Spin Doctors are probably what Rangi Doge is looking for at the moment. You really want to make sure that you have those. Those are gold in an SM matchup to sort of protect you from all the sabotage that you're going to be taking.
And you really want like a spin and ice
Yeah.
to protect it. You want to protect your spins against Essa. Because otherwise they just get hunted down and then it doesn't really matter.
Although you also still have Moonpool. So part of it is knowing when to just sniff around archives. See, is it time? Can we do something about this now?
The spin doctors are so nice as far as economy is concerned. The Moonpool, you'd love to be able to use them for utility. They are great backup hole patchers.
All right, looks like something's happening here.
Petty cash. That was I think that one might have been the petty in previous turns. Or just now on the Alco trigger potentially.
Install Oppo. Hey.
Hey, we did it. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Okay.
Once again, really appreciating the fact that Rangi Doge is checking, putting not only the core damage, but also tags on his side of the board as well.
Right. To have double assurance, right?
Yeah, but also just to make sure that you know what's going on. Sometimes your opponent's board state isn't as clear. You don't know their tokens. You don't know where they like to put their core damage or their tags.
Yeah.
For instance, here, Hams has an ID in front of the stack, in front of the heap, instead of doing it horizontally. So that's going to throw you off. Just keep track of it on your own side of the board.
Fair. So I think we saw Pop Fermenter. And then
Yeah. And now we're running on a remote.
with 2 tags. And it's a moon.
That's a moon pool.
A new Cat Shen
This
moon
is
pool.
almost a must trash, except for the fact that we, of course, Oppo still a potential threat. I think we're leaving it alone.
Hams looks a little tortured, but I also don't know Hams well enough to read expressions. I would be tortured in this scenario.
Clearing the tags.
Clear 2 and click for 1? Or how do we clear? Oh, I guess there was probably more credits on the board that I was.
Yeah, there was a fiber.
Okay. I keep missing the 5. Katorga Breakout. And that one is a Botulus.
Yep.
That is an Alexis Spicer.
2 bladderworts sitting on the table at the moment. Now it's possible for Hams to go in and trash one. Still, that's going to cost almost Ham's entire bank.
Right. So that was Res Moonpool to get down to 0 credits.
Yeah.
Res Moonpool, Res Bladderwort to get down to 0.
Yeah.
And then ping ping, get 2 credits.
The war of attrition has begun, and Hams is still only on 1 agenda point stolen.
Yeah, missing on the finality probably didn't feel great. But there still is potential for points to be in archives right now. We'll see how much sabotage pressure gets applied as we keep going forward.
Still only the 1 core damage, 1 sabotage trigger off Essa so far.
Really want the marrow here, I think, quite badly.
Ugh.
If you could get a marrow, you could just kind of pause
Just
on core
sit on
damage
it?
for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would go a long way, I bet. at least get you out of like the immediate danger zone of a single end of the line most of the time.
I mean, this is
Although-
a highway to the danger zone.
One of the things that this deck is trying to do is to see how they run on the board over a turn, advance that, get the tag by scoring the see how they run using moon pools, and then doing an end of the line in that turn. So you get damage off of the see how they run and a tag, and then the closing end of the line.
A new remote. All right.
Starting turn with draw,
Click 1 draw.
2 draw, 3 draw. We digging for the marrow here?
I would be.
Yeah.
Or maybe just 2 finalities to absolutely send it.
This is either, I'm sorry, I don't know how many cards are in hand right now. Can't quite see that. So I think we're still waiting for Hamz's 4th click. Click for credit. We see
More
2.
Oko value.
So Oko, we saw 2 credits off of Bladderworts that did no damage because we were above the 4 credit threshold.
Yep.
Hams is very happy about that, I'm sure. Looks, there we go. 3 cards in hand.
3
So it was
cards.
no cards in hand. Draw, draw, draw. Click
Yeah.
for, yeah. 4.
Ham's teetering on the edge. And the mandatory draw.
27 minutes left in round, 20, almost 28.
Checking
20.
archives. That's a petty cash.
There's the petty cash. So we've kind of exploded from 4 to 8
1 point we're down to 0.
without any clicks.
Nope.
That is a-
Why use clicks?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Why use click when no click better?
Install,
New remote. And
install,
again.
Oppo. That's the 3rd Oppo, and I don't think we've seen a shuffle back because we've seen no spins. This might be a very nice time for that to be either a spin or the see how they run, face down.
Yep.
Little Oppo could have been big, but then the threat is really kind of diminished. If you spend all 8 credits, you spend 7 of your 8 credits just to apply the tags, then you have no real way of threatening than to actually follow up and then end the line.
Now, the Sako is not on false lead. We do not have a Nebula deck here. So those Oppos, those tiny Oppos, right now they're for value.
Click 1, we are raindropsing.
And stealing a Regenesis,
Oh my. Bold.
which means there's something.
There's a Fuji in archive.
There's a tricky Fuji in archives, and it looks like Hams is going to
Or-
immediately try to rescue that.
right. And we see the spin doctor go on the table. The spin doctor did go onto the
There it
table.
is.
That is well timed, just in time for Rangi. Moving from the game.
A foil spin
Return.
doctor is going to go and get an Oppo.
Two
Two Oppos.
Oppos.
Forget it. Come get me in archives. I dare you. The moon pool is still there.
Financially, how do we supply? I wonder how Rangi, I guess maybe there's, if there are public trails, I'm not public trails, predictive planograms in hand right now, then that would supply card draw and money off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 credits.
So now we can use the moon pool to put 2 cards back into R&D. You
True.
don't need to have something advanceable. It's not like touch-ups.
Right. And now I think we still are waiting on the access of archives, right? No, I suppose not.
I don't think there's been a run. It's still the
I
raindrops.
think we're working through the steps of the
Yep.
raindrops.
The raindrops. So there were no subroutines resolved, but make some bucks. Hems, considering Hems's options.
How many clicks left do we have?
Don't know. Using click trackers.
Yeah. It was
Drawing a
raindrops.
card.
Raindrops was one.
and spending the credits to get rid of
Yeah.
those credits.
Right. Raindrops,
Those
draw.
tags.
Right.
Yeah.
Rangi getting animated there for a minute. Not sure what exactly is happening. We don't have table audio.
Rangi taking a hit off the Oko again.
Was this just? Oh, that was. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Oko.
Yeah.
It's like, where else? Where's all the card draw coming from? Of course, it's coming from the egg.
And yes, as I've said before, I acknowledge that the correct pronunciation is Alco, but I don't care.
You like? All right. Taking inventory of what's in archives. There's a lot of utility out of putting things in there between cohort guidance program and your moon pools, and obviously just making sure that we don't have too many points in there for ESSA to go steal.
I mean, ESSA at the moment has only sabotaged once and currently has an empty board. No credits, no programs, no hardware, no resources.
0 board state.
2 points and a lot of hope for Hams. But these 2 bladderworts are still on the table. So even if Rangi just gets rid of the credit pool and just gets poor, then we're just going to be doing some value pings. Remember, we are sitting on one end of the line. There's the archives run.
Looks like we just did install.
Yeah. I think Hams just went first click. Let's go and see what's in archives. And there isn't anything of note.
So that says that R&D and or HQ has a lot of points in it.
Hams going into the tank.
We have 3. See how they run unrepresented.
We're running an R&D.
Okay.
Get that single. It's a white space.
Yeah. Not doing much.
I would like 1 credit, please.
This is a tough spot to be. I don't know how Hams typically plays this deck, but having 1 credit and no cards on the table is a tough position.
This is a rough situation to be in.
I don't know how Rangi's deck does with scoring, but
Well, right now, not so great. There it is. A sting. I speak too soon. We're taking 2 net.
We get a steel skin and a buzzsaw. Okay, just drawing back up from steel skin and getting a foot counter. Sorry, an Oko counter.
Yep.
And I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe the face down. Maybe some of the face downs here are expensive reses to get down to bladderwort range again.
Yep.
Because spending a whole turn to triple advance a sting without a foot on the board.
Right now, Rangi Doge has the game well in hand, despite the fact that it's 2-1, but there's a finality.
Here's a finality.
Hams just continues to send it.
This is the line, I think. Without the board state, the open R&D is just there, right? And when you just said, it seems like there's a lot in there.
What was that?
Second quarter, that was a simul chip?
That was a simul chip? All right. And that is Sabotage 2.
Right. I'm just thinking about this.
Did the Sabotage 1 go off? Oh, no, we don't have Marrow installed.
Right. Marrow's Sabotage is on score.
Yeah, but we scored the sting.
But there's no Marrow installed. Right. I see. Okay. Oppo.
Oh, that's an Oppo.
The Mindscaping.
An end of the line.
End of the line and a Gaslight with no credits to trash. Was it an end of the line or was it a spin?
I think that was a foil end of the line.
Okay.
Not sure.
Either way, no credits. If it was a spin, no credits to trash it.
Yeah. Hab's now sitting on 2 core, no Marrow, which means 1 end of the line is gonna kill you.
This is aggressive play. I can see how this style of deck gets you to here. It is like,
Because right now, still nothing on the board.
yeah.
No credits, hardware, programs, or resources.
And yet that could have been the game.
that could have been the game right
Right.
there.
A fair amount in at least one face down in archives. It looks like more than one. Checking the 2 face downs is
Resing a
spin.
spin.
Rangi's doing 3D chess right now, trying to figure out how all the pieces fit together inside of that egg.
Halfway through the round, and it's still 2-1. But I predict at some point this game is going to explode.
It's exploded in a quiet way already a few times, and then just petered. All right, checking what we have in archives. So, I mean, we res the spin because we're looking for some kind of a combo piece here. I don't know if that's more agendas. Maybe the agendas aren't showing up, so the moon pools can't be used to do the fast
Either
advance.
that or it's a preemptive, I want my oppos back because this is how I think I'm going to win.
That's right. Yeah. Checking the heap. Okay, now removing the spin doctor.
So card we haven't seen. And that's
Not
Oh,
sure.
we missed
I think it was a face up because it got
I think it was an oppo.
revealed. Anemone and what's that? Not sure.
So nothing on this archives run.
Oh, it was an archives run. Okay, that was what forced the I'm sorry, the spin doctor pop.
Still sitting on a healthy number of credits.
Pitching a Shestushka to core damage, hand size there.
Yeah.
A fair amount of credits on Rangi's side. It is getting to be like threatening amounts of money.
Hams also now no longer has any finalities. So there's no sending it left on R&D. There's
Right.
only 2 in the deck.
The sending it now transforms to Shestushkas, but one just got
ditched
pitched.
and one got
Right.
damaged.
There's only one left in the deck at this point. There are running hots. That
There are
can
running
get
hots,
played off 0
But there
cards.
ain't no Ashen epilogues. We're not seeing those cards
Sure.
again.
But you can do 3 more running hots to just
For
try
value.
and sabotage here.
But I think Hams, from the body language, Hams
Again, I don't
is,
know. A bit of an enigma here. I'm not quite sure exactly how to evaluate how Hams is feeling here.
trying to see how they can get this game back under control. But I think all the control is sitting on the right side of the screen.
Okay, we install and double advance that far upper right card.
Now, when it comes to the card that's sitting there, there aren't any advanceable assets in the deck. So that is an agenda.
This is to see how they run. And then we're going to moon pool to finish because install double advance. We can moon pool, but then we don't have the end of the line. Just leaving it because we're saying I'm going to oppo you.
All right, we got the click trackers out now.
That's nice. It does seem like, yeah, we've passed turn back. So click for 2 credits. Play a Nuka. And click for a
Running hot.
and running hot.
Taking that last.
Botulus is a core damage. The third third core damage. Going to sabotage 2, draw off of Essa.
Now, Rangi taking a look at his hand, and I imagine that there's lots of stuff in there that he would rather keep.
The nice part here.
We rip 1 off of R&D, 1 out of HQ, so at the very least we get an Oko counter.
Right. And you can't just say, I'm going to fix this with Moonpool, you can. But then if you advance, if you advance the face on, yes, it is a
Handing a sting over.
right. Alco trigger. Net damage, 1 net damage.
Ham's now at 3 points.
Or is it 2?
Losing
It's
a
2.
clean getaway. It's 2.
Yeah, because they both had 1.
Yeah.
There's the third Shestushka.
Rough.
Yeah, all the pieces are getting put away, but we're on now 3 points.
Essa just needs to
Have some
send
good
it even more
sabotage.
into R&D at this point.
Right. Check the top of R&D, check archives.
Hams is down but not out, sitting on 1 credit. Dr. Nuka.
Ladder War, Alco trigger. Sees 3, gets to pitch 1. Thinking about the pitch. This is sometimes a bit of a tell when your opponent rips 3 and takes 3 and immediately snaps 1 down.
I've heard some people say that the important thing to do is that when you have an action like that, always pause. Do not rapid play
Right.
unless
If you
have to.
rapid play, then it gives away when you have to think.
It's information.
Yep. I will pull 3, see a pity, and throw it in there right away, and I should probably take the pause.
There's an Oppo. 2 installs and an Oppo. But this time, we're spending 7 credits.
It's the big oppo.
And the Bladderworts are back in play.
Right. Both Bladderworts are online. This is impossible to clear, I think. Are we looking at game?
We're on 0 credits.
0 credits. You can't clear more than 2 tags here. More than a tag here.
Yeah. Unless we've got a strike fund.
With 3 core damage and already applied. So there's no clearing. So I think this is Ham's last turn.
This is Hams going Hams.
Click
We
1
Dr.
draw.
Nuka draw because we were hoping to find some Fujis.
Probably hoping to find, Fuji's, and also maybe hoping to find a running hot.
Yeah.
Because on 0 credits, you could hit that and potentially go find the winning agenda that you caused the sabotage on.
This is an Essa who's hurting
Running
and
HQ.
has spotlights directly on
This
them.
is cool. Running HQ on 2 credits. Do we get to be able to res this? Very unlikely because Rangi's
But
not.
are there agendas hiding in HQ?
Oh, this is good. This could be the scrappiest win of all time. Like
If Hams pulls this off,
it's a
then
masterclass.
then that is a scrabbling up a dangerous hill, a volcano waiting to erupt.
Looks like no res. And then thinking about actions before access. Tapping the card is often an indication of no res. Resing
Resing a spin doctor. So there are agendas in HQ. We're trying to increase the density.
This can be tricky because sometimes you can just draw an extra agendas.
Yep. And then
Yeah. But you do have the moon pool on board that you can here deal
Yeah.
with this issue. You can pitch the agendas. You can put advancements on something if you need to. Again, you don't need to, like you said.
but Hams has 2 clicks left after this.
Moonpool's got a. Oh, sorry.
And multi-access is just not on the table.
Yeah, you have to see. You have to just sabotage and hope that they're in archives.
Hams
And there's a
must,
spin on the table.
yeah, Hams must find either 2 see how they runs or a Fuji and 1 other.
The spin on the table is pretty disheartening for Hams.
Yeah.
We are revealing 2 see how they runs using the moon pool.
Yep.
Putting them back in the deck. I don't know that we have. Yeah, there was the 2 advancements on that card there.
Which again must be
An agenda.
an agenda because it has to be. Oh no, you place advantage counters on an installed
Oh,
card.
it doesn't.
So this could be a fake out.
And there are no traps in the deck.
No,
right?
but it could easily just be put on any asset. Like that could be a FUT.
And that would be confusing because
Yes.
FUT has a different kind of counter.
A different kind of counter.
Running to check. No, maybe not. I saw a hand flick and I thought maybe that was a run.
Yeah.
Although Rangi's very thoughtful, so it's possible that there was a run and we're just waiting to have a think.
Yeah. Rangi does not have ice in front of R&D. That's their hand.
Okay, running R&D. Oh, just checking how many cards are in R&D.
Yeah. The answer is some.
It seemed like maybe in the 15-ish range. I didn't quite
Sounds about
count.
right.
Yeah. We see it end of the line.
Yeah, we whiff off the top of R&D.
Looked green.
Yeah. So this is it. Hams has to have Hams must
Final click.
have a running hot. Otherwise, this is game.
Because
there's 4 tags and the end of the line is about to get drawn.
Because Spin Doctor represents no points in archives, or at least not winning, probably.
Yeah, but also since it's the last click,
Okay, running the agenda. Or the not agenda. It is a moon pool.
It's a moon pool. That's gonna be game. We trashed down to 3. Rangi looking on.
Marrow gone.
But
Spin Doctor
Rangi
to
doesn't
fermenter.
know that that's an end of the line.
Bladderwort. Checking text on Bladderwort. Resing a cohort. Getting 1 credit. Pinging off of the 2 Bladderworts. 1 and 2. We see a Steelskin and a Strike Fund.
Yep. The Oko. This is where Rangi's going to see the card that he's been waiting for.
Hams didn't even.
Jintegi
Yeah.
wins off of Mindscaping.
A Mindscaping. Rude.
Jintegi does what Jintegi wants, and in this case, it's to roll over Essa, who did not have a chance to find Zermeros.
So is this revealing what was in archives?
Yeah.
So 2 were going to go back from the Spin Doctor, and then there was a Fuji. Oh, that was not quite enough to cross the finish line. It was
No.
6 points. Yeah. Honestly, that's pretty close.
It's closer than we expected. Ham's scrappiness, unfortunately, did not pay off.
It was a tense game, though.
Definitely. But Rangi manages to sit there, calm, cool, collected, riffle those chips, and then absolutely destroy somebody from within.
Nice smile on Rangi's face.
Yeah.
And then, so round 6, we have round 7.
Round 7 is Rangi versus whoever is waiting. I don't have that information just directly in front of me.
This waiting room must be very...
Say again? It's who? Saka. So it's going to be a Rangi Saka matchup to find out who makes it into the grand finals.
No, yeah, we have that
Nope.
wrong. Okay. We are fairly certain that it's Saka.
Yep.
You'll find out soon enough if we are incorrect. And yeah, these decks are emotionally draining sometimes.
Would you have played as Hams?
No way. Essa is very fun. I have never played the 0 install Essa. And just rip all these.
It's worth it. I have definitely seen some players when it gets towards an end of a tournament and they start feeling some despair and some fatigue, and they're just like, I'm just going to go.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go as hard as I can because I don't want to think I'm either going to win or I'm going to lose, but I'm just going to go.
I mean, we've seen play like that pay off in a big way at this tournament.
Yeah.
Last night we saw it
Oh, yeah.
in a big way. If you have not seen yesterday's games, go back and watch. There were some knockout games in the 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss that we had for day 1. A lot of other previous tournaments I've seen players just go wild.
Absolutely.
And it pays off sometimes.
Absolutely. Round 7 is coming up really soon, and that's going to determine our final matchup coming up.
Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back soon.
Well, 2 or 3. We'll see. All right. We're looking at round 7. Which one is going to be making it to the grand finals?
Yes, Saka versus Rangi Doge. We've had some absolutely intense games so far. Both Saka and Rangi Doge having to kind of play their hearts out to make it this far, and this game I think is going to be no different.
I mean, we're looking at 2 people who have had to grind their way back up in the chase bracket. They're going to be facing somebody who might very well just be cold.
Yeah,
That's a long time to wait in a top 16.
Yes, Seb K waiting for winter finals, having won all of their games in the top cut, and meanwhile we have these nail biter games, and I think both Saka and Rangi Doge, very familiar players with one another. They've both been in the game, been around the game for a while. No strangers to top cuts, no strangers to top finishes. And both of these players, I think, have played a lot of games against one another.
What's the game plan if you're Saka here right now? Are you going to try to aggressively push forward, or are you just going to sit back, wait, and hope that you're waiting for Sable to make a mistake?
Yeah, I think that Saka is a very patient player and knows Nebula very well, is very practiced on it, understands kind of the ebbs and flows of the cards. And I think that Saka here is probably looking for specific cards, but is going to kind of look for kind of micro advantages, that 5 to 10% better play on the kind of traditional Nebula game plan.
Yep.
So of course we're looking to score out a false lead from hand. The more, the better. I think that is always going to be kind of like the primary thing, but really the interesting part about how Saka's going to approach this game is going to be in the micro decisions, I think.
So game plan, get 3 false leads right at the top of the deck.
I believe Saka, well, you probably don't want to see 3.
Saka had 3 scored.
Saka had 3 scored, and I believe that he lost that game, right? So 3 is maybe a curse. 2 I think is where we want to be. But yeah, some like an early ice on HQ, an early ice on R&D, some money, eventually drawing into a false lead fairly early, and a way to score it out from hand. I think it would be exactly what Saka's looking for. And on the other side, I think Rangi Doge on the Sable is the one that needs to come up with a unique game plan based off of what's going on here. And we're about to get straight into things. So both players drawing their opening hands. That is a false lead, hedge fund, petty cash, embedded reporting, and a line.
The line.
Don't think that that is a keep.
No, I wouldn't keep that hand.
I would not keep that hand. But I'm also not Saka. Saka might end something I'm not. I don't know. On the other
It
side-
is true. Neither of us are Saka.
And I think on the other side of the table, we're looking at this point, oh, they might be waiting for time to be called. I think that they're talking about poker chips. Rangi Doge is
showing off the skills.
showing off the mad poker chip manipulation skills.
All right,
And that
we're
is in
checking the
fact
top to see what would have been there. There's a false lead.
There's a false lead and a Serevna, so in theory would have found the ice, but
Saka
still
using
not
the
enough.
old school false lead.
Yeah, the FFG printed false lead.
So it's a simultaneous mutual mulligan.
Yeah, I think I saw a reprise in Rangi Doge's hand, which is not something that is consistent. You want to see money, you want to see draw, you want to kind of get set up.
Yep.
Rangi Doge on the double twinning here, the double twinning list.
And the multi-access is going to help, except for the fact that Saka is holding on to Behold. Sorry, Behold!
Behold the Behold. How many table Beholds do you think we'll see this game?
Considering that Saka has several times won off that sneaky table Behold, my bet is 2.
Your bet is 2.
Yeah, I'm saying 2 beholds.
Okay, I'm gonna say that we're gonna see 1 table behold this game, and I'm gonna say a prediction. There will be a behold that is found off of R&D that Saka will choose not to fire,
All right.
but also will not be trashed.
Lazy saying Egg Nebula Sable triple threat match for a shot at getting a card ban right in front of Safer.
That's amazing. Yeah, so I mean, we're guaranteed to see either Nebula or Ayuko in the finals.
Yep.
I don't remember what Seb K's lists were. Oh, PD. Oh, that's the interesting PD and Sable.
So basically, people are rooting for PD.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's going to be Sable. Sable is going to Sable will win America's Continentals.
I think I see in opening hand from Rangi Doge's Nuka, Stone Chip, Carpe Diem, which is nuts.
Yeah.
On the other side of the table, Saka going Ice. I think it was Draw,
Draw
Your
YDLF.
Digital Live, Ice. Also a great start from Saka.
All right. So we're establishing what the marks are.
All right, so I think this was establishing the marks, and
So I think we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from bottom to top on your screen. So I
Yeah.
believe the NANPCs are 1s.
they're 1, so that is a mark on archives. Click 1, install Nuka. Click 2, draw off of Nuka.
No,
play
that was a Carpe Diem.
Carpe Diem for click 3.
Well, effectively a click 3, but free.
But free, yes. Potentially some more money coming down. I think the players are keeping track of clicks here, saying, hey, it's 3. Okay. Click 4, run on R&D.
Saw Ice.
See a nice. And then an open market last click.
It's a shiny open market.
It's very shiny. It's a very
Luxury
cool
goods.
alt art. Yeah. I always love to see alt arts for cards that are brand new. They haven't been around that long. And
Yeah.
yet players are already on it.
There's been a few here at Continentals from Elevation, which I absolutely adore seeing.
Yeah. So draw from Saka, playing a hedge fund to get the flip back, and then icing R&D.
Sitting on 15 credits. Archives once again, so we're not upset about that, being able to play some of those run events to get some free credits without worrying about a click.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Nuka paying the ultimate price.
Before her inevitable return. Since we now have 2 more copies of Nuka in hand. So that is just kind of pure gas.
Yep.
Rangi Doge here will be able to kind of filter through most of his deck, and I think he's just planning out the rest of his turn here.
Carpe Diem.
Carpe Diem.
Doing that just for the credits. Don't have
Credits.
to worry about the click.
And his click list. And shout out to Saka for keeping
Keeping
track
track
of
of
his
the
clicks
click.
for us. Doing double duty. And then that's a hedge fund for sure from hand, and then a Hermes. So
The
then
console you
play.
want to see against Nebula.
yes. So I think Rangi Doge can't be happier with the start here. I think Saka had a good start, but clearly not as strong of a start as Rangi Doge has here. But anything can still happen from here. He didn't get the flip. I think if there was a false lead in hand and Saka had a way to fast advance it out, it would just be a rip. You wouldn't need to think about it at all. And we're in the point of the tournament where everyone's now crowded around the tables.
Yeah.
You have people just looking in, just interested in seeing kind of what's going to happen.
It's only going to get more packed from here.
Yeah, very true.
Next round,
Very
grand finals. Saka versus Rangi Doge. Who will go in for a chance to win it all?
And click 1, Saka draws.
Dun-dun, dun-dun. Saka, however, not keeping track of his own clicks. Just his opponents.
In Saka's defense here, he only has 3 clicks, and it's much more straightforward at the moment than Sable's 5 click turns. I think when he starts playing operations,
All right. Double icing HQ. Putting that remote out there.
and I believe
And
that was
archives again.
draw ice HQ and then install a remote server, so no
The
operation.
doctor
from Saka
returns,
levels.
and we punch immediately.
We shouldn't go around punching doctors. I'm
We
just gonna
punched
throw that out there.
babies for the longest time.
You might have. I don't know what y'all do up here in Canada, but
Helps when you got the health care.
touche. There's no proper U.S. comeback to that whatsoever.
We're so happy that you're here. All right,
I'm
running on the
happy to be here
remote.
too.
Saka is
That is
giving
the
up a next big thing.
thing.
Go ahead, take it. I don't care.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Saka just leaning back, arms crossed.
And, you know, I think that there's no typical way for Nebula here to. Oh, this is so fascinating. So there's no way here for Nebula to no advance the next big thing that I'm not aware of, and that is another
That's
agenda.
another.
There's another agenda.
A
and that's
false
not false
lead goes in, so that's 4 points now for Rangi Doge in one turn.
This is very much blown the game open. No false lead scored out for Nebula at the moment.
Oppo research online.
And all you need to do is touch 3 points now as the Sable here. And
Unlucky for Saka, figuring that there was at least going to have to be one other agenda, and then rips one off of R&D after that Hermes bounce.
and I imagine that Saka must have a plan here because he threw out the next big thing to
Yeah.
just be there. I'm not familiar with any no advanced plays while Nebula is flipped
No,
to you know score out
well,
the
not in
next
this
big
version.
thing.
There's no nano management. There's no
Yeah.
goofy trick for that. You could do it with a nano management.
You could do it with a nano management, definitely. But with the tools that Saka has available to him,
All right,
everything's
YDL.
possible.
Let's get rich.
So there must here be a plan.
Yodelehihu.
Either that or Saka's hand is terrible. I do think that we peaked.
Well, if Saka's hand is terrible, there's a next big thing.
There is. I think that we saw potentially 2 next big things in Saka's hand here. So it is possible that it's just that his hand state was really bad.
Icing up R&D again, and another back on
And
HQ.
replacing those ices.
We
while
flipped
flipping.
because of that YDL.
Yeah. And Saka, of course, has the next big thing counter.
R&D now the mark.
So I think we saw a couple of very commanding games from Nebula
Yeah.
in the recent rounds, and I think that this is showing the other side of the coin of what happens if Nebula doesn't get going. The runner draws really well, scores some early points, and how now the pressure is on Nebula. This game is not over.
No.
This
So
game's
remember,
definitely not
almost half the Nebulas that entered into the tournament made it into the top 16.
Yes.
This is the only one left. And piloted by somebody who knows this deck inside and out.
And one of the best players in the world, if not the best player to ever play the game.
I mean, we can take a look at some key performance indicators. Saka yesterday being interviewed under the title of unofficial design contributor for NSG.
That is correct. Saka will get to design more champ cards than any other player in history, with 3 additional cards in the pipeline and 1 already out.
The nesting dolls hit the table.
1 doll.
Well,
And a
yeah, one
bravado.
doll. Bravado, that is a neon static bravado.
Hitting a Mesfachesvo.
As Eric would say, run with your eyes closed because what you can't see can't hurt you, but Mesnichesva will block you and take 3 credits for your troubles.
Apparently, that's not being heard enough. We didn't see it. It hurt our credit total.
I still believe in neon static.
So
But we're not hurt that much. He's still sitting on 10 credits.
he's still sitting on 10 credits after that bravado. That bravado was still, I guess, credit neutral when all things is said and done, but forcing a res, you have more information.
Yeah.
It's petty cash from hand. Click neutral. Using the next big thing, we see end of the line touch ups, government subsidy, and was that a spin doctor or a false lead?
It's definitely a spin doctor.
It's a spin doctor. Okay. So probably shuffling back these agendas that have been piling up.
Get out of here.
I think that Saka is currently
Becoming
those are
a
the-
K-pop star? Yes.
I think Saka is also doing a disservice to Nebula here. He's in a HB shirt.
Yeah.
With-
And a
with purple
shaper,
sleeves.
I think, on the back. Giant shaper logo on the back of that hoodie.
So Saka shuffling 4 cards back in, completely recognizing that, had way too many agendas in hand, would not be able to keep the runner out of HQ forever. And also,
Advances that Messney.
that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. It's very clear to both players here where the agendas are. Both players completely understand that, Rangi Doge touches one of the other next big things in the deck and the game's over.
Touch card, win game.
Touch card, win game.
Saka now has to contend with a mark on HQ,
Yes.
but we no longer get any ticks from that open market. The market is closed.
Is this like the doctor? Okay, you know what? I like the doctor has left the office.
Yeah. The doctor's left the office.
After
the shops
getting
are
punched
closed.
twice.
Yeah. Doctor's like, screw this. I'm out.
We're done for the day.
Yeah.
You
But I'll
punch
come
me,
back.
You punch me, I give you resources.
The twinning gets dropped down,
So the twinning is really big here.
but we don't actually have a way to charge it
dig.
yet. There's an open
There's
market.
an open market.
So-
Is there another installable to charge it from hand?
Yep. That's
yes,
a
that
class
is a
act.
class act, which then charges the twinning.
Being very deliberate about pointing out every single step. That's so important towards the end of a tournament.
Definitely don't want to get a game loss at this point in the game.
No, absolutely not.
So after Rangi Doge takes another turn of setup here, Saka is now staring down not just a very rich, probably half deck runner, but is now staring down a runner that can see 3 cards off the top of R&D. And as soon as another doll is found, and you kind of got to imagine that Rangi Doge has another doll in hand, can start basically locking Saka out of seeing agendas himself.
All right. Another petty cash from hand.
Clickless,
Draw.
drawing for click 1. And Saka, in fact, tracking his clicks now. Government subsidy.
Just
Last one.
deciding to get rich.
Mhm.
Let's see where the mark is. This could actually hit
That is R&D. I mean, that's big. Rangi Doge with 6 Matrioskas in deck. Yes, in
Yeah.
the list total.
7.
You've drawn so many cards, you have to imagine. Yeah, so that's open market off of open market, which guess what?
That does charge.
Winning. So I think here
The train keeps
this
running.
is going to be a doll coming down. That's a no free lunch. Now you don't want to make a mistake here and just die for no reason.
Yeah.
That's 3 clicks spent. Are you making use of that? No, exactly. Look, playing it patient. Yes, there is the mark on R&D, but you know what? I'm going to get down this no free lunch. I'm going to play my doll. I'm going to charge the twinning even more. And no, I do not need to run into a behold on deck.
Stacking the Stone Chip chart room and the no free lunch. These are the things I have to prevent you from killing me.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually think that this is great board state clarity, oddly enough.
Yeah. And with no false leads scored on Saka's side, he's got his work cut out for him. And he knows it.
He does. I think that if Saka ends up taking this game, I mean, he deserves an award. Deserves a trophy. This is it.
It's time
Crazy
for
board
2
state.
table beholds. There's one of them. I don't know what card that is. I didn't see.
I can almost guarantee you it's not a next big thing. That much I can guarantee.
So install ice on R&D and then gain the credit back. Gaining the credit back when you already have 23 credits. Is that 24th really worth it?
So I think that what Saka's doing here is understanding that he cannot draw too many of the wrong cards too quickly, because if he gets flooded again, he has no way out of this game. So he knows that, you know, if the top 4 cards in the deck are agendas and that's not a spin doctor, he's probably just lost no matter what.
I mean, maybe that's a false lead,
It could be a false
but
lead.
I kind of doubt it.
And you know, Saka's given him the eyes.
Because Rangi knows that could be a behold. There are 3 in the deck.
I think this is peak Netrunner. It's just 2 players staring at each other.
You can't get this kind of stuff on JNet.
You can't get this kind of stuff
You have to
at
come
home.
to Montreal for that.
Yes. I will say that there were a couple games that I played in the Crown of Service tournament where I just had such a great time playing against my opponent because we were doing this kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
it's a great reason to come out and travel to play now.
Crown of Servers is perfect for just that little soupçon of trash talk, that playfulness that comes with a game that's honestly quite focused on inclusivity. But now we've got 2 dolls ready to flip.
Yes. So Rangi Doge here choosing to not touch the card that Saka put face down. I think that if that was a false lead, we're seeing advance, spread out.
Spin
So it's
doctor.
a spin. So we'll see. Who would you say won that stare down war?
I gotta give it to the man in the orange shirt.
He's still he might have won that round, but he's still staring.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. The chip flex is there and it's real.
Saka checking the bin, seeing what options Ian has available to him. I think here, I'm going to guess that Saka's actually looking for how many econ cards have been taken out. So notably, we don't have a Shezva installed so far. So these runs on HQ and R&D will make a real dent to Rangi Doge's credit total.
Yeah,
and
they'll drain you. And that is an advancement token on the Mesny. But also, Saka doesn't have a great target for his spin doctors at the moment. Sure, you can get some YDLs back so that you can get even richer, but I'm not sure credit total is where he's worried right now.
I think you're totally right. I would even say you're happy to let Rangi Doge trash the spin doctor to turn on an Oppo.
Yeah.
I think that Oppo,
it's a
spin
dare.
can just sit there until there is something important to spin back.
Yeah. Like an Oppo.
Like an Oppo. And that is going to be a touch-up, I think, on the Mesvichesvo. So potentially getting some cards out of Rangi Doge's hand here.
So we're double advancing that Mesny with the touch-ups.
Yep. We don't know what was named here. It was event.
So no clean getaway for Rangi here.
And I think Saka's thinking about the transfer as well.
I feel like you want the clean getaways out because if you get a mark on archives, it's just an easy 3 credits that you're going to gain. Yeah.
And in fact, choosing those clean getaways, I think it's a very sensible call. Transfer of wealth can represent a lot of money, but you do need to clear the tag in this matchup. And
you'll have to get through 2 ice.
You'll have to get through 2 ice. You're right. There's no kind of like archives mark freedom shenanigans you can do there. Technically, I think the transfer of wealth is a little bit more credits than the clean getaway, but and
stay out of archives.
I think that's just to kind of deny there being more free kind of economy that comes up. Rolling the mark on archives.
Saka shouldn't have any trouble rezzing any of the ice that's on the table right now.
Definitely not. But 23 credits looks like a lot because it is a lot, but 7 for a big oppo at this point, that would bring you down to 16, I believe.
Yep.
Resing a Mesvichesvo, okay, that's 5. You're down to 11. Resing another Serebna, now you're down to 7. So those credit totals can really quickly kind of get used up.
Saka's setting up, but still not creating a proper remote server. Saka's plan is not to score out.
I don't think that you can create a remote server here realistically when you're down this many points and the runner is this set up.
We just don't have enough ice either.
Yeah, we don't. We have, I think Saka is running a list with slightly more ice than other lists that we've seen before. So
there's a touch-ups.
So we're seeing something scored out here from Saka from hand.
I have to imagine that's a false lead.
I'm sure that look, it's the best for Saka if it is the false lead, but if it's an embedded reporting, you definitely still do this play and you just get the 2 points. Because in theory, what you
there's a Chesva.
Do you think he named program here?
And only the one event.
No, he named it looks like he named.
Yeah, so now Saka writing down. Oh, yep. There it is.
Writing down what's in the runner's hand here. Advance for last click and score out.
No, it's an embedded. You're right.
Yeah. So one avenue that Saka could use to win here is scoring out 3 embedded reportings from hand and 1 false lead. That wins the game on 7 and doesn't require you to do basically anything special.
Puts him on the board at least. Smiles from the left side of the table. Steely gazes from the right.
This is going to be the stare down of the weekend for sure. I say that before we know who's in the finals and what's going to happen in the finals, but Ian here taking a class act draw, it looks like.
Now HQ only with 1 ice, but no agendas in there.
Yep.
The Samaxamoon
and passing the turn.
Protection is there now. So we've got a Fractor on the board.
So that's another ice installed.
Yeah.
Back onto HQ here. Hermes doing its job and kind of slowing down.
Just gaining some cash.
Yeah, the Hermes here is doing a good job keeping Saka like basically slow. Making sure that Saka can't just score out multiple cards from hand turn after turn after turn. Every single time Hermes kind of has to reestablish the board state.
Now, Saka wants to see a false lead right here. Wants to see an agenda. So using that spin doctor in order to get back like a touch-ups or whatever just isn't worth it.
I think I see 2 touch-ups in the bin, and I think that you're probably pretty happy to put back both the touch-ups.
Yeah. But not yet. Wait until you can draw that false lead. Doom scroll right in front.
We see the top, and then there's a petty cache. Then
And a Samaxamoon.
And a predictive planogram.
Yeah. Saka's stomach tightening in knots every access at this point on R&D.
Yeah, and still possible to just hit a behold or something like that there and kind of get into trouble if you're doing it on the wrong click. But of course, Rangi Doge running early in the turn.
Drawing.
Trying to. And so Saka's list here has 2 Doom Scroll, 3 Mesvichesvo, 2 Unsmiling Serebna, 2 Samaxamoon. So that's 9 total pieces of ice. We saw another Samak on top, and that Samak is probably not going to do too much this game. The Marjana.
Tossing a revolver. Not the most important card in the matchup, but now Saka decides, I don't want to let that spin doctor go to waste.
Yeah, so both of the touch-ups are going back there. And this is entirely because you need something to like kind of fast advance out these like agendas that you're going to get from HQ. And ideally, this is the other reason why he's doing it right now is to break the lock on R&D. So Rangi Doge just saw the top 3 cards. So you shuffle these back right now, in part just to get the shuffle, and you can now get a card that Rangi Doge did not just see. So could be an agenda that you need to score out. Could be a false lead.
Speaks to the durability of these chips with the amount of stack shuffling that we've got going on here, that they aren't scratched up.
And of course, those are Neon Static chips. Shout out to Neon Static.
Shout out to Neon Static. Although that 5 is not.
Yes, the 5 is not. The 5 is actually something that the king gave to Rangi Doge before the game. Little poker inside joke. So now Rangi Doge weighing up his options.
15 minutes left, but I think we're unlikely to go to time on this one.
Yeah, these two, both of them are very cerebral players. They're very smart players, and they can sometimes take a little while to make sure that they're making the right play here. So these two
Bravado.
tend to go to time. But I think there's still plenty enough time in this round to come to this game's natural conclusion. And we're seeing 3 on
That's
the
a false
board.
lead.
And
Rangi up to 5.
so that is a Hermes bounce that's going to happen. And last one, and that's the embedded
game.
reporting. GG.
We're not going to time.
Well,
We're just
played,
going to take it off Saka.
Rangi Doge. End of the line. Oh, another embedded reporting in hand. And Smiling Serebna. Public Trail, Oppo, just not really having the tools that came up from the deck's natural draw to really apply pressure, put the runner into forks like you want to. Again, really well played from both players, but I think that Saka's deck kind of failed him here.
Yeah, it was a rough mulligan into a rough situation. That desperation next big thing move just didn't pay off.
I think that Saka probably needed to do it with what his hand was. He shuffled back 4 cards. I'm going to assume all of which were agendas.
Yeah.
So Saka was just flooded. And
an Oppo 5 cards down, and then that's the ball.
And then I think the real nail in the coffin is stealing the false lead off the top of the deck afterwards. Getting to 4 points is such a big difference from being on 3 points.
Yeah.
Because if
getting
you
all
touch
that
the
in
next
one
big thing, you just lose the game on the spot.
Yeah, getting that in one turn is really rough.
It was really rough. And, Rangi Doge had such a strong opener with double Nuka Stone Chip and then drawing into another Nuka early, having a Carpe Diem clickless off of, I think, was it R&D or Archives in one of the earlier turns?
Yeah.
Just like, I think
it was
a
off
really
R&D.
strong showing for what this matchup can look like when the Nebula kind of draws poorly early on and the runner draws really strong.
Rangi Doge has 2 games to win if he wants to take the Americas Continentals.
Yes.
But Sebastian K is sitting and waiting. And all it's going to take for him is 1 win in order to claim the title. But it looks like we've also got players ready and willing to do whatever it takes to get to Worlds.
Yeah. This is going to be a great finals matchup. We have Rangi Doge versus Seb K. Seb K on some very interesting lists. Rangi Doge, I think, on the meta boogie bears. Yeah, those things.
Sounds right.
The expected meta things from kind of before the deck. What if you were going to say this is what I was expecting? You were going to be Sable and Alco beforehand. So I think that we have some like really cool matchups to look forward to here in the the grand finals.
Yeah, this is grand finals. This is it. It's all happening, and it's happening soon.
Yes.
Stay tuned.
Tell us everything.
And welcome back. I am Safer.
I'm John Verrill, and we're here with Sebastian K, Rangi Doge, and it's the grand final.
The grand final. This is what this weekend has all been building to. The final games. Who is going to take home the Americas Continental? The players hugging before the game.
Oh, this is it. And
This
just
is
off camera, of course.
fantastic. Yes. Players not accepting a handshake, but instead hugging it out.
This could be the upset that no one saw. Is Precision Design going to take it in a field dominated by Leo, Oko, Nebula?
Yes. We've seen so much Alco, we've seen so much Nebula, we've seen Ob over the course of the day, and it's just been so fascinating to see how much kind of purple representation there was, but all of it was LEO. And here we have Seb K with a incredibly unique PD list. It is on 3 salvo testing, 3 ontological dependencies, and 3 Elevagar bifurcations, and is actually just trying to score out things from hand.
I bet Sebastian wished they were up against Essa, but in this case, it is going to be Sable who will take America's Continentals, both players on Sable. And don't forget, if Sebastian wins, it's over. Sebastian K will walk away the champion. But if Rangi Doge wins, has to win one more game because they came from the chase bracket. So it's 1 win on the left, 2 wins on the right. Whichever way it falls out, someone is walking away the champion.
Yeah. So players reviewing each other's deck lists, and I believe this round is untimed.
Nope, no timer.
No timer, so players will have kind of their full capabilities, the full time to kind of think through their lines and think through their options.
They're pulling up their cards, getting ready for their mulligans.
Yeah. So, have we seen this PD list yet on stream?
I haven't.
Okay.
I don't think we have. But we're looking to ruin somebody's day with some core damage. It looks like PD is taking that mulligan, but a very solid hand. A Nuka, clean getaway over Force Sable.
Yeah, so we were hoping to kind of pipe in the audio so we could hear the players. So I guess just let us know if it's more distracting on stream than anything else. But hopefully we'll be able to kind of find the right balance and make sure that we can kind of hear the players and see what's going on.
This is it.
So the corp taking a mulligan, the runner keeping.
I think it's possible that the table audio may not be usable just because of the chip shuffling. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think that's a draw, YDL, and ice.
Yeah.
I think that's Rangi Doge pointing, saying, "Hey," and you flip your ID, right?
Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna have to go without the table audio because of the chip shuffling here.
Yeah, it's hard to, I think, hear the players talking. So
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take it out. So we'll do our best here. Nuka's gonna draw 3 cards. The doctor's been reliable.
I think-
Two doctors last game managing to pull through for a matchup against Nebula.
yeah, so we see in hand a transfer of wealth, Matryoshka, a Marjana, this clean getaway that's going to come down here on R&D, which is the mark, seeing the top card of the deck. You always love to see a open mark,
Yeah.
a clean getaway, click 1.
Oh, on first turn?
Yes,
absolutely.
on the first turn, that is great.
Neither player are currently tracking their clicks.
Yeah,
Stone Ship.
chart room, and passing the turn. So that's the mandatory draw here.
Now, what's interesting here is that even though we're relying on core damage on the PD side, there isn't a plan to kill. This is to make sure that you can just fast advance those ontos to get them out as fast as you can.
Dodo.
and a big deal, 3 big deals to close out the game.
Is it? It's really.
Well, also potentially.
Oh, it's
to get
on
that
the 3
salvo
big
testing.
deals. I think that it's the general game plan is salvo testing a big deal either on a dupe strad that's stuck, so you can get 2 core, or just salvo testing a big deal.
And then scoring
salvo like big dealing a second salvo testing,
Yep.
which would then deal I think a total of 3 core damage,
Mhm.
and then at that point you can score any ontological from hand.
And Elevagar, of course, on a Jupstad or with a salvo testing scored will be another core.
That's correct. So this is really actually playing not too far off from the concept of the Nebulous, where I think that most of the ice is going to go on HQ or R&D, and just trying to score out things from hand. The difference is that it's not some sort of like oppo, end of line punishment.
All right. We're starting already with some nesting dolls, and we're going to seize the day.
Mm-hmm. And we have Matryoshka now down, and a Carpe Diem run. This is on R&D, which is the mark, and a drafter is rezzed.
Matryoshka, a hedge fund off the top.
Gaining the click back from the mark. The doll is flipped.
So we've got information. We know that R&D is porous, but it's probably too costly to continue to just let that drafter fire.
So the drafter was broken from
the
from the
Matryoshka.
doll for the
Yep.
first one. I think they were content to just see the top card,
Absolutely.
get the mark back, make the bucks, and force the corp to spend some money because we need to keep the corp off of 17 credits.
Yeah, once we get those 17 credits, we're fine. But there's a lot of money in here.
Yeah.
Your Digital Life hedge fund, red level clearance, just for a little bit of money as well. We are trying to build up that bank.
Yeah. So very interestingly enough, and it looks like the click trackers might be coming out. So we have
All right, running the remote. That's a Jupstad,
Dupstad,
and
which we
we're
trash.
respecting it.
I do think that it needs to be respected.
Yeah, the Elevagars are way too easy to just install, score.
Mm-hmm.
But it does mean that now Rangi Doge is on 1 credit.
Rangi Doge on 1 credit. Hopefully,
Hedge fund
Some sort
putting
of
us up to
back.
10.
hedge fund.
Yep.
And there are 9 pieces of ice in this list. So there's 3 Tatabos, 3 Scatterfields, 3 Drafters. That is the ice in this PD list. So I think that this PD list is trying to kind of go relatively quickly, all things considered. Rolling the mark. That's another mark on R&D. Which I think, we're not spending the money
No.
to go check for a single here. It doesn't force an ice res.
We'd have to click for at least 1 more credit anyway.
Mm-hmm.
No free lunch comes down. That's really just going to be for the credits.
And the transfer of wealth. So applying pressure, and that's a Tatu Bola. And this is what I think is so interesting about this list, is that the Tatu Bola is going to be so hard for players to, so you break it and you feel good about it, but guess what? You're
swapping it in, getting some more money back.
You're getting, the corp is making $1 off of this interaction.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is allowing this deck to kind of go up.
Yeah. Remaining on the tag, there is no tag punishment except for, no, actually there is none. No tag punishment for Seb. So if Rangi Doge decides, could just float those tags.
Float the tags, pop the stone chip in the NFL for either credits and, the credits in the card.
Yep.
Or could even say, you know what? I'm going to stay tagged and you can go and trash these. I'm going to keep these around for when I want to use them. And I'm happy for you to use your clicks and credits to trash my resources. But clearing the tag because the Nuka is probably something that he does in fact want to keep around.
Doctor makes a reappearance, but there's still no credits on Rangi Doge's side.
Yeah, I think the no free lunch here gives you a decent amount of flexibility.
Yeah.
it looks like the criminal can, be on no credits, but then, all of a sudden you roll a mark on archives, pop the no free lunch, you clean getaway archives, and all of a sudden you have 4 clicks and 6 credits. You're able to threaten a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot of resilience built into Sable right now. And we're not threatened with any program trashing, so those dolls are safe.
Second piece of ice on HQ. Potentially the Tattoo Polo being re-rest here. And then I think...
But do we remember that PD has a max hand size of 6?
And gaining some more credits.
We're on 10 credits. Over for Seb K. 0 credits, but a no free lunch on the table for Rangi Doge.
So Rangi Doge cracking the stone chip here.
What are we looking for?
Potentially some more transfers, I think. Probably looking to apply a little bit more pressure, making sure the runner stays off of that, big deal.
I think we might be looking for another doll, though. We can't get into HQ for a transfer of wealth with only 1 doll.
That is true. Not reliably, at least.
No.
So I think ending the turn, just going credit, discarding.
And we've cracked that.
Credit, hedge fund. Excuse me, sure gamble.
Sure gamble, I would
gamble.
imagine. But we have cracked that no free lunch, so thank you for the money.
And a class act for the very last click.
No, class act's discarded.
Oh, class act discarded. Okay. Potentially saying there's another one in hand, or that I'm happy with the other cards that are in my hand.
Red level clearance.
I believe that's
no, it's
that's
not.
A corporate,
yeah, you're right.
That's a corporate hospitality.
Corporate hospitality, sorry.
For clicks 1 and 2, it's a double,
Yep.
and then a YDL. So that does net a lot of credits.
Yep.
You get a net of 2 off of the corporate hospitality.
Yep.
That gets you a total of 3 cards back into your hand. So that's 2 additional cards from the corporate hospitality itself, and then you're getting paid again from the YDL.
We're at 18.
Mm-hmm.
The red light starts to flash. The danger happens.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Seb K here wants to
Drop all the way to 0.
Yeah, go all the way to 0 or 1 to score it out. But if you have if you have exactly 1 salvo testing in hand, maybe that's a play that he considers on his next turn.
Depends on how much pressure Rangi Doge is going to be putting on an HQ with 2 ice.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that you can reliably protect that salvo testing, you might want to wait, find that other Jupsad grid, get it out there, preferably behind 1 piece of ice, so that you can really start that chain going.
Yeah.
2 core damage is when it starts hurting a lot. That's when you can get an ontological installed advance score in 1 turn.
So I think we got a sneak peek of Rangi Doge's hand there with a clean getaway, a gamble, a class act. So
it's once again we're getting great draws on Rangi Doge's side, knowing that the answers are in his deck.
That's a clean getaway run. I think probably going to archives here.
Yeah, I think that's the mark. Yes, it's the mark. So.
Yep. So we're getting the flip.
Nightmare Archive.
That is a Nightmare Archive.
Gonna take it. So Rangi Doge is now -1 point.
Yeah. So yeah, Seb K is now in the win.
Yep. But there's no timing out on this one.
But there's no timing out on this one. That's right.
The second doll makes its way on. HQ is now open for that transfer of wealth. We're going right in.
What are we expecting to see here? Probably the Tattoo Bolares again.
No.
Yep.
So as much as Tattoo Bola is a gear check, that is still a doll that we have to flip over.
It's a doll, which is really impactful.
And money.
And of course we get $4. And it does get replaced. You do need an ice in hand for Tattoo Bolo's swap effect.
Good thing we have those 6 card max hand size.
True. Very true. Do you know Tattoo Bola, a card that used to see a whole bunch of play and then slowly started getting kind of phased out for like more tech cards like Samax Moon, harder end the runs. But here we have a list that's like, no, I'm good.
This
As
is
long as
an
I'm making
economy
money.
card for
Yeah.
Seb K right now.
You know, I've played a lot of Tatu Bolo in Rush like PD lists and like other purple lists in general, and it kind of has been like a nice early game economy card. It's been great. So we are now approaching the innermost piece of ice, and it looks like Seb K is
Debating not even res.
debating if it is worth the res or not here.
Knowing that he's going to lose 3 credits.
So I think that he is on. I think I count 1, 2, 3, 4. I think
he's on
19 credits. Yeah. But if he wanted to be at the magical number of 19, I'm sorry, 17.
No.
Turns out 19 will go down to 16. He would be 1 short.
The res happens. It's a scatter field.
Says a scatter field. So just 2 credits to break.
Yep.
Doesn't get the extra strength boost. I see Wawa in the chat calling out that Seb K has been working on this list for over a month. And, you know, I look at this list and I see it. I definitely see it. It takes a lot of time and reps and iterations.
Oh!
Into ontological steel.
That is a heartbreaker. Rangi Doge is now up to 1 point because of that Nightmare Archive from before. But those
Yes.
ontos are the game plan. That's how you're trying to win.
Yeah. And, you know, I think the ontological Seb K is probably happy with ontological being stolen over some other cards. I think salvo testing, ironically.
No,
is
you
probably
really
the
don't want that
worst
salvo
thing to be
testing
stolen.
to go, especially if you're trying to big deal that thing out as fast as you can.
Yeah. And I think I'm wondering how much harder the game comes if, you know, Seb K is only able to score out a single one of the
Now,
salvo
here's an interesting
testings.
question. Does Seb kill Andromeda? 2 credits, taking yourself away from that magic 18 that you need for that big deal.
Mhm.
But that's a 4 credit install that really helps filter through Rangi's deck. And he's floating that tag.
I think that your credit total here, SFK, is one of the most important factors in this game, even more so than kind of Rangi Doge finding the cards that he wants to. I think this list from Seb K is kind of saying, no, I'm going to make the game about me, and you just have to kind of find your own ways of slowing me down.
Yeah.
So Seb K checking the bin, maybe counting the number of transfers, the number of clean getaways. I don't think we've seen a bravado yet this game, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we've seen one.
We've seen one? Okay.
I could just be thinking of
Mhm.
previous games. But Rangi Doge is at the moment on 11 credits.
Mm-hmm.
Healthy. So if that's a Jupstad, that's an easy trash.
Yes. Yeah, the Dupstad, I think, is definitely something you probably want to trash on site. But it does have a hefty trash cost of 4.
Yeah.
So players here kind of taking their time thinking about that is a sure gamble played, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
and a cupulation.
The cup's going to be an interesting.
Oh, so the
Thinking it
cupulation.
might be the grid.
That is one way of getting around
Nope, it's a spin doctor.
a 4 trash cost, but yeah, that's the spin. Shuffling and putting it back. And what are we going to look for here? Maybe a YDL?
I would definitely pull one of the grids and the yodel.
Yeah, I'll be really interested. So this is my first time seeing this list.
Red level clearance.
Red level clearance. I wonder if there's some combo you can do with red level clearance.
And a hedge? Was that a hedge fund?
I think it was.
Okay.
So just focusing on money, the red level clearance might be.
This might indicate that there's a grid in hand.
It could. I think it's also potentially Seb K saying that, you know, your start has been strong enough that I don't think I'm going to be able to stick a grid. And, you know, maybe this grid is not my primary game plan at this point.
Well, we also know that we want to keep at least one ice in hand to keep that tattoo money flowing. We may not find another ice. So if that's the case, there's no point in trying to protect a remote.
Yeah.
I would rather have the credits than to try to protect a grid and then just try to rely on Big Deal to get me out of a jam. The luxury market comes back into play.
So yeah, we see the open market come down. And this is a red level clearance, big deal, salvo testing. Just slaps the cards down. So
Just
that red
make
level
it happen.
clearance, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was basically clickless gain a credit.
Yeah.
Just to put Sub K into enough to do the salvo testing and get that salvo testing out of hand into the score area.
Losing a bravado.
Now 3 points for Sub K to Rangi Doge's 1. But, you know, not to unlike the false leads, I think the big, you know, this is a step 1.
Yep.
Score out a particular agenda.
We're going
from
to need
hand.
probably an Elevagar to just get that second core damage in. So that the
Elevagar,
Montes
I
turn
think,
on.
would be something that Sub K is really interested in seeing here. I think probably
Of course, you need some credits to be able to do that.
The preliminary next steps are just finding ways of getting some more econ and getting a make up. But I think, you know, step 1, I need to score out this salvo testing is done. Check. And I wonder, you know, so in the previous game that we saw with Rangi Doge versus Saka on Kill Nebula, Rangi Doge has probably played that matchup plenty. Probably knows exactly how to approach it, what cards he's looking for. How many times do we think Rangi Doge has played into this kind of list?
I have to imagine that there isn't as much testing against an Onto PD. We've seen decks like this before, but is that really what you're teching against? Is that really what you're hoping for? Seeing a sprint and we're cupping it.
And, you know, flipping over a card that's a tattoo, that's actually not any new information. We knew that Sub K had a tattoo bola in hand from it being swapped back, so nothing lost there.
Don't forget that there's also still 2 more Nightmare Archives just to make the math a little harder.
Yeah, so Rangi Doge at this point, if the quickest way to win would be touching 2 salvo testings, but touching another Nightmare Archives actually means that you have to touch 3 more agendas here. And I think that's, again, the Nightmare Archives, not a card that we typically see all that often.
Coffee comes down.
The coffee credits.
Mandatory draw, gain 3, go.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Seb K, the next turn, what he's hoping for is credit head fund. If he can work his way back up to 17 credits, okay, big deal becomes another, you know, big deal into salvo testing means that you are steamrolling the game to a close.
I'd be uncomfortable though. This game's going long, and Rangi Doge has a good board presence at this point. Lots of credits, able to make the runs that he wants, and still only 1 core damage.
Yeah, so I think that this deck's game plan is, you know, step 1, store out the salvo testing, and then has a couple of different avenues for scoring out for game.
Popping the revolver.
Popping the revolver. And this is coming from... What is the source of damage coming from? Core damage. Have we not done the core damage?
Oh, I think we would have had some judge interference if we were all of a sudden having to do core damage.
Is it the salvo testing was scored out?
Oh, he even forgot to discard on his turn. So it's a random discard at this point. Revolver, definitely not so terrible.
Oh, that's right. They probably forgot the core damage and the maximum hand size.
Yeah.
And he probably kept till 5 cards.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate I mean, the revolver is maybe something that
I would have ditched it.
Was happy to ditch here.
Yeah. That revolver really only useful for that drafter, and even then, you've got the dolls.
You do have the dolls, and in fact, like the dolls are what? I guess the dolls are a tiny bit more expensive, but by the time that you spent the click and the 2 credits to install the revolver, you're not actually getting savings.
We are multi-access is on the board at this point. The Chesve is there. The twinning just hitting. Now it's time to start building up so that Sable can see more than 1 card a turn.
Mhm.
R&D.
Sees the top card. That is a Spin Doctor, and that is definitely going to be a trash. And that's an
an
Elevagar.
Elevagar.
That's huge.
I bet Seb's upset to see that go.
That is absolutely huge. I think Seb would have loved to have drawn that. Even on 3 credits, I think that he probably still goes install advance.
Oh, I absolutely would.
Score it out. And that's 2 core damage. Now, every single ontological that you draw, you just need 2 credits to score from hand.
Yeah.
So that's 1 Elevagar out of the pool.
One
Ontological out of the pool. 1 salvo out of the pool. 6 agendas still left.
and a healthy 8 credits.
And a healthy 8 credits. And
Reprise.
the reprise is going to be big here.
With the Hermes
Just
bounce.
applying more pressure. That is a Tatu Bola. Again, so basically we have the cycling of Tatu
Or not
Bolas here.
Hermes. What am I saying?
And you know, on this run, it's just a normal run. I think that you just bounce. Rangi Doge saying, "Nope,
I want in.
I'm breaking. You can have your credits." Oh no. Okay,
No,
yes.
no. Just letting it happen.
Just bouncing. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me.
So
Okay.
we're yodeling.
We go credit. We YDL. We go up to 6 credits. And escape net.
Goodbye, twinning.
Escape net happens here. So getting rid of the twinning,
But there's still another one in the deck.
but there's another one in the deck. And, you know, you have to think that Rangi Doge here, with being teammates with some other folks that were in Top Cut on LEO, playing escape nets,
Mhm.
maybe was thinking, oh, you know what? I can't count on a single twinning staying on the board here. And, you know, reprise, not a card that we've seen much of in the past. And
No,
ever
but-
since Elevation kind of came out, and players are playing with Mushlihat, trying out reprise, and even going as far as putting the 1 of copy here into Sable.
All right. Gambling. We also saw Emily do that.
And we had the big
the
MLA game open turn with a reprise.
that was great.
Reprise was not on my bingo card for Elevation release.
No.
So going back to HQ, we're checking HQ here. Very likely to be a Tatu Bolores. And, you know, Seb K having successfully bounced back economically from that big deal.
Yeah.
Your digital life in PD is naturally going to be a lot of credits. It is a hedge fund basically by itself. And if you just take your first click to draw, it is a government subsidy. It's 5 full credits. So here, Seb K basically being able to go from 2 to 10 between the YDL and the Tatu Bola, and
Using the cup.
using the copulation to sweep HQ here is smart, I think. We see the
Big
big
deal.
deal, and that's going to get trashed.
Yeah.
That's going to get trashed.
Scatterfield.
Scatterfield, very likely the card that was bounced back, and
The Nightmare Archive.
Nightmare Archive.
We're taking it, going down to 1 point for Rangi Doge.
So back down to 1 point. And, you know, I think that you're just getting these cards kind of out of the game. Yeah, we hit it. You drew it. That's fine. But game plan's still the same. I still need to touch more agendas, and kind of getting these cards out of HQ, that's touching cards.
Yeah. That's
that's
a second core
LFR.
damage and a pullback from PD.
Yep. So dealing 1 damage, additional damage to the runner here.
Not a great hit. Don't really need the fractor here, but what card is Seb going to pull?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Or is Seb, did Seb remember? No, looking at ice.
I think he's probably thinking about what his options are and
Yeah.
thinking about, I mean, it could
Pulling a
escape net. Pulling the escape net back. That's really cool.
respecting the second twinning in the deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Ian probably going,
No.
Why?
Why core damage? We have a scored salvo testing.
Yes. So the Elevagar here, because it's a score, the salvo testing makes every single future score out also deal a core damage.
Those ontos are online,
Mm-hmm.
assuming we can find them.
The turn goes back to Rangi Doge here. And I think he's drawn looking for stuff, but with that escape net pulled back, I think you're no longer looking at twinning as a really, compelling option here. If it's going to get sniped, then, it's kind of just a large
Why
use
am
of
I installing
credits.
this?
It'd
It'd be worth it for one glory run, maybe.
Yeah. And Rangi Doge having does have a second cupulation here. So this is a Carpe Diem on the HQ mark. I think we're going to see a Tattoo Bola Res here.
Yeah. Give me more money.
And we're going to cycle another Tattoo Bola. Basically saying every single time you want to access and touch cards, you are making me a little bit richer. You are pushing me towards big deal money.
Especially because the agendas that Seb wants to score now, he can score from hand.
Mhm.
So he's not likely to leave them in there. Accessing a Tattoo Bola,
Bola.
not terribly interesting.
Well,
we knew it was
we
there.
very much knew it was there. And
There's a clean getaway.
I think that Tattoo Bola is only ever getting installed off of another Tattoo Bola Res.
See the top?
Is that Nightmare? No, that's a Jupstadt grid, I believe.
It's a grid, which at this point, I would leave it behind. You've already hit the 2 core.
Yeah,
You're not going to.
Any more score outs here are just ending the game realistically.
Yeah.
The Jupstadt grid is.
I wouldn't even install it
superfluous.
at this point. I would keep it in hand just to protect HQ.
Yeah, I could see that. Use it as padding. Use it as YDL fodder money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think
Maybe get that last big deal.
Yeah, so I do wonder if Sebke is holding on to another big deal in hand already, and that's part of the reason for not getting the big deal back. Or
Because if he does, he could win the game off that big deal.
oh yeah, I mean 17 credits, you just score out salvo testing, and it is game. I think
You need 18, don't you?
for big deal
It
costs
puts 4
17.
advances.
Oh, you're right. You do need 18 credits
Yeah.
because you do need the credit to advance as well afterwards. So that's another ice install, and I think that we know what that card is.
Yeah.
It is a Scatterfield. For all we know, it could be a drafter. I think a drafter would be a better install, like a little bit more taxing.
A
But
little bit more taxing. At this
Yeah.
point, it doesn't matter quite as much. What we're looking for is just to prevent just constant running on HQ.
yeah, and I think the other part of it here is that with only with only a stack of $3 total, you can only break 2 ice, so you can't run both R&D and HQ at the same time, and that is the second twinning played. I actually think that what's going to happen here is second twinning is going to get played. You're just going to charge it. Never mind. I thought
Used it, saw I think
used
2
it
pieces of ice. That
immediately.
was a second drafter.
Yeah.
He knows that thing isn't going to last, or because he's got the credits, he can protect it.
You
at
can
the
actually
moment.
protect it with so if escape net happens here, there's a trace that goes off. It's one of the very last trace cards in the game. So I think Sebke is looking at the credit total with 13 credits here. And I think that is
That's
what
8.
that's 8. So you can actually beat it if you just paid in full, but then you're going back down and you're poor again. And I'm not sure that's worth it.
Worth it to get rid of the multi-access just to say to Rangi Doge, you're done.
Yeah, I think it also depends on what Subk has in hand. Subk
There
does
was a
have a
hedge
lot of
fund.
money right now, so
Yeah.
probably thinking, if there's a big deal in Sabo testing that has survived in hand this long, there's a good chance Subk is looking at the finish line.
There's the
But
escape
there's the
net.
escape net. So the way that Trace works,
Paying it all in. No more multi-access for you. Those twinnings are removed from game. And now we're going to have to rely on single accesses to win.
Yeah, so the way the trace works is that the corporation starts by having a base trace amount. So for EscapeNet, it's 7. And then they get to pay into the trace to increase its strength. So here, I don't know the exact credits that K put out, but I think it might have been close to 10 additional credits paid into that, all because the runner, to prevent the effect from happening, has to pay credits to match the strength. So basically, Sub-K was able to boost the trace amount to being more than Rangi Doge was willing to pay on it, or even had credits available to guarantee that twinning got trashed.
What this also means, though, is that we can't establish a lock on R&D.
We can see the top card. That's what we can do. And, you would have loved to probably have seen this Hermes a little bit earlier in the game. And that's Stays.
We don't know what that card that was.
We didn't see the card, but we can only see one card deep. And I think that Rangi Doge is probably going to check R&D every single turn.
Yeah.
From this point forward.
I would. At this point with the Chesva, you might as well.
You're not being taxed on credits. You cannot let them draw an agenda. And it's also really helpful to know what they have available to them. If the big deal isn't in hand, the big deal does have a trash cost on it. It's 3 trash cost.
Yeah.
And I think that Seb K, on the other hand, is looking for like a corporate hospitality. Also has a trash cost on it, but the corporate hospitality gives you some money and would get you back a big deal.
Rangi Doge shifting over to the Rounders style chip tricks now, possibly wondering whether this game
Hedge fund
is still in sight.
And installing a card that could very easily be a two-shot grid. Like, hey, you can go and check this and waste a click on it.
Yeah.
Or it could be a spin doctor.
Go get that big deal back.
Go get that big deal. The biggest of deals.
The deal that just might stamp your ticket to a buy at Worlds.
The best deal of all. That's a deal.
That's a deal.
That is a deal.
It's a deal I'd take.
Well, it's a deal that you have to earn. And if Seb K manages to pull that off in this game, he has certainly earned it. Rangi Doge, no easy opponent. Certainly making this game as hard as possible.
Just an absolute fighter, pushing his way through the chase bracket and getting to this point. That is the spin.
That is the spin. Drawing 2 cards. So seeing fresh cards from R&D.
Are we daring the trash? I think it's too valuable to, definitely using it.
I think that we're looking for money here. I think
There's
putting
the
back
big
a
deal.
Yep.
And a red level clearance.
The red level clearance, yeah. So Seb K here looking for kind of these pieces to try to close out the game. Could very easily have, the game-winning salvo testing in hand, but not the money, not the big deal.
With just 3 ice on the table, Sebastian is still in control of this game.
Yes. 3 ice, one of which is a tattoo bolo that we know is not going to.
That ice has been MVP. That ice has said, yes, you can have the money for big deal.
Yes. Oh, you're making a run? I'll make 2 credits off of this run as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. This is the grand finals. Sebastian K only needs 1 win. Rangi Doge needs 2.
And that is the scape net being pulled out from the bin onto the cupulation and then a run on HQ.
The revenge.
You took my twinning, I take your scape net. I don't think this is a fair take.
No.
So we're going to see 3 cards off of this HQ run, I'm sure.
We're just going to replace the ice from that tattoo.
Yeah. So now the corporation on 12 credits. Oh, that is
More
another
tattoo.
Tattoo bola.
Just give me more money.
So a break. Now we're at 14 credits.
4 short of the magic that can end this game. But a cup is about to sweep HQ. Have your
Well,
escape
it's
net.
very hard because I think that there are 6 cards in hand here. So,
Yeah.
you're seeing 50% of. No, there's 7 cards. 8 cards?
8 cards.
8 cards.
Because, well,
No,
we had,
From the spin?
The
Was the
spin.
spin on beginning of the runner's turn then?
Yodel.
YDL.
A
Nightmare Archives.
He's.
That's all 3 of them
I
at
wouldn't have
0
taken
points.
it. I would have just taken the core.
Well, I think the core makes the ontologicals actually too easy, unfortunately. So seeing the Tattoo Bola,
At this point, you know that you have to score out. You can't time out. So
that is true. However, 3 core damage is more than 2 core damage. If you are on 3 core damage, you can actually in a single turn score out both ontologicals.
that's true, but I don't know.
And
I would be at this point thinking I need the points that I can get.
so
This isn't install double advance. It's going to be
that's
that
the
third
ontological,
core. Yeah.
and then that's basically any.
That's going to be that 3rd core damage. And
Any
we're going to be
game.
pulling.
Any agenda here is game at this point.
Yeah, but we're going to be pulling either a red level clearance or money.
Yeah, so this is now what the game has come down to. It's touch any agenda possible.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the game plan before, but now you cannot with both players. You're just simply looking for any agenda.
Yeah.
I think Seb K here is, doesn't want the salvo testings to be scored out. I don't think that that's what, he's looking to finish the game on.
Yep. Hermes bounces one of those tattoo bolas.
So a little bit less money that the corp will be getting back when checking HQ. And I think the really big thing is that now
The Hermes did trigger. There were 2 ice in front of HQ. Now there's only 1.
there's only 1, which means that you can check it 3 clicks this turn.
Yep.
And that's a draw. Oh, no, excuse me. It's draw
Yeah.
with class act, filter draw.
Now a draw.
Now another draw. And that's a transfer.
Transfer of wealth. Well, Reza Drafter,
Retro drafter.
not going to be a terrible burden to pay for that because of the Chesva, but
No. They're talking about the clicks here. I think just tracking to see what click it is. Mark is HQ. So you don't love to be taking singles.
no.
You would love for this to be 20. You would love for this to be accumulation, but you just need to touch cards.
No.
Get lucky. Make sure that there are no agendas for the corporation to score out. So running R&D, make sure that, the corp doesn't have an agenda on top of the deck, and that's a salvo testing.
That's a salvo testing stolen
That is
at 3 points.
stolen.
Now, if Rangi Doge didn't take that 3rd Nightmare Archive,
Mm-hmm. You're right. Another salvo testing would
yeah,
win the
he
game.
could have been on match point,
Um,
potentially getting that 3rd salvo
so
testing.
going back to HQ for what I believe is the final click.
Tattoo Bola, yeah, because he drew twice.
But HQ is the mark, so it was
Oh, was
draw,
it mark?
draw, transfer,
Yeah.
get a click back, R&D, and
Yep,
yes, so
that's it.
the HQ was the final. And you know what? There is a fresh card on top of R&D because the top card got stolen.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: if there was an agenda, just Seb K goes handshake, GG,
Right.
That's the tournament.
If I was in this position and I drew
They're
what I
all
thought
in
was the winning
R&D.
agenda, I would have at that point I'd be like, I'm going to triple check before I put anything on the table. It's so easy to just
Yes.
throw it down.
That's
Red
a
level clearance.
to gain a click and draw, and this is why the red level clearances are
There it
game.
is.
GG. That's the tournament. Congratulations to Seb K.
The biggest deal of Seb K's Netrunner career, winning him Continentals here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The Americas Continentals goes to Seb K. Wonderful play from Rangi Doge, but the nightmares just piled up.
Amazing play, amazing deck building from Seb K. A complete sweep throughout the top cut, doing the golden run. I think that this deck was undefeated, if I'm not
think so.
mistaken, at the tournament. So absolutely well-deserved win here by Seb K, taking the Americas Continental Championship. And that gives him a bye at Worlds this year.
Precision design. No one could have predicted. Well, maybe Seb K did, to win it all here in a 90+ player tournament.
Yes.
With Leo diving into the top 16 and every single one of them being eliminated in the bottom 8. And it was the one HB left, Precision Design, as piloted by Seb K, that managed to pull it off and buying that ticket to a bye.
Yeah. Congratulations to Seb K. Tournament well deserved. This has been an exciting tournament. This is a great tournament. Who would have guessed that HB at the beginning of this tournament was going to be the one that takes it? And of course, it's not even the most represented Hospital Droid list.
No.
Here, not even close.
No. And sometimes that's what it takes, is just to take a deck that you know inside and out, grind it, and then take it to the biggest tournament it could win, short of one.
Yes. So just fantastic play, fantastic deck building. I'm so impressed. This is such a cool deck. I'm so excited that I got to see it, that we got to like highlight and stream, that it was able to like kind of show up and perform when it needed to.
Absolutely. We're going to see if we can get those deck lists uploaded. Cobra is going to be able to do it. Oh, they're up now. So yeah, you can go to tournament.nullsignal.games or t.nullsignal.games. Go and find the Americas at Montreal tournament, and you'll be able to see the deck lists. They're all there. Go and find out the magic of precision design.
Yeah. And so I think we're potentially going to try to get an interview with Seb K, right?
Absolutely. I'm going to go and see if I can get our champion to sit down with us. Be right back. We're here with the Netrunner America's Continental Champion, Sebastian K. Congratulations on a hard-fought win.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels really nice. Yeah.
A little closer there. Honestly, it was thrilled to watch just how you could take precision design all the way through to the end. Did you even drop a game with precision design all tournament?
I dropped one round 2. I had to buy round 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was against Kevin on Tag Me Zaya. So like that was the most basically that deck has the hardest time with like decks that have a ton of multi-access.
Right.
And that deck has a ton of multi-access. But I actually somehow, I don't even know because I never see Tag Me Zaya anywhere, but I faced another Tag Me Zaya later, but I like learned what to do from the first game.
Right.
That like it was better. But yeah.
Would you say that the MVP card in that final matchup, if I had to guess, it's gotta be your Scape Net?
Yeah. Yeah.
You pulled that Scape Net back off of PD access and then paid into it, even though you were approaching big deal credits. Just no. Was what was running through your mind?
Yes, this is especially against dolls. I knew killing ScapeNet was really important because they can only take singles in limited number of times.
Right.
Like they only have so many dolls. So it eventually, like the late game, if I if I couldn't have like scored out, what I wanted to do eventually was like double ice HQ and R&D and just make it so they're only gonna see like 2 cards a turn at most.
Right.
And yeah.
And your Tattoo Bola is just building your bank
Yeah.
over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you managed to take it all the way with HB. There were other HBs in the top cut, all of them on Leo.
Yeah.
Precision design was not well represented at this tournament. You've proven that deck's there. How long have you been grinding it?
Okay, so I built it. Okay, so can I tell like the story of
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, yeah. So this is originally Toron played this deck like this at CBI, like at the start of the year.
Yeah.
And I was just at the beginning of July, it was a runner meta. I was looking for like different corp ideas, and I was like, I didn't really have a lot of ideas from the cards in Elevation. So I was just like, okay, let's try Corp PD again. It lost Rashida, but got humanoid resources.
Right.
And then I started playing it. And I'm like, because originally I was thinking, okay, so with red level, you can play humanoid from hand. You can do no remote. And I just realized, okay, red level is amazing. You don't need humanoid to make it better. But this deck's really like messed up. Like, so personally, for when I choose a Corp deck, I try to choose a deck that is like the most uninteractive as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this seemed like that deck, even though I like in private, like, so I was built into July. I cut the humanoids I originally didn't have the Nightmare Archives. I cut the Nightmare. I put them back in. It had Corp Hospitality from the beginning, and just like the turn of Corp Hospitality into YDL. That's just like such a huge like positive credit swing, and like you're just digging further through your deck. And so I played some on JNet, and then I was like, okay, I don't want anyone to see this. So I took it to testing group, private games, and it was like kind of good, but also kind of got its later on as I was testing it in private, it was just like losing a ton because people knew what to do against it, and they also were the Sable decks at the time. It got beat up by Sable, and the Sable decks at the time were like unrefined,
Right.
So they had like Wake Implant still, and they just like more multi-access, and it's just really it's as simple as that. Like it's multi-access, like that's what the deck loses to.
But then the shift was towards twinning.
Yeah, the shift was towards twinning. It was the shift because of Alco. Okay, I knew because I just like the deck a lot, and I just play this. I have one friend I meet up with to play in person. I don't really have a meta besides that. I was playing this deck, and I'm like, okay, I really like this deck. The feeling of scoring salvo off a big deal is just like, ooh, that's the feeling. Yeah.
So I love Big Deal. It's one of my favorite cards. Seeing that just get slammed down and then putting a salvo right on there.
Yeah.
There's nothing better.
Yeah.
You, in fact, are running the twinning on your Sable deck.
Yeah.
So Sable, how long have you been playing that deck?
Since more or less the start of Elevation. I played at Pittsburgh Mega City, and I was until the ban. I would have like 100 until the Info Bounty ban. I was going to 100% take Sable again because that was just broken with Info Bounty.
Mm-hmm.
But afterwards, I was like, there's a lot of times I wasn't sure I was gonna play Sable this tournament because Alco was really hard, and eventually I was like I played was playing a ton of Sable games in the last month. Eventually, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna play this regardless. Not I knew it. I think I knew in the back of my mind I was gonna play Sable regardless. I just needed to tech it as much for Alco as possible, which is why I have like air blades and steel skin. But yeah.
When you got to the grand final yourself, you had a long time to wait for the chase bracket to catch up to you.
Yeah.
What'd you do in that time?
I just went back to my our Airbnb and just chilled. And then eventually I started watching the stream near more time had passed, and I was like, okay, losers finals started. So yeah,
it's time to come back.
Yeah.
I saw you with your computer with your earbuds.
Oh yeah, I was listening to some hype music.
What kind of music were you listening to?
I was listening to Lose Yourself by Eminem.
Yes.
Okay.
No shame in that. That's awesome.
Yeah. I did not. Yeah, no mom spaghetti stuff happened, but yeah.
Crown of Servers.
Mm-hmm.
You played there too.
Yeah.
Lord of the Blame.
Yeah.
You're here now, the champion. You've played so many games this weekend.
Yeah.
Does any game stand out for you in particular?
Oh yes. Okay, it's really the second game versus Tag Me Zaya.
Right.
So what I did was I was just really made sure to double ace HQ, and I kept a hand against Kevin that I shouldn't have kept. So I double ace HQ, and actually I just had tattoo, so I was just making money off of transfer of wealth, and I ended up the real kickers I won with a flat line because they only had one card in hand, and I had a jump stat grid installed, and they had a salvo scored, so that was pretty cool.
That's a good way to win.
Yeah.
Look, you said earlier you don't have a meta. Your meta right now, it's the whole world. Are you going to Worlds?
Yeah. I don't think
you gotta go to Worlds.
I was
now.
thinking of not if I didn't win, but I won, so I probably should go.
You're gonna take advantage of that buy. You're gonna go there. Look,
the buy was really helpful. I think, yeah.
Prove it. You've proven that you're at the top of your game. There's a huge competitive scene in the Americas here. You've risen to the top. We're all looking forward to seeing how you're going to do at Worlds. Is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yes. So a lot of people. I'll try to. Okay. Shout out to my testing group, Tiebreakers. Everyone was. There's tons of people that are really helpful. In particular, I'd like to shout out Rohit and Cold Lob and Brandon, the King, who made the trip up here. And Cold Lob and Rohit especially were in our Airbnb, so we did a lot of testing the past few days. And especially Friday night. We were testing the Alco matchup with the changes with the tech. That was good. Also, someone who didn't come up that I would like to shout out in Tiebreakers is Ice Cream College, who joined recently, and he just he was posting a Sable deck in our Sable forum every other day, and he really helped the process of tuning Sable and slowly convincing me to do things. And what I personally like to do in deck and when I'm a runner, I don't like playing tech at all. So, and people had to convince me, okay, you should play 3 pinhole. You should play no free lunch. And I'm I don't need no free lunch. I can just bounce. So Ice Cream College, also a lot of fun games with him in the lead up to this. And okay, let's test the Tiebreakers, and then I'll just limit this to 2 other shout outs, which are Disgruntled Elf, which is the guy, my local friend I made up to play with, and Saka, who was staying in our Airbnb, and he brought a pretty similar. We decided on a similar Sable deck in the end, and he was really helpful with. He co-piloted with me against Rohit and Cold Lob on Alco. It was just my instincts against Alco are really bad. I just wanna run into so many things that would kill me, and Saka doesn't do that. So it was good having that perspective.
One last question for you. The mental load of a tournament like this must be exhausting. What are you going to do next?
I don't know.
You know what? Fair enough. Everybody, your champion for the Americas Continentals, Sebastian K, running Precision Design and Sable. It's been a fantastic tournament. We've seen so many cool things. We had a Dewi who almost made the top cut. We've seen the single precision design to make the top cut rise to the top. Sable, as always, a consummate professional, busking her way to the championship. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is John Verrill from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, signing off.